The Complete Essays, Michel de Montaigne. Penguin Classics, Screech Montaigne's Essays. Books 1 to 3, the full essay of a mind painting itself without artifice. This examination follows every chapter in order, in the author's reflective register. Topic of the musing, then crystallized points where the digression settles into a thought worth keeping. Depth tracks his dwelling, death and education, the apology, Virgil, vanity, experience, not a flat digest. Not a system, a self-essayed. Abstract. The Essays of Michel de Montaigne, Penguin Classics, A. Screech, are not a system but an essay. Books 1 to 3 paint one particular man, vain, various, wavering, so that friends may keep him alive, and so that any reader who probes vigorously may find, in that one mold, the whole form of the human condition. Book I learns the method through war exempla, habit as second nature, Laboete's friendship, death as philosophy's school, judgment over pedantry in educating children, and cannibals who reverse the charge of barbarity. Book 2 turns the knife, patchwork selves distinguo, practice, fathers and children, books, cruelty, then the vast apology for Raymond VII, where natural theology, animals, Pyrrhonism, faith, and customs relativity dismantle presumption. Book 3 writes freest, useful against honorable in civil war, repenting that tracks becoming, conversation, Virgil on the body, vanity of travel and self, physiognomy, experience as crown, the body is master text, stilts kicked away. Montaigne digresses, revises, A/V/C, and refuses to resolve himself into a statue. This summary follows every chapter in order, in his reflective register, the topic of each musing, then the thoughts that crystallize when the digression settles. Executive summary. Central thesis. I myself am the subject of my book. Self-knowledge, tentative, contradictory, piece by piece, is the only wisdom that fits a creature who is never twice the same. Custom dresses nature. Reason tangles itself. Cruelty is the vice he cannot stomach. Faith may receive what philosophy cannot prove. Judgment outranks stuffed memory. Friendship of one perfect kind makes ordinary commerce pale. The master form resists education. True repentance is grace that grips the bowels, not old age's snotty virtue. To philosophize is to learn how to die, and later, how to enjoy our being without stilts, seated still upon our arses, even on the highest throne. Foundational observations. Essay, tentative weighing of self and opinions. Not a finished doctrine. Chapters group many essays of one man. Self as matter. I myself am the subject of my book. Every man bears the whole form of the human condition. Distinguo/inconstancy. Judge piece by piece. We differ from ourselves as from others. 2.1. Custom as second nature. Habit blocks the approaches. Laws and taste hang on opinion. Point 23. Apology. Judgment over memory. Education and schoolmasters learning aim at a formed mind, not a stuffed one. Point 25-26. Case 6J. Pyrrhonian humility before dogmatism. The apologies hinge between natural theology and faith. Cruelty, the extreme of vice, fellow feeling with beasts and New World victims. 2.11. 3.6. Useful versus honorable. Civil wars clash. Keep the mind from callousness even when armor calluses the shoulder. 3.1. Experience. The body is master text. Enjoy being without stilts. 3.13. Layers. The book grows with the man across 1580, 1588, and the Bordeaux copy. Corpus architecture. Book I, 57 method learned. Discrepant means, habit, friendship, death. Point 20. Education. Point 26. Cannibals. Point 31. Solitudes. Room at the back of the shop. Book 2, 37 mature knife. Inconstancy. Practice. Fathers/children. Books. Cruelty. Apology. 2.12. As 6 movements, 7 animals, Pyrrhonism, K. 6J. Faith custom. Presumption, 2.17. as self-portrait of limits. Book 3, 13 Late Freedom, Useful/Honorable, Repenting, Conversation, Virgil, 3.5, Coaches, Vanity, 3.9, Restraining the Will, Physiognomy, Experience, 3.13. Arc, From Learning to Die Toward Enjoying Being, From Pedantry Toward Judgment, From Presumption Dismantled to the Common Measure. Significance and Recommendation. Foundational for modern selfhood, the essay form, and any philosophy that prefers live contradiction to schoolroom neatness. Read Screech for the Latinate flavor without quaintness. Dwell where he dwells. I.20 and I.26 for the art of living and teaching. The Apology in 2.17 for the limits of reason and self-love. 3.5, 3.9, and 3.13 for the late frankness of body, vanity, and experience. Pair with Erasmus for Renaissance irony, with Pascal for the Jansenist quarrel with this very book. Introduction, M. A. Screech. Screech's introduction places the essays not as a treatise, but as a gentleman's essay of himself, written after melancholy had turned learned leisure into a runaway mind. Montaigne sold his charge in the Parliament of Bordeaux, inscribed his withdrawal into odium on the chateau, and found that fallow solitude produced weeds, not grass. To shame the gallop of his thoughts, he began to write them down. Having no professional subject, he chose the only matter he might know better than anyone else, himself. That decision, to paint an ordinary man as the matter of a book, is, for Screech, revolutionary. Augustine had confessed as a penitent. Cardano and Du Bellay had written of their lives. None had made the self the continuous essay that Montaigne's chapters became. The method is marquetry across time. Chapters are not ordered by composition. Sentences from different years sit unmarked in one continuous slab. Later editions, A 1580, B 1588, C posthumous Bordeaux copy, add examples, quotations, and thoughts upon thoughts. Screech stresses the Latin childhood, classical Latin as mother tongue. Ovid before chivalric romance, Greek read mainly in Latin, and the quiet debts to moralists whom Montaigne rarely names, delighted that critics might condemn Plato or Seneca while thinking they attacked only an unimportant Gascon. Stoic, skeptic, and Epicurean colors coexist in taut harmony. The arc of emphasis moves from a melancholic concern with dying toward a fuller acceptance of living, without any sage banishing the others. What holds the flux is for me maestrus, a master mold resisting education and indoctrination. Awareness of sublunary change steadies his loyalty to the teaching church. He writes philosophy with reason and experience, not theology. Heaven remains unimaginable on St. Paul's authority. The longest chapter, The Apology for Raymond VII, is philosophy touching religion in a philosophical spirit. Essay, not diary. The book is of one substance with its author, tentative weighings of nature, habits, and opinions, not a chronicle of days. Layers, B, C. Dating signs turn the maze readable. Digression and lengthening chapters are discoveries, not defects. Master form. Personality as mole within flux. To study one sane human is, in species, to study the human condition. Quote, these essays were first divided into 2 books, a third followed later. Each book contains many chapters, and each chapter contains many essays. He himself never referred to his chapters as essays. His chapters were convenient groupings of several essays, primarily essays of a man called Michel de Montaigne. I am myself the matter of my book. To the reader, I'll warn you from the start. This book is a private family end. I have not been concerned to serve you, nor my reputation. My powers are inadequate for such a design. I dedicate it to friends and kinsmen, so that, having lost me, as they must soon, they may find here again some traits of my character and my humors, and keep their knowledge of me more full, more alive. Had I sought the world's favor, I would have decked myself out better and presented myself in a studied gait. Here I want to be seen in my simple, natural, everyday fashion, without striving or artifice, for it is my own self that I am painting. Drawn from life, You will read of my defects and my native form so far as respect for social convention allows. Had I found myself among those people said still to live under the sweet liberty of nature's primal laws, I would most willingly have portrayed myself whole and wholly naked. And therefore, reader, I myself am the subject of my book. It is not reasonable that you should employ your leisure on a topic so frivolous and so vain. Farewell, from Montaigne, this 1st of March, 1580. Quote, Here I want to be seen in my simple, natural, everyday fashion, without striving or artifice, for it is my own self that I am painting. Here, drawn from life, you will read of my defects and my native form so far as respect for social convention allows. For had I found myself among those peoples who are said still to live under the sweet liberty of nature's primal laws, I can assure you that I would most willingly have portrayed myself whole and wholly naked. And therefore, reader, I myself am the subject of my book. It is not reasonable that you should employ your leisure on a topic so frivolous and so vain. Book I. Book I is the first essay. War and mercy, custom and law, friendship and solitude, death and education, cannibals and prayer. The mind learning, chapter by chapter, to paint itself without a settled system. What begins as a nobleman's commonplace book of exemplars soon turns inward. The same hand that weighs sieges and ambassadors discovers that the true matter under essay is Michel de Montaigne, vain, various, and wavering. 1. We reach the same end by discrepant means. The opening move is already an essay of unpredictability. Soften a conqueror's heart by tears and submission, or by the opposite. 3 Frenchmen holding Limoges against Edward of Wales, Scanderbeg's soldier waiting sword in hand, Conrad's noble women carrying husbands on their backs. Mercy answers both paths, and neither. Alexander, staunchest of men, saw Baptiste fight on amid blood and shattered arms, and, instead of wonder, ordered him dragged to pieces. Pity moves the soft. Respect for valor moves the strong. Amazement can move either, and envy or fury can cancel all 3. I find myself more naturally swayed by compassion than by stoic hardness. Yet the examples refuse a rule. The catalogue refuses a steady rule. Compassion, wonder, envy, and fury trade places, and the same end may be reached by contradictory paths. Explanations of motive remain conjecture. What could be said, and no judgment on man holds secure for long. Edward at Limoges wept with the crowd until 3 French noblemen, alone, resisted his army. Respect for valor blunted anger, where lamentation had not. Scanderbeg's soldier, sword in hand before the conqueror, won life by steadfastness. Conrad's wives bore husbands on their backs and won mercy by the same paradox. Essay of motives. Explanations of why a soul yields remain conjecture. What could be said? Human wavering. No steady, uniform judgment founds itself securely on man. Quote, Man is indeed an object miraculously vain, various, and wavering. It is difficult to found a judgment on him, which is steady and uniform. Quote, The most common way of softening the hearts of those we have offended once they have us at their mercy with vengeance at hand is to move them to commiseration and pity by our submissiveness. 2. On sadness. Fashionable tristezza he will not honor. The Stoics forbid sadness to their sages as base. What interests him is excess, grief so large it cannot speak. Samanitis watched daughter and son ruined without a tear, then broke at the sight of a household friend. The first 2 misfortunes lay beyond expression. The painter of Iphigenia's sacrifice veiled Agamemnon's face. Niobe turned to stone. A German officer, recognizing his son's corpse, stood dry-eyed until the strain killed him. Joy can stun as hard as sorrow. Leo X fevered to death at Milan's capture. Light cares talk. Huge ones are struck dumb. Violent emotions, he adds of himself, have little hold. His feeling has a hard skin he toughens daily. He essays extremes without claiming immunity. Where grief exceeds speech, the body freezes. Sadness and delight share power to arrest the soul when they outrun ordinary measure. Leo X fevered to death at Milan's capture, as surely as Samonitis wept only for the household friend. Inexpressible grief, extreme sadness stuns the soul and impedes action until tears finally open a channel. Joy is stun. Unhoped for delight can freeze the body as thoroughly as disaster. Quota, jura elefes locuuntur, ingentes stupent. Light cares can talk. Huge ones are struck dumb. Quote, I am among those who are most free from this emotion. I neither like it nor think well of it, even though the world, by common consent, has decided to honor it with special favor. 3. Our emotions get carried away beyond us. We are never at home. Fear, desire, hope impel us toward the future and rob us of what now is. Even when we ourselves shall be no more. Do what thou hast to do, and know thyself, folds the whole duty into self-knowledge. Whoever knows himself never takes external things for his own. Care then projects past the grave. Edward the First bones to fight the Scots, Ziska's skin as a drum, Bayard dying face to the foe, Maximilian's linen drawers on a corpse. Funeral pomp and funeral niggardliness are cousins. Socrates told Crito to bury him as he wished. King's deeds may be examined once life is over. Obedience is owed to the office, esteem only to virtue. Emotions outrun their object. We live off our death. Those who reproach humanity for gaping toward the future touch the commonest of aberrations. Nature herself brings us there in the service of perpetuation, impressing this false thought as she does many others. Calamitosus est animus futuri anxious. Wretched is a mind anxious about the future. Plato's double precept folds duty into one. Do what thou hast to do, and know thyself. Whoever knows himself never takes external things for his own. Care then projects past the grave as though some part of us survived the severing of body and soul. Edward the First bound his son to boil his flesh and carry his bones against the Scots. John Visja wished his skin a war drum. Bayard refused to turn his back. Maximilian wore dead men's drawers. Teodoro Trivulzio refused safe conduct for Alviano, not becoming to fear the dead whom one never feared alive. The most solid of our laws concerning the dead requires monarchs' deeds to be examined once life is over. We owe subordination to all kings equally, esteem and affection only to their virtue. Livy says speech under monarchies swells with foolish pomposity. Aristotle inquires whether an orderly man can be happy if reputation fares badly after death. Funeral pomp and funeral niggardliness are cousins. Socrates told Crito to bury him as he wished. A man does not tear himself from life by the roots. Unawares he dreams some part remains. Epicurus frees his wise man from anticipation. We, less wise, live off our death, arranging bones, drums, keys, and posthumous trials while robbing the present of its due. Du Guesclin's corpse bore Rankin's keys. Greek law made retrieval of a body concede victory. We legislate for corpses as though spirit lingered in bone, a commerce the living conduct with phantoms of themselves. Those who wickedly espouse an unpraiseworthy memory put private above public justice. We are never at home. Fear, desire, hope impel us toward the future and rob us of what now is, even when we ourselves shall be no more. Indians bore leaders' bones into battle. Corpse retrieval could concede victory by Greek law. Commerce with the dead is the extremest form of living outside the present. We mortgage today to ceremonies tomorrow will not repay. We live off our death. Emotions outrun their object, and care projects where body and soul no longer keep house together. Never at home. Anxiety about the future is the common aberration nature herself plants. Consolations of the living. Funeral pomp supports survivors more than the dead. Quote, we are never at home. We are always outside ourselves. Fear, desire, hope impel us towards the future. They rob us of feelings and concern for what now is, in order to spend time over what will be, even when we ourselves shall be no more. Quote, It is not becoming that he who never feared his enemy while alive should show fear of them when dead. 4. How the soul discharges its emotions against false objects when lacking real ones. The gouty gentleman curses the saveloy that caused his pain and feels better for having something to blame. A blow that beats only air pains the arm. Wind loses force in empty space. The soul, shaken, must grasp an object or lose itself in itself. Love without a worthy beloved forges pet monkeys. Anger bites the stone that wounded it, or the self. Xerxes whipped the Hellespont. Cyrus ruined a river that drowned a horse. Augustus smashed statues of Neptune. Great captains and grieving girls alike vent choler on the guiltless. The mind is refractory. Give it a false fantastical object rather than nothing to act upon. False objects. The soul erects substitutes rather than remain without a target for its passion. Refractory mind. Great captains and grieving girls vent on the guiltless rather than remain without an object to act upon. Quote, it seems that the soul, too, in the same way, loses itself in itself when shaken and disturbed unless it is given something to grasp onto, and so we must always provide it with an object to butt up against and to act upon. 5. Whether the governor of a besieged fortress should go out and parley. A practical question for a man of his century. May the governor leave the walls to treat? Trust and suspicion trade places. Ancient and modern sieges show parley as both necessity and snare. He weighs honor against prudence without pretending the casuistry is clean. War has privileges that run at reason's expense, yet not every trick is allowed. Parley's casuistry. Honor and prudence trade places where war grants privileges at reason's expense. Trust wager. May the governor leave the walls. Necessity and snare were the same face. Quote, for it is not said that we may not, at the right time and place, take advantage of the stupidity of our enemies just as we do of their cowardice. War certainly has by its nature many privileges which are reasonable at reason's own expense. 6. The hour of parleying is dangerous. The companion piece, while men talk, towns fall. Capua taken during Fabrizio Colonna's parley from a bastion. Giuliano Romero returning to find Ivoy lost. Genoa and Ligny seized in the bargaining. Victory by trickery has its praisers, and Chrysippus, and Alexander refusing to thieve a victory by night. Montaigne sides with the nobler refusal, even while cataloging how often the hour of treaty is the hour of betrayal. At Musidon, men cried treachery when hacked during treaty talk, an accusation another century might have sustained. Our age trusts nothing until the last seal, and even then. Lucius Aemilius Regillus entered Phocaea as a friend and could not restrain his troops before his eyes. Trust without despair. He readily trusts, but not so that frankness be read as cowardice. Parley is trap. Relax guard during negotiation is a schoolboy howler history keeps repeating. Quote, malum ethortonai poenitet, quam vistoriae pudeat. I would rather complain of fortune than feel ashamed of victory. Quote, I readily trust others, but I would only do so with difficulty if ever I were to give ground for thinking that I was acting out of despair or from lack of courage rather than from frankness and trust in a man's word. 7. That our deeds are judged by the intention. Death, they say, settles all obligations. Henry VII took that perversely, ordering Suffolk killed after his own death despite a sworn promise. Egmont begged to die before Horn, so his word might be discharged. Only the will is truly ours. Rules and duties rest on it. Testamentary atonements that cost the dead nothing are worthless. Hate reserved for the will prolongs animosity beyond the grave. The late turn is personal and clean. Will alone ours. Rules and duties rest on intention. Testamentary atonements that cost the dead nothing are worthless. Death's word. He would prevent his death from saying anything not first said by his life. Quote, if I can, I will prevent my death from saying anything not first said by my life. 8. On idleness. Fallow land breeds weeds. An idle mind charges ungovernably over wastelands of thought, nowhere, if everywhere. He retired to his estates to leave the mind in total idleness, caring only for itself. It bolted like a runaway horse and littered chimeras. So he began to write them down, hoping to make the mind ashamed of itself. The essays are born here, not a program, a bridle. Writing as bridle. Record the mind's monstrosities so that contemplation may shame them into order. Chimeras of idleness. Retirement-bred monsters the mind could not govern until writing braked it. Quote, recently I retired to my estates, determined to devote myself as far as I could to spending what little life I have left quietly and privately. It seemed to me then that the greatest favor I could do for my mind was to leave it in total idleness. But I find that on the contrary, it bolted off like a runaway horse. I began to keep a record of them, hoping in time to make my mind ashamed of itself. 9. On liars. Nobody less suited to discuss memory. His is grotesquely faulty. Yet Gascons take no memory to mean stupid, and friends read forgetfulness as ingratitude. He consoles himself. Weak memory curbs ambition, forces original judgment, shortens talk, softens insults, and lets books smile fresh. A liar needs a strong memory. Truth has one face, falsehood 100,000. Lying dissolves the bond of words that makes us human, worthier of the stake, he says, than crimes we punish in children while neglecting this. Diplomats who trim every speech to the moment shoe their own horse awry. Nobody less suited to discuss memory. His is grotesquely faulty. Yet Gascons hear no memory as no mind, and friends read forgetfulness as ingratitude. Weak memory curbs ambition, forces original judgment, shortens talk, and softens insults. Lying dissolves the bond of words that makes us human, worthier of the stake than crimes we punish in children while neglecting this. Diplomats who trim every speech to the moment shoe their own horse awry. He prefers frank defect to polished deceit. Quintilian's rule haunts every court. The liar must remember what he invented. Truth keeps one face while falsehood wears 100,000. The bond of words makes us human. Dissolve it, and society becomes a masquerade of convenient fictions. Worse in ambassadors, who trade on credit their memory, cannot sustain. Truth has one face. The liar paints 100,000 and must remember which he wore to whom. A labor honesty never pays. Lying versus untruth. To lie is to speak against one's knowledge. Mere error is another thing. Words as bond. Only speech binds us together and makes us human. Quote, lying is an accursed vice. It is only our words which bind us together and make us human. If we realized the horror and weight of lying, we would see that it is more worthy of the stake than other crimes. Quote, a liar needs a strong memory. Truth has one face, falsehood 100,000. 10. On a ready or hesitant delivery. Not every gift is given to every man. Some have prompt facility, always ready anywhere. Others never speak without thinking it out beforehand. Nowadays, eloquence belongs mainly to preachers and barristers. The hesitant man had better preach, time to prepare. The ready man plead, unforeseeable replies. Yet, at Marseille's poet, nurtured at the bar, arrived with a finished oration and found the Pope had changed the topic. Du Bellay had to step in. Wit acts readily. Judgment is slow and poised. He knows from experience a character that gets nowhere unless allowed to run happy and free, that wants to be warmed by external, fortuitous events. Leave it alone, and it languishes. Chance, company, the act of using his voice draw more from his mind than solitary exercise. Where he seeks himself, he cannot find himself. He discovers himself more by accident than by inquiring into his judgment. Spoken over written. For him the spoken word is worth more than the written, if choice can be made between things of no value. Self by accident. Scraping out every missed point would erase the essays. Later chance makes the former hesitation clear. Quote, where I seek myself, I cannot find myself. I discover myself more by accident than by inquiring into my judgment. If every time that happened I were to start scraping out words of my eraser, I would efface the whole of my essays. 11. On prognostications. Oracles, stars, almanacs, the Tuscan art born from Tage's rising in a furrow. He surveys the itch to know tomorrow, and prefers Horace. Rejoice in the present, loath to trouble about what lies beyond. Almanacs say, so much they must hit truth occasionally. Who shoots all day without striking the target? He would rather order his affairs by casting dice than by such fanciful nonsense. States have always given lots authority. Plato left marriages to chance. The man torn by conflicting portents, the marquis who changed sides, proves how prophecy frets more than in arms. Oracles, stars, and almanacs survey the itch to know tomorrow. He prefers Horace's present mind. Almanacs say, so much they must hit truth occasionally. Who shoots all day without striking the target? He would rather cast dice than trust such fanciful nonsense. The marquis torn by conflicting portents proves prophecy frets more than in arms. Nothing is so firmly believed as what we know least about. Delphi itself fell into contempt before our time. Plato held sacrificial organs partly created for augury. Chickens, birds, lightning, and swirling rivers once grounded public and private undertakings, until our religion taught other fears. Present mind, happy and master of himself, is he who can say each day, I have lived. Lots over stars. Dice at least own their randomness. Diviners pretend to a rule they lack. Quote, I would rather order my affairs by casting dice, by lots, than by such fanciful nonsense. Quote, happy and master of himself is he who can say each day, I have lived. 12. On constancy. Resolution does not forbid protecting ourselves from threatened ills, nor fearing surprise. Constancy's chief role is patiently bearing misfortunes without remedy, and honorable means of defense are laudable. Flight can be tactics. Turks, Scythians, Spartans at Plataea. Socrates mocked laches for defining fortitude as merely standing firm. Yet under cannon fire, ducking may be fortune favoring fear. Next time one might jump into the shot. He cannot stop trembling at a sudden harquebus. Stoics concede the sage may pale at thunder, provided reason withholds assent. The Aristotelian sage is not exempt from emotions. He moderates them. Under cannon fire ducking may be fortune's favor. Mens immoda while empty tears may flow. Constancy is not theatrical rigidity, but patient bearing of what cannot be remedied. Surface versus seat. In a non-sage, emotion penetrates to reason and corrupts judgment. Mens immoda. Mind unmoved while empty tears may still flow. Quote, personally, I cannot stop myself from trembling if the shattering sound of a harquebus suddenly strikes my ear in a place where I could not have expected it. I have seen that happen to more valorous men than I am. Quote, constancy's chief role is patiently bearing misfortunes without remedy, and honorable means of defense are laudable. 13. Ceremonial at the meeting of kings. No topic is so vain it lacks a place in this confused medley. Rules of visits, who arrives first when Pope meets king. The privilege of keeping others waiting. He knows French etiquette well enough to teach it, and cuts formalities at home rather than drag court slavery into his lair. Better offend a guest once than himself all the time. Politeness opens fellowship. Excess of courtesy bores and can itself be rude. Omit bothersome forms with discretion, not ignorance, and elegance survives. Vain medley. No topic so trivial it lacks a place in this confused essay of manners. Servitude at home. Better offend a guest once than drag court slavery into one's lair. Quote, personally, I often neglect both these vain obligations. In my home, I have cut out all formalities. Does anyone take offense? What of it? It is better that I offend him once than myself all the time. That would amount to servitude for life. What is the use in fleeing from the slavery of the court if we then go and drag it back to our lairs? 14. That the taste of good and evil things depends in large part on the opinion we have of them. There's an old Greek saying that men are tormented not by things themselves, but by what they think about them. If that assertion could be proved always true everywhere, it would be an important point gained for comforting our wretched human condition. For if ills can only enter us through our judgment, it seems to be in our power to despise them or turn them to good account. If what we call evil and torment is neither evil nor torment in itself, but only our fancy gives it that quality, it is in us to change it. And if what we call good takes its savor from our opinion, why do we not endow sickness, poverty, or insolence with a pleasant taste when we could? Fortune simply furnishes us with matter and the seed. It is for our soul to give them form according to her pleasure. The opinion we have of such things clearly shows that they have no access to us except through the soul. If she refuses to take them in, they remain outside. Our main enemies are held to be death, poverty, and pain. Yet everyone knows that death, called the dreadest of all horrible things, is also called the only haven from the torments of this life, the sovereign good of nature, the only stay of our freedom, the common and ready remedy for all ills. Some await it trembling, others bear it more easily than life. One man complains that death is too available. Others meet it or hasten and help along. How many have preferred to die at death mixed with disgrace and grievous torment rather than renounce an opinion? Any opinion is powerful enough for somebody to hold at the cost of life. Whole peoples would rather exchange life for death than renounce circumcision. Others choose the cruelest of deaths rather than renounce Greek laws. Portuguese cruelty toward banished Jews, assigning 3 ports, then treating those who got aboard harshly, shows zeal and parental love rebelling unto the well. Mothers casting children into the sea rather than see them baptized. He witnessed a friend energetically pursuing death with real passion, rooted in philosophical arguments, who seized upon the first death which presented itself with a radiant countenance. In truth, he would find it easier to list those who did fear death. Pyrrho aboard ship in a storm pointed to a pig quietly feeding amid the tumult. That, he said, was the state of mind the wise man should attain. Fair enough for death, but what about want? And what about pain, which Aristippus, Hieronymus, and most of the wise have held the chief evil, which those who deny it in words confess and practice? Posidonius, racked by an acutely painful illness, told Pompey that pain should not gain such a hold as to stop him discoursing on contempt for pain, while pain pressed hard upon him. Is he arguing about words? If pain is not an evil, why call it so hard? All is not in the mind. We can hold opinions about death, but beat the body and it squeals and cries. Are we to say the trees shudder beneath the axe from opinion? There is less pain in death than in waiting for death. What we usually fear in death is what precedes it, pain. Our self-justifications are false. It is not the thought of dying which makes us unable to suffer the pain of it, but the pain which makes us unable to think of dying. Yet even here opinion works wonders. Women and children endure what soldiers dread. Saints and martyrs have sung in the flames. The Spartan boy with the fox under his cloak, let it gnaw him rather than cry out. Pain's bitterness is sharpened or dulled by our apprehension of it. He tracks his own 3 fortunes with money. First, a casual dependence on others' purses, living without care, spending as occasion offered, never reckoning. Then a turn to parsimony. Fear of want made him thrifty, anxious, counting every coin, a state more miserable than the first. Finally, income and expenditure running in tandem, living day by day according to his means, neither hoarding nor borrowing, the last most enjoyable and orderly. So ease or indigence depend on each man's opinion. Wealth, fame, and health all have no more beauty and pleasure than he who has them lends to them. For each man good or ill is as he finds. The man who is happy is not he who is believed to be so, but he who believes he is so. In that way alone does belief endow itself with true reality. Neither good nor ill is done by fortune. She furnishes matter. The soul is cause of happy state or unhappiness. Things are not all that painful in themselves. Our weakness makes them so. A straight or seams bent in water. It is not only seeing which counts, but how we see. Garments warm us with our heat, not theirs. So good and evil take the color of our internal attributes. Opinion modulates endurance where sensation cannot be abolished. The mistress soul lends savor to fortune's matter. Cato bit his tongue rather than groan. Opinion turned the rack into a trial of will. We name things good or evil by custom and report. Change the opinion, and the same wound becomes honor or shame. Philosophy teaches that much of our suffering is borrowed from judgment, not from nature. Opinion as savor. Good and evil take the color of our internal attributes, as garments warm us with our heat, not theirs. Mistress soul, neither good nor ill is done by fortune. She furnishes matter. The soul is cause of happy state or unhappiness. 3 economies, from borrowed purse to hoarding to living day by day. The last most enjoyable and orderly. Quote, there's an old Greek saying that men are tormented not by things themselves, but by what they think about them. If that assertion could be proved to be always true everywhere, it would be an important point gained for the comforting of our wretched human condition. Quote, so ease or indigence depend on each man's opinion. Wealth, fame, and health all have no more beauty and pleasure than he who has them lends to them. For each man good or ill is as he finds. The man who is happy is not he who is believed to be so, but he who believes he is so. In that way alone does belief endow itself with true reality. 15. One is punished for stubbornly defending a fort without a good reason. Valor has limits. Overstep them, and you tread rashness, stubbornness, madness. Hence the wartime custom of punishing, even by death, those who hold a fort when the rules of war say it cannot be sustained. Otherwise chicken coops would halt armies. Montmorency hanged the tower's defenders at Pavia. Villano and Saint Boni met the same logic. Judgment of a fort's strength depends on the attacker's force. Obstinate against 2 culverins, mad against 30 cannons, and Eastern potentates claim no one may resist them at all. Above all, avoid falling into the hands of a judge who is your enemy, victorious and armed. Valor's limit. Over obstinacy treads rashness. Chicken coops cannot halt armies. Enemy as judge. Avoid falling into the hands of a judge who is victorious, armed, and your foe. Quote, like all other virtues, valor has its limits. Overstep them, and you tread the path of vice. Consequently, a man may go right through into the dwelling place of rashness, stubbornness, and madness if he does not know where those boundaries lie. 16. On punishing cowardice. A great general at table. A soldier should not die for cowardice. The talk was of Irvin's, sentenced for surrendering Boulogne. Distinguish defects of weakness from defects of wickedness. Against the latter we brace ourselves against reason. For the former, nature herself is a defense witness for leaving us so imperfect. Usual punishment is disgrace, carandas, 3 days in a marketplace dressed as women. Make the blood blush, not gush. Rome sometimes killed deserters, sometimes degraded them. Franget, surrendering Fuenarabia, was stripped of nobility for himself and his line. Yet disgrace may make men desperate and hostile. Only when ignorance and cowardice are so crass as to prove malice should they be punished as wickedness. Weakness versus wickedness. Punish conscience's defiance harder than nature's frailty. Disgrace's risk. Ignominy meant to restore courage may estrange and embitter. Quote, in truth, it is reasonable that we should make a great difference between defects due to our weakness and those due to our wickedness. In the latter, we deliberately brace ourselves against reason's rules, which are imprinted on us by nature. In the former, it seems we can call nature herself as a defense witness for having left us so weak and imperfect. 17. The doings of certain ambassadors. On his travels, he always brings talkers back to what they know best. Sailor to winds, soldier to wounds, for everyone prefers to orate about another's job. Reading history, weigh the author. From ambassadors, learn negotiations. Langy's memoirs show French envoys reporting Charles V's consistory insults inaccurately and hiding articles from their king. Odd that an ambassador should choose what to tell his sovereign in a matter of such moment. The servant's duty is to report events fully so the master may judge. To alter truth, lest the king decide, unwisely belongs to the monarch, not the subject. Everyone aspires to usurp mastery. To a superior, no quality should be dearer than simple, straightforward obedience. The servant's duty is events as they occurred. Altering truth lest the king err belongs to the monarch, not the messenger. An ambassador who trims report usurps what he was sent to serve. Full report. The servant's office is events as they occurred, not events as the servant prefers them. Usurped mastery. Trimming truth to protect a prince from error is itself a prince's prerogative, not the envoy's. Quote, "It would seem to me that the duty of a servant is fully and faithfully to report events just as they occurred, so that his master can be free to arrange, judge, and select for himself. To alter the truth and hide it from someone out of fear that he might take it otherwise than he should would seem to belong to the monarch, not the subject." Quote, "On his travels I always bring talkers back to what they know best, sailor to winds, soldier to wounds. For everyone prefers to orate about another's job." 18. On fear. Fear ravished judgment from its seat more readily than any other emotion. He has seen men driven out of their minds by it. Sheep become squadrons. A standard-bearer at the sack of Rome dashes toward the enemy, thinking he runs into town. Another dies, unwounded in a breach, heart frozen. Fear puts wings on heels or nails feet to the ground. Sometimes it drives us to perform, in its service, the very deeds of valor it robbed from duty. It is fear that he is most afraid of. In harshness it surpasses all other mischances. Fear puts wings on heels or nails feet to the ground. Fear of fear is often harsher than the mischances anticipated. It ravishes judgment from its seat more readily than any other passion. Beside oneself, the frightened man is enraptured, a fit of madness while it lasts. Fear of fear, harsher than the mischances it anticipates. Quote, "It is fear that I am most afraid of. In harshness it surpasses all other mischances." Quote, "Fear ravished judgment from its seat more readily than any other emotion. I have seen men driven out of their minds by it." 19. That we should not be deemed happy till after our death. Solon's counsel to Croesus, "Call no man happy before his last day," is children's lore and philosophy both. Fortune ambushes the final hour. Pompey, Sforza, a queen of France by the executioner's hand, prove the mutability. For the philosopher, though, Solon meant more. Happiness is tranquility of a well-born spirit, and we may not attribute it until we have seen the last scene, the hardest, where there is no more feigning. The mask is ripped off, reality remains. All other actions are tried on this master day. The essay of his studies is postponed unto death. Then we shall see if his arguments come from lips or heart. Death judges past years. Only on the master day do true words come from the breast. Solon's wisdom was not posterity's applause, but tranquility proved when there is no more feigning. Master day, death judges all the years past. Other scenes may be acted. True voices. Only then are true words uttered from deep in the breast. Quote, "But in that last scene played between death and ourself, there is no more feigning. We must speak straightforward French. We must show whatever is good and clean in the bottom of the pot. That is why all the other actions in our life must be tried on the touchstone of this final deed. It is the master day, the day which judges all the others. The essay of the fruits of my studies is postponed unto death. Then we shall see if my arguments come from my lips or my heart." Quote, "For the philosopher, Solon meant more. Happiness is tranquility of a well-born spirit, and we may not attribute it until we have seen the last scene, the hardest, where there is no more feigning." 20. To philosophize is to learn how to die. Cicero says philosophizing is nothing other than getting ready to die. Study and contemplation draw the soul somewhat outside ourselves, keeping it occupied away from the body, a state that both resembles death and apprentices us for it. Or else all the wisdom and argument in the world eventually come down to one conclusion, which is to teach us not to be afraid of dying. Either reason is joking, or her target must be our happiness. All her labor must make us live well and at our ease. All the opinions in the world reach the same point. Pleasure is our target, even though they get there by different means. Otherwise, we would throw them out at once. For who would listen to anyone whose goal was pain and suffering? Even in virtue, our ultimate aim is pleasure. He enjoys bashing people's ears with that word, which runs so strongly counter to their minds. When pleasure means the most profound delight and an exceeding happiness, it is a better companion to virtue than anything else. Lively, taut, robust, virile. We ought to have given virtue the more favorable, noble, and natural name of pleasure, not a name derived from vigor. The lower voluptuous pleasure has only a disputed claim to the name. Fleeting, fluid, perishable, with its own vigils, fasts, blood and sweat, and a satiety that amounts to repentance. Obstacles that season voluptuous sweetness wrongly make virtue look austere. They ennoble and sharpen the holy pleasure she procures. A man who weighs her fruit against her price knows neither her graces nor her ways. In every pleasure known to man, the very pursuit is pleasurable. Happiness radiates from virtue and fills every approach to her. One of virtue's main gifts is a contempt for death, the means of furnishing our life with easy tranquility and a pure, friendly taste for it. Without it, every other pleasure is snuffed out. That is why all rules meet and concur in this one clause. They lead us also to despise pain, poverty, and other misfortunes, but not with the same care. Those are not inevitable. Most spend their lives without tasting poverty. Xenophilus the musician lived healthy to 106, and if the worst comes to worst, we can shear off the bung whenever we like. Death can end them. But death itself is inevitable. All lots are shaken in the urn. Sooner or later Charon's boat. If death makes us afraid, that is a subject of continual torment which nothing can assuage. There is no place where death cannot find us, like the rock forever hanging over Tantalus. Take condemned prisoners past fair mansions and ply them with Sicilian banquets. The final purpose of their journey spoils the taste. The end of our course is death. Is the objective necessarily within our sights? If it frightens us, how can we go one step forward without anguish? Ordinary people remedy this by not thinking about it. Brutish insensitivity, walking forward with heads turned backwards. Mention death, and they cross themselves as when the devil is named. They will not draw will until the doctor has pronounced the death sentence. Romans softened the syllable itself. He has ceased to live. He has lived. Consolation even in a past tense. Perhaps repayment delayed means money in hand. He was born between 11 and noon on the last day of February 1533. A fortnight past 39, he might think he ought to live as long again, and that it would be mad to think of something so far off. Yes, but all leave life in the same circumstances, young and old alike. Everybody goes out as though he had just come in. However decrepit, a man thinks he still has 20 years, so long as Methuselah is ahead of him. Silly fool. Who has decided your term? Count how many acquaintances died younger than you. Among the famous, more died before 35 and after. Jesus ended at 33. So did Alexander, the greatest man who was simply man. Death surprises in so many ways. A Duke of Brittany crushed in a crowd at Lyons. A king killed at sport. An ancestor killed by a bump from a pig. Aeschylus by a tortoise dropped from an eagle. Another choked on a grape pip. An emperor from a scratch while combing. Bebius granting a litigant a week's extra time when his own had run out. Captain St. Martin, Montaigne's brother, felled at 23 by a tennis ball above the right ear. No bruise, yet dead of apoplexy within hours. How can we rid ourselves of thoughts of death, or stop imagining it has us by the scruff at every moment? If there were any way of sheltering from death's blows, even by crawling under the skin of a calf, he is not the man to recoil from it. But it is madness to think you can succeed by never mentioning death. They come and go and trot and dance, and never a word about it. Yet when death comes unawares, to them, their wives, their children, their friends, what storms, what cries, what despair. We must start providing for it earlier. Death can catch the coward on the run as easily as the honorable man. No tempered steel protects the shoulders. To deprive death of its greatest advantage, adopt a way clean contrary to the common one. Deprive it of its strangeness, frequent it, get used to it, have nothing more often in mind. Whenever a horse stumbles, a tile falls, or a pin pricks, chew over, supposing that was death itself? In the midst of joy and feasting, let the refrain recall our human condition, as the Egyptians brought a mummified corpse among the banquets. We do not know where death awaits us, so let us wait for it everywhere. To practice death is to practice freedom. A man who has learned how to die has unlearned how to be a slave. Life has no evil for him who has thoroughly understood that loss of life is not an evil. Paulus Emilius told the captive king of Macedonia, begging not to be led in triumph. Let him beg that favor from himself. Nature must lend a hand, or art progresses little. He himself is not so much melancholic as an idle dreamer. From the outset, no topic concerned him more than thoughts about death. Even in the most licentious period of his life, among games and courting, reflecting that someone leaving festivities just like these had been surprised by fever with his head full of idleness, love, and merriment, just like him. At first such ideas sting. Keep handling them, and you tame them. No man ever had less confidence that he would go on living, or counted less on a long life. Robust health never extends his hopes any more than sickness shortens them. Every moment he seems to be running away from himself, chanting, "Anything you could do another day can be done now." Risks do little to bring us nearer death. Among millions of hanging threats, death is equally near when vigorous or feverish, at sea or at home. If he has only 1 hour's work before he dies, he is never sure he has time enough. He jotted a posthumous declaration a league from home because he was not absolutely certain of getting back. Being a man who broods and stores thoughts inside, he is always just about as ready as he can be. When death suddenly appears, it will bear no new warning. As far as we possibly can, we must always have our boots on, ready to go. Above all, take care to have no outstanding business with anyone else. One complains that death cuts short a fine victory. Another that he must depart before marrying off his daughter or educating his children, as though those were the principal attributes of his being. He is ready to leave whenever God pleases, regretting nothing except life itself if its loss should weigh heavy. He is untying all the knots, half saying adieus to everyone but himself. No man has prepared to leave the world more simply or more fully or more completely let go of everything. We are born for action. He wants us doing things, prolonging life's duties as much as we can. He wants death to find him planting his cabbages, neither worrying about it nor the unfinished gardening. He once saw a man die lamenting that destiny had cut the thread of the history he was writing when he had only got up to the 15th or 16th king. Throw off such humors. They are harmful and vulgar. Lycurgus planted graveyards next to churches so women, children, and lesser folk should grow accustomed to seeing a dead man without terror, and so the continual spectacle of bones should remind us of our condition. He has adopted the practice of always having death not only in mind, but on his lips. Nothing he inquires about more readily than how men have died, what they said, how they looked. There are no passages in the history books he notes more attentively. If he were a scribbler, he would produce a compendium of the various ways men have died. Anyone who taught men how to die would teach them how to live. People will say the reality of death so far exceeds the thought that when we get there all our fine fencing amounts to nothing. Let them say so. Meditating beforehand confers great advantages. Is it nothing to get even that far without faltering? Nature herself lends a hand. If death is violent and short, we have no time to feel afraid. If otherwise, as illness gets hold, he naturally slips into a kind of contempt for life. Determination to die is harder to digest in good health than in fever, when pleasures lose their use and enjoyment. He hopes the further from health and nearer death, the more easily he will exchange one for the other. Things often look bigger from afar than close, too. He was more terrified of illness when well than when ill. If any of us were plunged into old age, all of a sudden the change would be unbearable. But almost imperceptibly nature leads us by the hand down a gentle slope, little by little engulfs us and breaks us in, so that we feel no jolt when youth dies in us. Although in essence that is a harsher death than the total extinction of a languishing old age. It is not so grievous a leap from a wretched existence to non-existence as from a sweet existence in full bloom to one full of travail. When bodies are bent, they have less strength for burdens. So too for souls. We must educate and train them for their encounter with death, for the soul can find no rest while she remains afraid. Once she finds assurance, she can boast that anxiety, anguish, fear, or even the slightest dissatisfaction cannot dwell within her, almost surpassing our human condition. She has made herself mistress of her passions and lusts, of destitution, shame, poverty, and all other injuries of fortune. True and sovereign freedom, cocking a snook at force and injustice, laughing at manacles and prisons. Our religion has never had a surer human foundation than contempt for life. Death is inevitable. Does it matter when it comes? When Socrates was told the 30 tyrants had condemned him, he retorted, "In nature, them, just as our birth was the birth of all things for us, so our death will be the death of them all." Equally mad to weep, because we shall not be alive 100 years from now, and to weep, because we were not alive 100 years ago. Death is the origin of another life. We wept like this when we entered, stripping off our former veil. Nothing can be grievous which occurs but once. Is it reasonable to fear so long something which lasts so short time? Living long or short are made all one by death. Long and short do not apply to that which is no more. Aristotle's day flies on the Hypanis. Those dying at 8 in the morning die in youth. Those at 5 in the evening of senility. Make us laugh if so momentary a span counted as happiness or unhappiness. Yet against eternity, mountains, stars, or some animals, saying shorter or longer becomes equally ridiculous. Nature drives us that way too. Leave this world just as you entered it. That same journey from death to life, made without suffering or fear, make again from life to death. Your death is part of the order of the universe, part of the life of the world. Mortal creatures pass on the torch like runners in a relay. Death is one of the attributes you are created with. You are running away from yourself. This being you enjoy is equally divided between death and life. From the day you were born, your path leads to death as well as life. All that you live, you have stolen from life. You live at her expense. Your life's continual task is to build your death. You are in death while you are in life. Life itself is neither good nor evil. Life is where good or evil find a place, depending on how you make it for them. If you have lived one day, you have seen everything. One day equals all days. Make way for others as others did for you. The first part of equity is equality. Who can complain of being included when all are included? It is no good going on living. It will in no wise shorten the time you will stay dead. Death does not concern you, dead or alive. Alive because you are, dead because you are no more. No one dies before his time. The time you leave behind is no more yours than the time before you were born. Wherever your life ends, there all of it ends. The usefulness of living lies not in duration, but in what you make of it. Some have lived long and lived little. Whether you have lived enough depends not on account of years, but on your will. Why pull back when retreat is impossible? Have you ever seen anyone for whom death turned out badly? A small man is no less whole than a tall one. Neither men nor their lives are measured by the yard. Chiron refused immortality when told its characteristics. Truly imagine how much less bearable a life lasting forever would be. If you did not have death, you would curse nature for depriving you of it. She mixed a little anguish into death to stop you embracing it too avidly, tempering both life and death between bitter and sweet. Neither fleeing from life nor yet from death. Water, earth, air, and fire are no more instrumental to your life than to your death. Why afraid of your last day? It brings you no closer to your death than any other did. The last step does not make you tired. It shows that you are tired. All days lead to death. The last one gets there. Those are the good counsels of nature, our mother. He has often wondered why the face of death appears incomparably less terrifying in war than in our homes. Otherwise, armies would consist of doctors and crybabies, and why there is always more steadfastness among village folk in the lower orders. What frightens us more than death itself are those terrifying grimaces and preparations with which we surround it. Mothers, wives, and children weeping, visits from people stunned with grief, pale, tear-stained servants, a bedchamber without daylight, candles lighted, bedside besieged by doctors and preachers. In short, all about us horror and terror. We are under the ground already. Children are frightened of their very friends when they see them masked. So are we. We must rip the masks off things as well as off people. Once we have done that, we shall find underneath only that same death which a valet and a chambermaid got through recently without being afraid. Bless the death which leaves no time for preparing such gatherings of mourners. Practice freedom. To practice death is to practice freedom. A man who has learned how to die has unlearned how to be a slave. Boots on, always ready to go, no outstanding business. Death should bear no new warning when it suddenly appears. Cabbages prolong life's duties. Die in the midst of work without fretting the unfinished gardening or the unfinished history. Quote, I want us to be doing things, prolonging life's duties as much as we can. I want death to find me planting my cabbages, neither worrying about it nor the unfinished gardening. Quote, just as our birth was the birth of all things for us, so our death will be the death of them all. That is why it is equally mad to weep, because we shall not be alive 100 years from now, and to weep, because we were not alive 100 years ago. 21. On the power of the imagination. Fortis imaginatio generat casum. A powerful imagination generates the event, as the scholars say. He is one of those by whom its powerful blows are felt most strongly. Everyone is hit by it, but some are bowled over. It cuts a deep impression into him. His skill consists in avoiding it, not resisting it. He would rather live among people healthy and cheerful. The sight of another man's suffering produces physical suffering in him, and his own sensitivity has often misappropriated the feelings of a third party. A persistent cougher tickles his lungs and throat. The sick he is duty-bound to visit he visits more unwillingly than those with whom he feels less concerned. When he contemplates an illness, he seizes upon it and lodges it within himself. He does not find it strange that imagination should bring fevers and death to those who let it act freely and give encouragement. Simon Thomas, a great doctor, told a rich old consumptive that one means of cure was to enjoy Montaigne's company. Fix eyes on the freshness of his countenance, the overflowing cheerfulness of young manhood. By filling the senses with the flower of youth, the condition might improve. He forgot to add that Montaigne's might get worse. Gallus Vibius so tensed his soul to understand the essence of insanity that he toppled his own judgment from its seat and was never able to restore it. He could boast he was made a fool by his own wisdom. Some forestall the hand of their executioners. One man on the scaffold, being unblindfolded so that his pardon could be read, fell down dead. The blow struck by imagination alone. Imaginary thoughts make us break into sweats, tremble, grow pale, or flush. Some even die from them. Boiling youth grows so hot in its armor plate that it consummates sexual desires while fast asleep. Sippus, a king in Italy, excited by a bullfight, dreamed of bull's horns, and horns grew on his forehead by sheer power of imagination. Passion gave speech to Croesus's son, denied it by nature. Antiochus fell in a fever from Stratinus' beauty, too vigorously imprinted on his soul. At Vitry-le-François he saw Germain, to whom the Bishop of Soissons had given that name at confirmation, until 22, known as a girl called Marie. Then, straining to jump, male organs suddenly appeared. The girls still sing warning not to take great strides lest they become boys like Marie Germain. If imagination has any power in such matters, in girls it dwells so constantly on sex that it can more easily make that male organ into a part of their bodies. Scars of King Dagobert and St. Francis are attributed by some to imagination. Celsus and Augustine tell of priests whose souls were enraptured in ecstasy, bodies lifeless and senseless, without pulse or breath, yet aware of voices as from afar. It is likely that credit given to miracles, visions, enchantments chiefly derives from imagination acting on the more impressionable souls of the common people. Their capacity to believe so ravished that they think they see what they do not see. Those ridiculous attacks of magic impotence by which society believes itself beset can readily be thought of as resulting from fear or apprehension. He knows this from the experience of man he can vouch for as though himself. Not the slightest suspicion of sexual inadequacy or magic spells. But he heard a comrade tell how extraordinary impotency fell upon him just when he could least afford it. Then, on a similar occasion, the horror of this account struck his own imagination so brutally that he too incurred a similar fate, from then on subject to relapses, the ignoble memory taunting and tyrannizing. He cured this madness by another. He admitted beforehand that he was subject to this infirmity and spoke openly about it, relieving tensions within his soul. By bearing the malady as something to be expected, constriction grew less. Then, thoughts unencumbered, his body clean, cured itself. Except for genuine impotence, never again are you incapable if you are capable of doing it once. This misfortune is to be feared only when souls are immoderately tense with desire and respect, especially when the opportunity is pressing and unforeseen. He helped a highly placed count on his marriage night with a little flat piece of gold engraved with celestial symbols, a piece of lunacy akin to the one they were talking of, tied under the chin. The count was told it would protect him. Confidence did the work. He gives a mock legal defense of the penis, that unruly member which will not obey when we most need it, and will not be quiet when we wish it still, as if it had a will of its own. He catalogues bodily rebellions, including a man whose disorderly behind has farted him toward the grave for 40 years. Doctors first work on the confidence of their patient with fake promises of a cure so that imagination may make up for the trickery of their potions. A Swiss apothecary's tale. A Toulouse merchant with the stone went through all the formalities of enemas, fingering them to see if too hot, lying on his side, except that no clister was injected. The result was the same as for those who had. When his wife essayed warm water to cut expenses, that proved to have no effect. The trickery discovered, he was obliged to return to the first kind. A woman who believed she had swallowed a pin yelled as though she felt it stuck. A clever fellow made her vomit and secretly tossed a bent pin into what she brought up. She believed she had vomited it out and felt relieved. A squire joked that he had made company eat cat pie. One young lady collapsed with serious stomach disorder and fever. Impossible to save her. Even beasts are subject. Dogs grieve to death when they lose their masters, yap and twitch in dreams. Horses whinny and struggle. All this can be attributed to the close stitching of mind to body, each communicating its fortunes to the other. It is quite different that imagination should sometimes act not merely upon its own body, but on someone else's, as plague, pox, and conjunctivitis pass from person to person. When imagination is vehemently shaken, it sends forth darts which may strike an outside object. Mothers transmit to children in the womb marks connected with their thoughts. Near Pisa, a bristly, hairy girl whose mother claimed conception from a portrait of John the Baptist above her bed. In his own place a cat watched a bird. They stared. The bird tumbled dead between the paws. Either its own imagination poisoned it or the cat's force of attraction. When he borrows exempla, he commits them to the consciences of those he took them from. The discursive reflections are his own. Fabulous testimonies, provided they remain possible, can do service as well as true ones in the study of manners and motives. Whether it happened or not, to Peter or John, in Rome or Paris, it still remains within the compass of what human beings are capable of. His aim, if he could manage it, would be to relate what can happen. Where exempla concern what he has heard, said, or done, he has not dared to change even the most trivial circumstance. Not one jot has been consciously falsified. Generates the event. Strong imagining does not merely represent. It precipitates, fevers, horns, death on the scaffold, cure by confidence. Sympathy embodies. Sight of suffering misappropriates a third party's feelings into his own frame. Mind and body are closely stitched. Magic impotence. Fear and apprehension, not sorcery. Admit the infirmity openly, and the body may surprise itself into cure. Quote, Fortis imaginatio generat casum. A powerful imagination generates the event, as the scholars say. I am one of those by whom the powerful blows of the imagination are felt most strongly. Everyone is hit by it, but some are bowled over. It cuts a deep impression into me. My skill consists in avoiding it, not resisting it. Quote, the sight of another man's suffering produces physical suffering in me, and my own sensitivity has often misappropriated the feelings of a third party. A persistent cougher tickles my lungs and my throat. 22. One man's profit is another man's loss. Demades condemned a seller of funeral goods for profiting from deaths. Ill-founded, since no profit is made except at somebody else's loss. Merchant, husbandman, architect, lawyer, even clergy draw fees from our deaths and vices. Sound your inner depths. Most desires are born at other people's expense. Nature's polity is the same. The birth of each thing is the corruption of another. Zero-sum polity. Nature's own household runs on corruption of one thing by another's birth. Inner depths. Sound yourself and find most desires born at other people's expense. Quote, no profit is ever made except at somebody else's loss. By his reckoning you would have to condemn earnings of every sort. And what is worse, if each of us were to sound our inner depths, he would find that most of our desires are born and nurtured at other people's expense. 23. On habit, and on never easily changing a traditional law. The power of habit was well understood by the man who forged the tale of a village woman who cuddled a calf from birth until she could carry a fully grown bull. For in truth, habit is a violent and treacherous schoolteacher. Gradually and stealthily she slides her authoritative foot into us. Then, having by this gentle and humble beginning planted it firmly within us, helped by time, she later discloses an angry, tyrannous countenance, against which we are no longer allowed even to lift up our eyes. At every turn we find habit infringing the rules of nature. Custom is a most effectual schoolmaster. He trusts Plato's cave, the doctors who yield to habit the reasonings of their art, the king who by habit brought his stomach to draw nourishment from poison, the maiden Albertus relates who lived on spiders. In the Indies, great nations lived on spiders, grasshoppers, ants, lizards, and bats. When food was short, a toad sold for 6 crowns, while other peoples found our meats deadly poisonous. Huntsmen spend nights in the snow. Boxers bruised by studded gloves do not even groan. Habit stuns our senses. Blacksmiths, millers, and armorers could not put up with the noise if stunned as we are. His scented waistcoat is at first scented for him, but after 3 days only others notice. Stranger still, habit can stabilize impressions despite intervals. He lives in a tower where at daybreak and sundown a great bell tolls the Ave Maria. The tower trembles. At first unbearable, a brief time broke him in, so that he now hears it without annoyance and often without even being roused from sleep. Plato chided a boy for playing knucklebones. The boy said it was unimportant. Habit, said Plato, is not unimportant. Our greatest vices acquire their bent in tender infancy. Formation is chiefly in the hands of wet nurses. Mothers think boys are playing when they wring a chicken's neck or wound a dog. Some fathers think it augurs a martial spirit when a son outrageously strikes a peasant who cannot defend himself, or cleverness when he cheats a playmate. Those are the true seeds of cruelty, tyranny, and treachery. They germinate and flourish in habit's grip. It is a most dangerous start to education to excuse such tendencies because of childhood's weakness or the subject's unimportance. Nature's voice is then all the louder for being unbroken. And the ugliness of cheating does not depend on the difference between money and counters. It depends on the cheating. If he cheats over counters, why should he not cheat over money? We must carefully teach children to detest vices for what they consist in, their natural ugliness, so that they flee them not only in deeds but in minds. He was trained from boyhood to stride the open highway and find cunning in childish games repugnant. Games are not games for children, but the most serious things they do. Playing cards with wife and daughter, he treats pennies like double doubloons. Everywhere his own eyes suffice to keep him to his duty. We discover habit's effects still better from impressions on our souls, where she encounters less resistance. Is there any opinion so bizarre that habit has not planted it and established it by laws anywhere she likes? Leaving aside the coarse deceit of religions, which lies beyond human reason, there is no notion, however mad, of which we do not meet an example in some public practice, propped up by discursive reason. Nations greet by turning their backs. When the king spits, the court favorite holds out her hand. Elsewhere, the most eminent gather up his feces in linen. A French nobleman always blew his nose with his fingers. Defending himself, he asked why filthy mucus should be so privileged that we prepare fine linen to receive it, wrap it up, and carry it carefully about. That practice ought to excite more loathing than simply excreting it as we do other droppings. Not totally unreasonable. Habit had prevented Montaigne from noticing the strangeness we find so hideous in similar customs abroad. Miraculous wonders depend on our ignorance of nature, not on nature's essence. Barbarians are in no wise more of a wonder to us than we are to them, nor with better reason. Human reason is a die spread more or less equally through all opinions and manners, infinite in matter and diversity. He catalogues peoples. Virgins openly display what married women hide, chastity valued only in matrimony, girls giving themselves as they wish, merchant bridegrooms whose wedding guests lie with the bride first. The more numerous, the greater her honor, public brothels of men, women accompanying husbands to war and high command, golden rods through bosoms and buttocks, inheritance by brothers and nephews, not children. Community of goods under sovereign magistrates, bewailing children's deaths, and rejoicing at the elderlies, 10 or a dozen men and wives sharing a bed, killing newborn girls and buying women from neighbors, boiling the dead into gruel mixed with wine, sepulture by dogs or birds, women-only states with armies, 7-year-old boys flogged to death without changing expression, riches held in such contempt that the most wretched would not stoop for a purse of crowns. Custom produced a miracle in chaos. For 700 years, no one recalled a woman or girl who lost her honor. To sum up, there is nothing that custom may not do and cannot do. Pindar rightly calls her the queen and empress of the world. The man found beating his father replied that such was traditional in his family, grandfather, great-grandfather, and that this boy would beat him once he reached that age. Yet the father, being dragged, commanded him to stop at a certain doorway, for he had not dragged his own father beyond that point, the hereditary boundary. The laws of conscience, which we say are born of nature, are born of custom. Since man inwardly venerates the opinions and manners approved about him, he cannot without remorse free himself from them, nor apply himself to them without self-approbation. Custom's principal activity is so to seize us and grip us in her claws that it is hardly in our power to struggle free and come back into ourselves where we can reason about her ordinances. We suck them in with our mother's milk. The face of the world presented to infant gaze makes us think we were born with the property of continuing to act that way. Common opinions planted by forefathers appear to belong to our genus, to be natural. That is why we think reason is unhinged whenever custom is. Peoples nurtured on freedom judge any other polity deformed. Those used to monarchy, once rid of one master, rush to implant another, incapable of hating overmastery as such. Darius asked Greeks what it would take to adopt the Indian custom of eating dead fathers. Nothing on earth. Then tried persuading Indians to cremate like Greeks. He horrified them even more. We all do likewise. Usage hides the true aspect of things. He once had to justify a practice accepted as established authority. Tracing it to origins, he found its basis, so weak he all but loathed it, he who was supposed to encourage it in others. A man who wishes to loose himself from custom's violent foregone conclusions will find many things accepted as indubitably settled, which have nothing to support them but the hoary whiskers of attendant usage. Tear off that mask. Bring matters back to truth and reason, and he will feel his judgment turned upside down, yet restored to a much surer state. What stranger than a people obliged to obey laws they have never understood, neither written nor published in their own language, paying to have them interpreted, making a trade of reason itself? He is pleased that a Gascon gentleman from his country was first to object when Charlemagne wished to impose imperial Roman law. What more uncouth than a nation where the office of judge is openly venal, justice denied to anyone who cannot pay, a fourth estate of lawsuit dealers joining church, nobility and people, two sets of laws, honor and justice strongly opposed. The first condemns an unavenged accusation of lying. The other condemns the revenge. Nevertheless, such considerations do not deter a man of intelligence from following the common fashion. Idiosyncratic and outlandish modes derive less from reason than from madness and ambitious affectation. It is his soul that a wise man should withdraw from the crowd, maintaining its power and freedom freely to make judgments, whilst externally accepting all received forms and fashions. The government of a community has no right to our thoughts, but everything else, actions, efforts, wealth, and life itself, should be lent to it for its service or even given up when the community's opinions so require, just as Socrates refused to save his life by disobeying a most unjust magistrate. The rule of rules, the general law of laws, is that each should observe those of the place wherein he lives. And here is one drawn from a different barrel. It is greatly to be doubted whether any obvious good can come from changing any traditional law, whatever it may be, compared with the evil of changing it. For a polity is like a building made of diverse pieces interlocked together, joined so that it is impossible to move one without the whole structure feeling it. He who gave the Thurians their laws ordained that anyone wishing to abolish an ancient one or establish a new should appear before the people with a rope round his neck, to be hanged at once if anyone failed to approve. The Spartan lawgiver spent his life persuading citizens to promise not to break any of his ordinances. The Spartan magistrate who roughly cut the 2 extra strings Phrynis added to his lyre was not worried whether the music was improved. It sufficed to condemn them as a departure from traditional style. He abhors novelty, no matter what visage it presents, and is right to do so, for he has seen some of its disastrous effects. That novelty, which for so many years has beset them, is not solely responsible, but one can say with every likelihood that it has incidentally caused and given birth to them all. Those who shake the state are easily the first to be engulfed in its destruction. The fruits of dissension are not gathered by the one who began it. He stirs and troubles the waters for other men to fish in. Once the great structure of the monarchy is shaken by novelty and its interwoven bonds torn asunder, especially in its old age, the gates are opened as wide as you wish to similar attacks. Even the best of pretexts for novelty are exceedingly dangerous. So true is it that no change from ancient ways can be approved. To speak frankly, there is a great deal of self-love and arrogance in judging so highly of your opinions that you are obliged to disturb the public peace in order to establish them, introducing those many unavoidable evils and that horrifying moral corruption which civil wars and political upheavals bring in their wake, into your own country. Treacherous schoolteacher, habit enters humble and ends absolute. The Ave Maria bell that first shook his tower now fails to wake him. Counters and money. The ugliness of cheating does not depend on stakes. Teach children to hate the vice itself, not only its costly form. Queen of the world, nothing custom may not do, from nose linen to eating fathers, and conscience's natural laws are custom's children. Quote, for in truth, habit is a violent and treacherous schoolteacher. Gradually and stealthily she slides her authoritative foot into us. Then, having by this gentle and humble beginning planted it firmly within us, helped by time, she later discloses an angry, tyrannous countenance, against which we are no longer allowed even to lift up our eyes. Quote, "The rule of rules, the general law of laws, is that each should observe those of the place wherein he lives. It is greatly to be doubted whether any obvious good can come from changing any traditional law, whatever it may be, compared with the evil of changing it. For a polity is like a building made of diverse pieces interlocked together, joined in such a way that it is impossible to move one without the whole structure feeling it." 24. Same design, differing outcomes. Amiot's tale. A prince at the siege of Rouen, warned of a plot, confronts the pale conspirator and forgives him. "Your religion counsels you to kill me. Mine commands me to forgive." Augustus, counseled by Livia, pardons Cinna after a night of contradictory anguish. Mildness and severity, disclosure and silence. Walking frank among doubtful troops or cutting the review. The same design yields opposite fruits. Caesar awaited conspiracies without fear and was murdered. Dionysius bought a fake art of detecting plots and was feared for the boast. Provisions are full of uncertainty. Better face with fair assurance what cannot be remedied, drawing consolation from not being sure it will come. Amiot's prince at Rouen confronted the conspirator and forgave him. "Your religion counsels you to kill me unheard. Mine commands me to forgive." Augustus, counseled by Livia after Salvianus, Lepidus, Murena, Scipio, and Ignatius, pardoned Cinna and received a just reward. No further plot. Human wisdom is vain. Despite projects and precautions, outcome remains fortune's. Medicine rests on fragile foundations. Montaigne despises doctors when well and fears them when ill. Alexander swallowed Philip's potion while reading Parmenian's warning, the supreme model of daring resolve. Scipio quit Spain and crossed to Africa with 2 small vessels, entrusting himself to Syphax. Our own trust frequently binds the trust of others. Caesar stood on a mound of turf with intrepid face. Yet a commander who faced a mutinous mob in submissive doublet was killed. Fault in weakness, not in going out among them. Julius Caesar let conspiracies be known and awaited the outcome without fear, and was murdered. Dionysius paid 600 crowns for a boasted secret of detecting plots. The payment itself frightened his enemies. A Roman fugitive, weary of hiding, called his pursuers back and surrendered. Mildness and severity, disclosure and silence. The same design yields opposite fruits. Since provisions we can make are full of uncertainty, it is better to face what may happen with fair assurance. Montaigne advised frank faces and hearty volleys at a dangerous troop review. Mutual confidence followed thereafter. Our French prince's mildness could not save him from another snare. Fortune keeps the outcome, not the plan. Since provisions we can make are full of uncertainty, face what may happen with fair assurance, drawing consolation from not being sure that it will. The same design, pardon, severity, disclosure, flight, yields opposite fruits in different hands. Human wisdom is vain. Despite projects and precautions, outcome remains fortune's. Medicine, war, and statecraft share one hazardous grammar. Fortune in the arts, war, medicine, and statecraft alike are rewritten by outcome. Clemency essayed. Forgiveness and severity are tools whose success the event alone grades. Quote, "But since such provisions as we can make are full of uncertainty and anguish, it is better to be ready to face with fair assurance anything that can happen, while drawing some consolation from not being sure that it will." Quote, "So vain and worthless is human wisdom. Despite all our projects, counsels, and precautions, the outcome remains in the possession of fortune." 25. On schoolmasters' learning. When he was a schoolboy, he was often upset seeing schoolmasters treated as buffoons in Italian comedies, and among the French the title of magister scarcely implies much more respect. Placed under their control, the least he could do was be jealous of their reputation. He tried to excuse them by the natural conflict between the common man and men of rare judgment and outstanding learning, courses that run flat opposite. The effort was wasted. It was the most civilized who held them in greatest contempt. Witness Du Bellay. Most of all, he loathes schoolmasterish erudition. The attitude goes back to the ancients. Plutarch says scholar and Greek were terms of abuse among the Romans. As he grew older, he found they were absolutely right. The most biggest clerks ain't the most wisest. Yet how can a soul enriched by so much knowledge not be more alert and alive, or a grosser commonplace spirit lodge within itself, without moral improvement, the reasonings of the most excellent minds? That still leaves him wondering. A young princess said of a particular man that by welcoming in so many powerful brains, his own was forced to squeeze up, crouch, and contract to make room for them all. He would like to suggest our minds are swamped by too much study and too much matter, just as plants by too much water or lamps by too much oil, held fast and encumbered, bowed under the load. Except that it is quite otherwise. The more our souls are filled, the more they expand. Great soldiers and statesmen were also great scholars. Those philosophers who withdrew from affairs of state were mocked by comic license, still trying to find out whether there is life or motion, whether man differs from ox, what law and justice are. Praise a king, and to them he is but an idle shepherd exploiting sheep more harshly than a real one. Pride yourself on 2,000 acres and they laugh, used to treating the whole world as their own. Vaunt 7 rich forebears, and they think you frivolous, knowing the universality of nature and how many forebears each of us has. Rich, poor, kings, lackeys, Greeks, barbarians. The common man despised them as knowing nothing about everyday matters. But that Platonic portrait is far removed from what is lacking in the pedants we were talking about. The others were envied for being above common concerns, constructing a private, inimitable way of life governed by high, unusual principles. The men we mean are despised as inferior to the common model, incapable of public duties, dragging base vile morals behind the common sort. He hates men whose words are philosophical, but whose deeds are base. Those other philosophers were great in learning, greater still in activities of every kind. Like the geometrician of Syracuse, interrupted in contemplation to put inventions to the defense of his country, producing frightful works surpassing belief, yet despising the work of his hands as apprentice toys, compromising his art's dignity. When put to the test of action, they flew aloft on so soaring a wing that their understanding had wondrously enriched hearts and minds. Some, observing political power taken over by incompetence, withdrew. Crates told the man who asked how long to philosophize, until our armies are no longer led by mule drivers. Heraclitus made over his kingdom to his brother. Empedocles rejected Agrigenum's kingship. Thales, accused of sour grapes for condemning money-making, for fun debased his knowledge in the service of profit, and in 1 year brought in as much wealth as the most experienced matched in a lifetime. Aristotle tells of people who called Thales and Anaxagoras wise, but not prudent for not concerning themselves with useful matters. No excuse for the base and needy lot our pedants are satisfied with. They are both not wise and not prudent. Leaving aside that first explanation, the evil arises from tackling the sciences in the wrong manner. From the way we have been taught, it is no wonder that neither master nor pupils become more able, even though they do know more. The care and fees of our parents aim only at furnishing our heads with knowledge. Nobody talks about judgment or virtue. Pass by crying, "Oh, what a learned man," then, "Oh, what a good man." People turn respectfully toward the first. There ought to be a third crying, "Oh, what blockheads." We readily inquire, does he know Greek or Latin? Can he write poetry and prose? But what matters most we put last. Has he become better and wiser? We ought to find out not who understands most, but who understands best. We work merely to fill the memory, leaving understanding and the sense of right and wrong empty. Just as birds go in search of grain, carrying it in their beaks without tasting it to stuff down the beaks of their young, so our schoolmasters forage for learning in books and merely lodge it on the tip of their lips, only to spew it out and scatter it on the wind. Such foolishness fits his own case marvelously, rummaging in books for sayings which please him. Not to store them up, he has no storehouses, but to carry them over into this work, where, to tell the truth, they are no more his than in their original place. We are taught for the schoolroom, not for life. All we do is look after the opinions and learning of others. We ought to make them our own. We closely resemble a man who, needing a fire, goes next door to get a light, finds a great big blaze there, and stays to warm himself, forgetting to take any fire home. What good does it do us to have a bellyful of meat if we do not digest it, if it is not transformed into us, if it does not make us bigger and stronger? Our minds move only at second hand, shackled to someone else's ideas, captives enslaved to the authority of what they have been taught, never free from tutelage. In his local Perigord dialect, these stripling savants are amusingly called lettre ferrets, word-struck, as though reading had given them a whack with a hammer. As often as not they appear knocked below common sense itself. Take a peasant or cobbler. You see them going simply about their business, talking only of what they know, whereas these fellows, wanting to rise armed with knowledge merely floating on the surface of their brains, are forever getting snarled up. Fine words break loose from them, but let somebody else apply them. They know their Galen, but not their patient. They stuff your head with prescriptions before they understand the case. They have learned the theory of everything. Try and find one who can put it into practice. A friend amused himself coining nonsensical jargon of disconnected phrases and borrowed passages, often interlarded with terms bearing on their discussion, and kept one of these fellows arguing a whole day, thinking he was answering objections. And the man had a reputation for learning, and a fine gown too. Whoever looks closely at persons of this sort, spread about everywhere, will find that for the most part they understand neither themselves nor anyone else, and that while their memory is very full, their judgment remains entirely hollow, unless their own nature is fashioned it otherwise, as he saw in Adrian Turnebus, who had no profession but letters, the greatest man for a millennium in his opinion. Yet nothing donnish about him except the gown and some superficial mannerisms. Within, Turnebus was the most polished of men. Tossed into subjects remote from his experience, his insight was so lucid, his grasp so quick, his judgment so sound that it seemed he had never had any other business but war or statecraft. Natures like that keep their integrity even through a bad education. Yet it is not enough that our education should not deprave us. It must change us for the better. When courts of parliament admit magistrates, some examine only learning. Others also make a practical essay by giving them a case to judge. The latter have the better procedure. Judgment can do without knowledge, but not knowledge without judgment. What use is knowledge if there is no understanding? Would to God French justice were as well furnished with understanding and integrity as with knowledge. Now we are not merely to stick knowledge onto the soul. We must incorporate it into her. The soul should not be sprinkled with knowledge, but steeped in it. And if knowledge does not change her and make her imperfect state better, then it is preferable just to leave it alone. Knowledge is a dangerous sword. In a weak hand which does not know how to wield it, it gets in its master's way and wounds him, so that it would have been better not to have studied at all. Studies in France have virtually no other end than making money. Few whom nature begot for duties noble rather than lucrative devote themselves to learning or withdraw before acquiring a taste. Normally few left entirely to study, except people with no money striving to make their living from it, souls of the basest alloy bearing but the false fruits of knowledge. Learning sheds no light on a soul which lacks it. It cannot make a blind man see. Her task is not to furnish him with sight, but to train his own and put it through its paces, if it has legs and hoofs sound and capable. Learning is a good medicine, but no medicine is powerful enough to preserve itself from taint independently of defects in the jar. Now that so many are learned, it is good men that we lack. All other knowledge is harmful in a man who has no knowledge of what is good. In that excellent education Xenophon ascribed to the Persians, they taught children to be virtuous just as other peoples teach theirs to read. Plato says the eldest royal son was entrusted not to women, but to eunuchs of highest virtue. At 7, riding and hunting. At 14, for men, the wisest, most just, most temperate, most valiant, teaching religion, truth, mastery of desires, fearlessness. In Lycurgus's prodigious constitution, the education of children was the principal duty, yet little mention of instruction even in the Muses. Those great-hearted youths despised any yoke save virtue, provided not masters of arts, but masters of valor, wisdom, and justice. Their mode of teaching, posing questions about judgments and deeds of men. If pupils condemned or praised, they had to justify, sharpening understanding and learning what is right. Cyrus's school lesson on the big boy's coat and the slight classmate. The teacher showed him he had judged by what seemed better, whereas he should first have dealt with justice, which requires that no one be subjected to force over things belonging to him. And he was beaten, just as we are for forgetting the first aorist of Tupto. The Persians wanted to put children directly in touch with actual cases, teaching not by hearsay, but by actively assaying, molding by deeds and examples, so that wisdom should not be something the soul knows, but the soul's very essence and temperament. Agesilaus asked what should be taught to children, what they should do when they are grown up. Athens learned to talk well, Sparta to act well. There the tongue, in continuous training, here the soul. Antipater demanded 50 sons as hostages. They prefer to give twice as many grown men. So high a value did they place on the boy's national education. Studying arts and sciences often makes hearts soft rather than firm for war. The strongest state of our time, the Turks, are taught to respect arms and despise learning. Rome was more valiant before she became learned. When Goths sacked Greece, libraries were saved by the idea that such goods deflect enemies from military exercises into sedentary idle occupations. Make it our own. Opinions lodged from outside must be digested into judgment. Take fire home. Do not merely warm yourself at another's blaze. Memory full, judgment hollow. We ask Greek and Latin first, better and wiser last. Birds carry grain untasted to stuff young beaks. Steep, do not sprinkle. Knowledge that does not change the soul for the better is a dangerous sword in a weak hand, better not to have studied. Quote, all we do is to look after the opinions and learning of others. We ought to make them our own. We closely resemble a man who, needing a fire, goes next door to get a light, finds a great big blaze there, and stays to warm himself, forgetting to take any fire home. Quote, we work merely to fill the memory, leaving the understanding and the sense of right and wrong empty. Just as birds sometimes go in search of grain, carrying it in their beaks without tasting it to stuff it down the beaks of their young, so too do our schoolmasters go foraging for learning in their books and merely lodge it on the tip of their lips, only to spew it out and scatter it on the wind. 26. On educating children. For Madame Diane de Foix, Countess of Gerson, counsel for a friend's child and his longest pedagogy. He has never known a father fail to acknowledge his son as his own, no matter how scurvy or crook-backed. The thing is his for all that. The same applies to these writings. He can see better than anyone that they are no more than the ravings of a man who has never done more than taste the outer crust of knowledge, a little about everything and nothing about anything, in the French style. He has fashioned no sustained intercourse with any solid book except Plutarch and Seneca. Like the Dinides, he is constantly dipping into them and then pouring out. He spills some onto this paper, but next to nothing onto himself. His concepts and judgment fumble, sway, stumble. Even when he has advanced as far as he can, he never feels satisfied, with a troubled, cloudy vision of lands beyond. What he himself has thought up is poor, feeble stuff, but he lets it go on without plastering over the cracks revealed by comparison with excellent authors. He only quotes others the better to quote himself. These are his humors, his opinions. He gives them as things which he believes, not as things to be believed. His aim is to reveal his own self, which may well be different tomorrow. He has not, nor does he desire, enough authority to be believed. He feels too badly taught to teach others. Yet learning is a great ornament and useful instrument, especially in those fortunate to live in so high an estate as hers. far more proud to deploy her resources for conducting a war or commanding a nation than for dialectical arguments or prescribing pills. He wants to tell her of one thought contrary to normal practice. Tutor, well-formed before well-filled. The responsibilities of the tutor she gives her son comprise many elements. As for the one subject on which he undertakes advice, the tutor will only accept what seems convincing. The son of the house seeks book learning not to make money. So abject an end is unworthy of the muses, nor for external advantages, but for those which are truly his own, which inwardly enrich and adorn him. Since he would prefer the boy turned out able not erudite, he would wish her careful to select as guide a tutor with a well-formed rather than a well-filled brain. Let both be looked for, but place character and intelligence before knowledge, and let him carry out his responsibilities in a new way. Teachers are forever bawling into our ears, as though pouring knowledge down through a funnel. Our task is merely to repeat what we have been told. He would want the tutor to put that right. As soon as the mind in his charge allows it, make it show its fettle by appreciating, selecting, distinguishing. The tutor should sometimes prepare the way, sometimes let the boy do it all on his own. He does not want the tutor the only one to choose topics or do all the talking. When the boy's turn comes, let the tutor listen. Socrates and Arcesilas used to make their pupils speak first. They spoke afterwards. For those who want to learn, the obstacle can often be the authority of those who teach. It is good to make him trot in front of his tutor to judge his paces and how far down the tutor needs to go to adapt himself. Knowing how to find that proportion and remain well-balanced within it is one of the most arduous tasks. It is the action of a powerful, elevated mind to know how to come down to the level of the child. Those who undertake to schoolmaster several minds diverse in kind and capacity, using the same teaching and degree of guidance for them all, can scarcely find in a whole tribe more than one or two who bear fruit. If the tutor's complexion is like Montaigne's, he will so form the will that the boy becomes a loyal subject of his monarch, as well as devoted and brave, but he will throw cold water on any desire to be attached, except through public service. When a man's judgment is pledged and purchased by private obligations, either it is partial and less free, or he can be taxed with unwisdom and ingratitude. A courtier can have neither the right to speak nor the desire to think other than favorably of a master who has chosen to favor him. Such preferment corrupts freedom and dazzles him. Judgment over memory, bees and honey. Let the tutor not merely require a verbal account of what the boy has been taught, but the meaning and the substance of it. Let him judge how the child has profited not from the evidence of his memory, but from that of his life. Let him take what the boy has just learned and make him show dozens of different aspects and apply it to just as many different subjects to find out whether he has really grasped it and made it part of himself. Spewing up food exactly as you have swallowed, it is evidence of a failure to digest and assimilate. The stomach has not done its job if, during concoction, it fails to change the substance and the form of what is given. Our souls are moved only at second hand, shackled and constrained to what is desired by someone else's ideas, captives enslaved to the authority of what they have been taught, never free from tutelage. In Pisa, he met a decent man, so Aristotelian that the touchstone of all sound ideas and every truth lay in conformity with Aristotle, outside of which all is inane and chimerical. Aristotle has seen everything, done everything. Let the tutor pass everything through a filter and never lodge anything in the boy's head simply by authority at second hand. Let the principles of Aristotle not be principles for him any more than those of the Stoics or Epicureans. Let this diversity of judgments be set before him. If he can, he will make a choice. If he cannot, then he will remain in doubt. Only fools have made up their minds and are certain. Doubting pleases as much as knowing. For if it is by his own reasoning that he adopts the opinions of Xenophon and Plato, they are no longer theirs. They are his. To follow another is to follow nothing. We are under no king. Let each man act freely. He should not be learning their precepts, but drinking in their humors. Truth and reason are common to all. They no more belong to the man who first put them into words than to him who last did so. Is no more secundum platinum than secundum me. Bees ransack flowers here and flowers there. But then they make their own honey, which is entirely theirs and no longer time or marjoram. Similarly, the boy will transform his borrowings. He will confound their forms so that the end product is entirely his, namely, his judgment, the forming of which is the only aim of his toil, his study, and his education. Let him hide the help he received and put only his achievements on display. The profit we possess after study is to have become better and wiser. As Epicharmus said, that which sees and hears is our understanding. It is our understanding which benefits all, which arranges everything, which acts, which is master, and which reigns. We make it into a slave and a coward by not leaving it free to do anything of itself. Commerce with the world. Frequent commerce with the world can be an astonishing source of light for a man's judgment. We are all cramped and confined inside ourselves. We can see no further than the end of our noses. When they asked Socrates where he came from, he did not say from Athens, but from the world. He embraced the universal world as his city, scattered acquaintances and affections throughout the whole human race, not as we do who only look at what lies right in front of us. When Frost attacks the vines in his village, his parish priest talks of God angry against the human race. In his judgment, the cannibals are already dying of the croup. At the sight of our civil wars, who fails to exclaim that the world is turned upside down, forgetting that many worse events have been known and that in thousands of parts of the world they are still having a fine old time? Only a man who can picture Mother Nature in her total majesty, who can read in her countenance a variety so general and then pick out therein not merely himself, but an entire kingdom as a tiny faint point. Only he can reckon things at their real size. This great world of ours is the looking glass in which we must gaze to come to know ourselves from the right slant. He wants it to be the book which our pupil studies. Such a variety of humors, schools, opinions, laws, and customs teach us to judge sanely of our own and teach our judgment to acknowledge its shortcomings. So many revolutions teach us our own fortune is no great miracle. So many names buried in oblivion make it ridiculous to hope we shall immortalize ourselves by storming some henhouse. So many millions dead encourage us not to be afraid of joining such goodly company. When in society the boy will be told to keep his eyes open. The front seats are normally taken as a right by the less able. Great inherited wealth is hardly ever associated with ability. While at the top end talk was about the beauty of a tapestry or the bouquet of a Momsey, many witty remarks at the other end pass unnoticed. He will sound out the capacity of each, herdsman, mason, wayfarer, use what he can get. Even other people's stupidity and weakness serve to instruct him. Put into his mind a decent, careful spirit of inquiry about everything. A building, a fountain, a man, the site of an old battle, a place Caesar or Charlemagne passed through. He will inquire into habits, means, and alliances of various monarchs. In his commerce with men include principally those who live only in the memory of books. History can be a waste of time or a study bearing fruit beyond price. The only study, Plato said, which the Spartans kept as their share. What profit from reading the lives of our favorite Plutarch? But let the tutor remember, less to stamp the date of the fall of Carthage than the behavior of Hannibal and Scipio, less the name of the place where Marcellus died than how his death there showed him unworthy of his task. Let him not so much learn what happened as judge what happened. Our life, said Pythagoras, is like the throng at the Olympic Games, some contest for fame. Others trade for profit. Still others, by no means the worst, seek only to be spectators, watching how everything is done and why, so they can judge and regulate their own lives. The first lessons with which we should irrigate his mind should be those which teach him to know himself, and to know how to die, and to live. Among the liberal arts, start with the art which produces liberal men. Dare to be wise. Start now. Honesty in talk, things before words. As for our pupil's talk, let his virtue and sense of right and wrong shine through it, and have no guide but reason. Make him understand that confessing an error which he discovers in his own argument, even when he alone has noticed, it is an act of justice and integrity. The main qualities he pursues, stubbornness and rancor, are vulgar qualities visible in common souls. Whereas to think again, to change one's mind, and to give up a bad case in the heat of argument are rare qualities showing strength and wisdom. The true mirror of our discourse is the course of our lives. To a man who asked why the Spartans never drew up written rules of bravery for their children, Zosimus replied that they wished to accustom them to deeds, not words. After 15 or 16 years, compare with that one of our college Latinaizers who has spent precisely as long simply learning to talk. The world is nothing but chatter. Half our life is spent learning meanings of words, arranging them into long compositions, plating verbal subtleties. Let us leave that to those who make it their profession. Traveling to Orleans, he met two college tutors. Asked who was that gentleman coming behind. One amusingly replied, "He is not a gentleman, but a grammarian, and I am a logician." Now we who are trying to form a gentleman, not a grammarian or logician, should let them waste their own time. We have business elsewhere. Provided our student be well furnished with things, words will follow only too easily. People who apologize for not being able to say what they mean, claiming heads so full of fine things they cannot deliver for want of eloquence. That is moonshine. Shadowy notions from unformed concepts they cannot untangle. They themselves do not yet know what they mean. Whoever has one clear living thought in his mind will deliver it even in Bergamasque, or if dumb, by signs. Once you have mastered the things, the words will come freely. Pleasure in learning. Virtue's easy path. Philosophy is the art which teaches us how to live, and children need to learn it as much as we do at other ages. Why not instruct them in it? The clay is soft and malleable. Hurry to fashion it on that potter's wheel forever spinning. They teach us to live when our life is over. Dozens of students have caught the pox before they reach the lesson on temperance in their Aristotles. Our boy is too busy for chop logic. To school learning he owes but the first 15 or 16 years. The rest is owed to action. Get rid of those thorny problems of dialectics. Trivial. Our lives are never amended by them. Take the simple arguments of philosophy. Easier to grasp than a tale in Boccaccio. A boy can do it as soon as he leaves his nanny. Her aim is virtue, which is not, as they teach in schools, perched on the summit of a steep mountain, rough and inaccessible. Those who have drawn nigh hold that, on the contrary, she dwells on a beautiful plateau, fertile and strewn with flowers. If you know the road, you can happily make your way by shaded grassy paths, flower-scented, smooth and gently rising. This highest virtue is fair, triumphant, loving, as delightful as she is courageous, a professed foe to bitterness, fear and constraint, having nature for guide, fortune and pleasure for companions. Those who frequent her not have fashioned an absurd portrait, sad, shrill, sullen, perching her on a rocky peak among brambles, a specter to terrify people. This tutor, who knows his duty is to fill the will with at least as much love as reverence for virtue, will teach that what makes true virtue highly valued is the ease, usefulness, and pleasure we find in being virtuous. So far from it being difficult, children can be virtuous as well as adults, the simple as well as the clever. The means virtue uses is control, not effort. Socrates deliberately renounced effort so as to glide along with her easy natural progress. She is a mother who nurtures human pleasures. By making them, she makes them sure and pure. By making them moderate, they never pant for breath. She provides not until we are satiated, but until we are satisfied. Drinking without drunkenness, eating without indigestion, sex without the pox. Her peculiar office is to know how to enjoy good things with proper moderation and how to lose them with constancy. Were our pupil's disposition so bizarre that he would rather hear a tall story than a great voyage or wise discussion, that the drum calling comrades to arms he would turn aside for jugglers, that he would find it no more delightful to return victorious covered with battle dust than after a prize for tennis, then no remedy except that his tutor should quickly strangle him when nobody is looking, or apprentice him to make fairy cakes in some goodly town, even if heir of a duke. Following. Plato's precept that functions should be allocated not according to the endowments of men's fathers, but of their souls. A father's essay, Latin without tears. Greek and Latin are fine and great accomplishments, but they are bought too dear. He will tell a cheaper way, essayed on him. His late father, after all possible inquiries among the learned about the choicest form of education, was warned that the length of time we spend learning languages, which cost the ancients nothing, is why we cannot attain the greatness of those old Greeks and Romans. The expedient, place him while still at the breast, before his tongue was untied, in the care of a German totally ignorant of French, but very well versed in Latin, brought over expressly at a very high fee, with 2 others to follow him about. They never addressed him in any language but Latin. For the rest of the household, it was an inviolable rule that neither father, nor mother, nor manservant, nor housemaid ever spoke in his presence anything except such words of Latin as they had learned to chatter a bit with him. They became so Latinized that it spilled into neighboring villages, where you can still find Latin names for tools and artisans. He was 6 before he knew French any more than the patois of Perigord or Arabic. Without art, without books, without grammar, without rules, without whips, and without tears, he had learned Latin as pure as that which his schoolteacher knew, for he had no means of corrupting it. Grouchy, Geraint, Buchanan, Murat, his private tutors, often told him that as an infancy he had that language so fluent and ready that they were afraid to approach him. Buchanan later said he was writing a book on educating children, taking Montaigne's education as his model. As for Greek, his father planned to have it taught as a sort of game or sport, bouncing declensions about like board games for arithmetic. Among other things, he had been counseled to bring him to love knowledge and duty by his own choice, without forcing his will, and to educate his soul entirely through gentleness and freedom, so meticulous that he would have him woken by the sound of the musical instrument, never without someone to do this. This example will suffice to judge all the rest, and to emphasize the wisdom and love of so good a father. Able, not erudite. Select a tutor well-formed before well-filled. Character and intelligence before knowledge. Let the pupil speak first. Judgment as honey. Transform borrowings until the end product is entirely his. Spewing food as swallowed proves the stomach failed. World as book. Commerce with humors, laws, customs, and history's great souls. Judge what happened. Do not merely stamp dates. Quote, bees ransack flowers here and flowers there, but then they make their own honey, which is entirely theirs and no longer thyme or marjoram. Similarly, the boy will transform his borrowings. He will confound their forms so that the end product is entirely his, namely, his judgment, the forming of which is the only aim of his toil, his study, and his education. Quote, spewing up food exactly as you have swallowed, it is evidence of a failure to digest and assimilate it. The stomach has not done its job if, during concoction, it fails to change the substance and the form of what it is given. 27. That it is madness to judge the true and the false from our own capacities. Silly arrogance to condemn as false whatever seems unlikely. He once pitted those taken in by ghosts and sorcery, and now finds himself as much to be pitted. Reason taught him that to call anything definitely impossible is to claim the frontiers of God's will and nature's power. Nothing is madder than bringing matters down to the measure of our capacities. Habit, not knowledge, removes strangeness from the heavens. Remain in suspense before testimony worthy of trust. Catholics who treat some beliefs as expendable in the present strife disorder conscience. Vainglory and curiosity are the twin scourges of our souls. He once pitted believers in ghosts and sorcery, and now finds himself as much to be pitted. Reason taught him that to call anything definitely impossible is to claim the frontiers of God's will and nature's power. Habit, not knowledge, removes strangeness from the heavens. Remain in suspense before testimony worthy of trust. Catholics who treat beliefs as expendable in religious strife disorder conscience. Plutarch and Caesar report news traveling faster than events. Augustine swears to miracles he witnessed. To despise all similar accounts after laughing at lesser witnesses is impudent in the extreme. Chilo's nothing to excess applies to belief and disbelief alike. Measure of capacity. Our potentialities are not the bounds of the possible. Not too rashly, not too easily. Chilo's nothing to excess applied to belief and disbelief. Quote, "Reason has taught me that if you condemn in this way anything whatever as definitely false and quite impossible, you are claiming to know the frontiers and bounds of the will of God and the power of nature our mother. It taught me also that there is nothing in the whole world madder than bringing matters down to the measure of our own capacities and potentialities." Quote, "Vainglory and curiosity are the twin scourges of our souls. The former makes us stick our noses into everything. The latter forbids us to leave anything unresolved or undecided." 28. On affectionate relationships. Watching an artist on his staff working on a painting, he felt a desire to emulate him. The finest place in the middle of a wall the painter selects for a picture executed to the best of his ability. Then he fills the empty spaces all round with grotesques. Fantastical paintings whose attractiveness consists merely in variety and novelty. And in truth, what are these essays, if not monstrosities and grotesques botched together from a variety of limbs having no defined shape, with an order, sequence, and proportion purely fortuitous? A fair woman terminating in the tail of a fish? He can manage the second stage of that painter, but falls short of the first. His abilities cannot stretch to a richly ornate picture polished according to the rules of art. So he decided to borrow a painting from Etienne de la Boétie, which will bring honor to the rest of the job. The treatise titled On Willing Slavery, which others baptized afresh as against one. He wrote it while still very young as a kind of essay against tyrants in honor of freedom, a noble work, as solid as may be, yet far from the best he was capable of. If at the age when Montaigne knew him more mature, he had conceived a design, such as these essays, we would see many choice works bringing us close to the glory of the ancients. For particularly where natural endowments are concerned, he knows nobody who can compare with him. Yet nothing survives apart from this treatise, and even that due to accident, and some considerations on the Edict of January. Montaigne, the heir to whom, with death on his lips, he so lovingly willed his books and papers. He is particularly indebted to that treatise because it first brought them together. It was shown to him long before he met him, and first made him acquainted with his name, thus preparing for that loving friendship which, as long as it pleased God, they fostered so perfect and so entire that few such can even be read about, and no trace at all among men of today. So many fortuitous circumstances are needed that it is already something if fortune can achieve it once in 3 centuries. There seems to be nothing for which nature has better prepared us than for fellowship, and Aristotle says good lawgivers have shown more concern for friendship than for justice. Within a fellowship, the peak of perfection consists in friendship. For all forms forged or fostered by pleasure or profit, or by public or private necessity, are so much the less beautiful and noble, and therefore so much the less friendship, in that they bring in some purpose, end, or fruition other than the friendship itself. Nor do those 4 ancient species of love conform to it: the natural, the social, the hospitable, and the erotic. From children to fathers, it is more a matter of respect. Friendship, being fostered by mutual confidences, cannot exist between them because of excessive inequality. It might also interfere with natural obligations. The name of brother is truly a fair one and full of love. That is why La Boétie and he made a brotherhood of their alliance. But sharing out property can wondrously melt and weaken the solder binding brothers. Brothers must progress along the same path and frequently bump and jostle. Father and son, brothers, can be of totally different complexions. To the extent that loving relationships are commanded by law and the bonds of nature, there is less of our own choice, less willing freedom. Our willing freedom produces nothing more properly its own than affection and loving friendship. It is not that he has failed to essay all that the other kind can afford, having had the best father who ever was. You cannot compare with friendship the passion men feel for women. even though it is born of our own choice. He must admit the flames of passion are more active, sharp, and keen, but it is a rash and fickle fire, skittish and changeable, a fever of the body getting hold of only a corner of us. Friendship, on the contrary, is a general universal warmth, temperate moreover and smooth, a warmth which is constant and at rest, all gentleness and evenness, having nothing sharp nor keen. Sexual love is the hunter who ceases to care once the hare is bagged. Friendship is enjoyed in proportion as it is desired and grows by practice. Ordinary friends are acquaintances bound by chance or convenience. In the friendship he means, souls are mingled and confounded in so universal a blending that they efface the seam which joins them together, so that it cannot be found. If you press him to say why he loved him, he feels that it cannot be expressed except by replying, "Because it was him, because it was me." There is some inexplicable force of destiny mediating that union. They sought each other before they met. At a crowded festival, they were seized and bound. Marriage is a bargain with tangled ends. Many other considerations besides love. This holy bond has traffic only with itself. Perfect friendship is indivisible. Each gives himself so entirely to his friend that he has nothing left to share with another. On the contrary, he grieves that he is not twofold, threefold, or fourfold, so that he could give them all to the one he loves. Common friendships can be shared, beauty in one, affability in another, generosity in another. But in this friendship, love takes possession of the soul and reigns with full sovereign sway that cannot possibly be duplicated. The unique highest friendship loosens all other bonds. That secret which he has sworn to reveal to no other, he can reveal without perjury to him who is not another. He is me. Is a great enough miracle for one's self to be redoubled. If he compares all the rest of his life, sweetly and easily lived, exempt save for the death of such a friend from grievous affliction, to those 4 years vouchsafed in the sweet companionship of a man like that, it is but smoke and ashes, a night dark and dreary. Since that day, when he lost him, he merely drags wearily on. The very pleasures proffered him do not console. They redouble his sorrow at his loss. In everything they were halves. He feels he is stealing his share from him. He was already so used to being, in everything, one of two, that he now feels he is no more than a half. There is no deed nor thought in which he does not miss him, as he would have missed Montaigne, for just as he infinitely surpassed him in ability and virtue, so did he in the offices of friendship. Having discovered that unwilling slavery has since been published to an evil end by those who seek to disturb the state, he has gone back on his decision to place it here. He tells them the subject was treated in childhood purely as an exercise, a commonplace theme. La Boétie had another maxim imprinted upon his soul, to obey and most scrupulously submit to the laws under which he was born. There never was a better citizen, one more devoted to his country's peace or more opposed to the disturbances and novelties of his time. So instead of that serious work, he will substitute another, more gallant and playful, the sonnets. Two loves, erotic fever gets hold of a corner. Friendship is a general universal warmth, temperate, constant, all gentleness. Seem erased, perfect friendship confounds souls beyond partition. Because it was him, because it was me, indivisible. Each gives himself entirely. The unique friendship loosens all other bonds. He who is not another is me. Quote, in the friendship which I am talking about, souls are mingled and confounded in so universal a blending that they efface the seam which joins them together, so that it cannot be found. If you press me to say why I loved him, I feel that it cannot be expressed except by replying, because it was him, because it was me. Quote, you cannot compare with friendship the passion men feel for women. The love of friends is a general universal warmth, temperate moreover and smooth, a warmth which is constant and at rest, all gentleness and evenness, having nothing sharp nor keen. 29. 29 Sonnets of Estienne de la Boétie, a dedication to Madame de Gramont, framing verses he once printed here. Gascony's most refined, written in verdant youth's noble passion. In the Bordeaux copy the sonnets are struck. These verses can be found elsewhere. The chapter remains as grotesques around an absent masterpiece. Loyalty kept visible in the gap. La Boétie, the loyal citizen. Sonnets stand where the anti-tyranny tract cannot without misuse. Accident preserved verses the author might have struck. Grotesques frame an absent masterpiece. Absent masterpiece. Grotesques frame what accident alone preserved of La Boétie. Loyal substitution. Sonnets stand where the anti-tyranny tract would be misused. Quote, Madam, I am offering you nothing of mine, but I have wanted these verses, wherever they may be read, to be headed by your name. These verses deserve that you, Madam, should encourage them. For you will share my opinion that none have come out of Gascony which are better contrived or more refined. Quote, In the Bordeaux copy the sonnets are struck. These verses can be found elsewhere. The chapter remains as grotesques around an absent masterpiece. 30. On moderation. Our very touch bears infection. We can seize virtue so hard that the action makes her vicious. Those who say virtue knows no excess play with words. You can love virtue too much and behave with excess in an action that is itself just. Be not more wise than it behoveth, but be soberly wise. He likes nature's temperate and moderate. Savage costly virtues, Pausanias' mother, Posthumius killing his son, seem odd, not just. Philosophy in excess enslaves native freedom. Marital affection needs reins. Physicians of soul and body cure by torment. And New World idols slaked with human blood show how little men value nature's gifts when piety turns immoderate. Our touch infects virtue. Beyond the target, misses like falling short. Those who say virtue knows no excess play with words. You can clasp her too violently and make her vicious. New World blood idols show piety without measure. Temperate natures, not savage costly virtues, honor nature's gifts. Clergy and doctors often cure by pain as Incas please gods by slaughter. Immoderation dressed as devotion. Inzani sapiens nomen ferat. The sage may earn the name insane if he pursues virtue herself beyond what suffices. Marriage and medicine alike suffer when remedy outruns the disease. It is as though our very touch bore infection. Clasp virtue too harshly, and the embrace itself turns vicious. Moderation is not mediocrity, but measure. Excess in the good. Immoderate zeal for virtue can stun and cease to be Christianly nameable. Archer's miss. Beyond the target is as much a miss as falling short. Quote, It is as though our very touch bore infection. Things which in themselves are good and beautiful are corrupted by our handling of them. We can seize hold even of virtue in such a way that our action makes her vicious if we clasp her in too harsh and too violent an embrace. I like natures which are temperate and moderate. Quote, Those who say virtue knows no excess play with words. You can love virtue too much and behave with excess in an action that is itself just. 31. On the cannibals. When King Pyrrhus crossed into Italy, after noting the excellent formation of the Roman army sent ahead towards him, he said, I do not know what kind of barbarians these are, for the Greeks called all foreigners barbarians, but there is nothing barbarous about the ordering of the army, which I can see. We should be similarly wary of accepting common opinions. We should judge them by the ways of reason, not by popular vote. He has long had a man with him who stayed some 10 or 12 years in that other world, discovered in our century, when Villegagnon made his landfall and named it La France Antarctique. This discovery of a boundless territory seems worthy of reflection. He is by no means sure that some other land may not be discovered in the future, since so many greater than we were wrong about this one. He fears our eyes are bigger than our bellies, our curiosity more than we can stomach. We grasp at everything but clasp nothing but wind. Plato's Atlantis and Aristotle's Carthaginian island do not apply to these new lands. Large bodies are subject to changes as are our own. His local Dordogne encroaching on the right-hand bank, Medoc sand spewed by the sea burying his brother's lands. That man of his was a simple, rough fellow. qualities which make for a good witness. Those clever chaps notice more things more carefully, but are always adding glosses. They cannot help changing their story a little to make their views triumph. They never show you anything purely as it is. You need either a very trustworthy man, or else a man so simple that he has nothing in him on which to build false discoveries, wedded to no cause. Such was his man. Moreover, on various occasions, he showed him several seamen and merchants whom he knew on that voyage. So he is content with what he told him, without inquiring what the cosmographers have to say. What we need is topographers who would make detailed accounts of places they had actually been to, not men who, having visited Palestine, claim the right of telling tales about all the rest of the world. Now to get back to the subject. He finds, from what has been told him, that there is nothing savage or barbarous about those peoples, but that every man calls barbarous anything he is not accustomed to. It is indeed the case that we have no other criterion of truth or right reason than the example and form of the opinions and customs of our own country. There we always find the perfect religion, the perfect polity, the most developed and perfect way of doing anything. Those savages are only wild in the sense that we call fruits wild when they are produced by nature in her ordinary course. Whereas it is fruit which we have artificially perverted and led astray from the common order that we ought properly to call savage. We have so smothered nature under artifice that we have almost smothered her. Those peoples are still ruled by the laws of nature and very little corrupted by ours. They live still close to original nature. No writing, no numbers, no words for treachery, lying, deceit, avarice, envy, detraction, pardon, surpassing poetry's age of gold and philosophy's yearnings. Their wars are noble and generous, as much as our wars can be. They fight not for conquest of land, but for valor's sake. Prisoners, far from yielding despite all done to them during 2 or 3 months of captivity, maintain a joyful countenance. They urge their captors to hurry up and put them to the test. They defy them, insult them, reproach them for cowardice. He has a song made by one such prisoner. Let them all dare to come and gather to feast on him. For with him they will feast on their own fathers and ancestors who have served as food and sustenance for his body. These sinews, this flesh, and these veins, poor fools that you are your very own. You do not realize that they still contain the very substance of the limbs of your forebears. Savor them well, for you will find that they taste of your very own flesh. There is nothing barbarous in the contriving of that topic. Until their latest breath, they never stop braving and defying with word and look. It is no lie to say these men are indeed savages, by our standards, for either they must be or we must be. There's an amazing gulf between their souls and ours. True victory consists in subjugating the minds of the enemy and making them admit defeat. Bravery does not consist in firm arms and legs, but in firm minds and souls. It is not a matter of what our horse or weapons are worth, but of what we are. The man struck down whose mind remains steadfast is beaten by fortune, not by us. He is slain, but not vanquished. There are triumphant defeats rivaling victories. Thermopylae would never dare compare its glory with Salamis and Plataea combined. Yet who has run into battle with greater desire than Captain Ischylus when defeated? True victory lies in your role in the conflict, not in coming through safely. Their husbands have several wives. The higher their reputation for valor, the more of them they have. One beautiful characteristic. Just as our wives are zealous in thwarting our love for other women, theirs are equally zealous in obtaining them for them, more concerned for their husband's reputation than for anything else. Apart from that war song, he has another, a love song. O adder, stay, stay, O adder. From your colors let my sister take the pattern for a girdle she will make for me to offer to my love. So may your beauty and your speckled hues be forever honored above all other snakes. Not only is there nothing barbarous in this conceit, but it is thoroughly anacreontic. Their language is a pleasant one with an agreeable sound and terminations rather like Greek. 3 such natives, unaware of what price in peace and happiness they would pay to buy knowledge of our corruptions, were at Rouen at the same time as King Charles IX. The king had a long interview with them. They were shown our manners, ceremonial, and the layout of a fair city. Asked what they had been most amazed by, they made 3 points he is annoyed at forgetting the third, but remembers 2. First, they found it very odd that all those full-grown, bearded men, strong and bearing arms in the king's entourage, should consent to obey a boy rather than choosing one of themselves as commander. Secondly, since they have an idiom which calls all men halves of one another, they had noticed among us men fully bloated with all sorts of comforts, while their halves were begging at their doors, emaciated with poverty and hunger. They found it odd that those destitute should put up with such injustice, and did not take the others by the throat or set fire to their houses. He had a long talk with one of them, but used a stupid interpreter. Asked what advantage he got from his high rank, he said it was to lead his troops in a battle. Asked how many followed him, he pointed to an open space, about 4,000 or 5,000. Questioned whether his authority lapsed when war was over, he replied that he retained the privilege of having paths cut for him through the thickets in their forests. Not all bad, that. But they were no breeches. Barbarous equals unfamiliar. Custom, not reason, draws the frontier of the savage. We have no criterion but our own country's opinions. Natural versus bastardized. Artifice smothers nature. Their purity, no words for treachery or avarice, shames our vain enterprises. Slain, not vanquished. True victory is firmness of mind. Their prisoners defy unto the feast of their own flesh. Quote, I find from what has been told me that there is nothing savage or barbarous about those peoples, but that every man calls barbarous anything he is not accustomed to. It is indeed the case that we have no other criterion of truth or right reason than the example and form of the opinions and customs of our own country. Quote, not at all bad, that. But they were no breeches. 32. Judgments on God's ordinances must be embarked upon with prudence. The real field of deception is the unknown. Strangeness lends credence, and we lack arguments to fight it. Nothing is so firmly believed as what we know least. Alchemists, astrologers, and everyday interpreters of God's purposes claim to scan his secrets. In the wars of religion, victory is not a proof that God is on our side. Even New World Indians know better than to read Providence so cheaply. Prudence here is silence before the unknowable will. Unknown's credence. Strangeness lends belief. Nothing so firmly held as what we know least. Prudence says silence. Victory in religious war is no cheap proof of God's party. Quote, and so it turns out that nothing is so firmly believed as whatever we know least about, and that no persons are more sure of themselves than those who tell us tall stories. To which I would add, if I dare, that crowd of everyday chroniclers and interpreters of God's purposes who claim to discover the causes of everything that occurs and to read the unknowable purposes of God by scanning the secrets of his will. 33. On fleeing from pleasures at the cost of one's life. Ancients agree, better die than live in wretchedness. Seneca goes further. Counsel Lucilius to quit pomp or quit life. Christian exempla, street Hilary, show contempt for fortune's goods pressed to the point of death. He essays how far renunciation may go before it becomes another excess. Renunciation's measure, better die than live in wretchedness. Yet counsel to quit life can itself become excess. Nature's law, preserving life to our anguish, infringes the very order nature prescribes. Quote, it is time to die when living entails more ill than good, and that preserving our life to our anguish or prejudice is to infringe the very laws of nature. 34. Fortune is often found in reason's train. Fortune's dance shows every face, sometimes with expressed justice. The Duke of Valentinois, Cesare Borgia, sent poisoned wine ahead to Cardinal Adrian's house, where he and his father Alexander VI were to dine. The Pope arrived first, asked for a drink, and the butler, thinking the bottle reserved for its quality, served it. The Duke, trusting nobody had touched it, drank too. The father died suddenly. The son, after long torment, was reserved for a worse fortune. Sometimes fortune seems literally to play with us. Rival suitors, chance meetings, outcomes that reason planned otherwise. Montaigne keeps the word fortune despite censors. It occurs hundreds of times in the essays. He will later defend such language in On Prayer. Reason proposes. The event often wears fortune's colors, and the wise man learns to read both without pretending providence, and chance never share a table. Fortune's justice. The poisoner drinks his own cup. Chance that looks like moral plot. Word kept. Fortune and destiny remain usable names for what exceeds our counsel. Quote, the changeableness of fortune's varied dance means that she must inevitably show us every kind of face. 35. Something lacking in our civil administrations. His father's clear natural judgment wished cities to keep a register where needs meet. I want to sell pearls. I seek a workman. So bargains seeking each other need not miss. 2 outstanding scholars have just died of one under our eyes. Shame of the times. Polity of estate and polity of realm both lack this simple charity of information. Mutual register. A simple ledger where needs meet would spare scholars dying of one in plain sight. Polities lack. Estate and realm alike neglect charity of information. Quote, it does seem that this means of mutual advertising would bring no slight advantage to our public dealings. For at every turn there are bargains seeking each other, but because they cannot find each other, men are left in extreme want. 36. On the custom of wearing clothing. Whichever way he turns, custom blocks the approaches. Chatting in the chilly season. Is the habit of newly discovered peoples of going stark naked forced by hot climate, as we say of Indians and Moors, or is it the original state of mankind? Since everything under the sun is subject to the same law, men of understanding turn for advice to the general polity of the world, where nothing is counterfeit. Everything therein is furnished with stitch and needle for maintaining its being. It is truly unbelievable that we men alone should have been brought into the world in need of borrowings from elsewhere. Nature equips plants and beasts. Clothing is another bigarrure, a medley hopping from natural nakedness to extraordinary cold, habit again deciding what feels necessary. The chapter itself is such a medley, from New World skin to alpine frost, custom deciding what counts as dressed. Original nakedness, nature's stitch and needle versus our borrowed coverings. Custom's barrier, every path of inquiry runs into what we already wear as necessary. Quote, whichever way I want to go, I find myself obliged to break through some barrier of custom. So thoroughly has she blocked all our approaches. 37. On Cato the Younger. He does not judge another man by himself. He more readily acknowledges differences than similarities, and can put himself in the place of Funents and Capuchins whose continence he lacks. Clever men of his leaden century besmirch ancient fair deeds with base interpretations, show the purest deed, and they furnish 50 vicious but plausible motives. Plutarch was rightly incensed when some attributed Cato's death to fear of Caesar. That great man was a model nature, chose to show how far human virtue and fortitude can reach. Poetry's rightful role is to stun into admiratio before such souls. 5 Latin poets rival in praise, graded by a well-educated boy's wonder. Poetry should stun to admiratio, Plutarch's indignation at fear readings of Cato's end. He acknowledges differences before similarities, can imagine Funents whose continence he lacks. Cato is model, not riddle. Nature displayed how far fortitude can reach without psychoanalyzing the hero into cowardice. Poetry's office is admiratio, to stun before we moralize. He would rather lack Cato's fiber than diminish him with fear readings that flatten greatness into psychology. Admiratio. Poetry should stun us before virtue's exemplars, not psychoanalyze them into fear. Model, not motive. Nature displayed in Cato how far fortitude can reach. Quote, that great man was truly a model which nature chose to show how far human virtue and fortitude can reach. Quote, Plutarch was rightly incensed when some attributed Cato's death to fear of Caesar. 38. How we weep and laugh at the same thing. Antigonus weeps over Pyrrhus's head. René of Lorraine mourns Charles of Burgundy whom he has just defeated. Caesar turns from Pompey's head, not at once to be read as mask and cosmetic. Most actions are masked, yet souls are often shaken by conflicting emotions, as varied humors assemble in the body. We weep and laugh at the same thing, because fellowship and enmity, relief and loss share one moment. Judge great men without the trivial interpretation that tears must be counterfeit. Conflicting humors in the soul. Tears beside triumph need not be counterfeit. Passions assemble as humors do. One dominates while others persist beneath. We weep and laugh at one spectacle, because the soul is not a single string but a lyre. Several notes may sound though one carries the tune. Conflicting humors. Souls assemble passions as bodies assemble humors. One dominates, others persist. Not mere mask. Tears beside triumph need not be counterfeit. Quote, nevertheless, we ought to consider, when judging such events, how our souls are often shaken by conflicting emotions. Even as there is said to be a variety of humors assembled in our bodies, the dominant one being that which normally prevails according to our complexion, so too in our souls. Although diverse emotions may shake them, there is one which must remain in possession of the field. Nevertheless, its victory is not so complete, but that the weaker ones do not sometimes regain lost ground. That is why we can see that not only children, who artlessly follow nature, often weep and laugh at the same thing. Quote, judge great men without the trivial interpretation that tears beside triumph must be counterfeit. 39. On solitude. Withdrawing from a mob is not enough. We take our fetters with us. The struggling cur snaps its chain and flees with a length still on its collar. Evil grips us in the soul, which cannot escape herself. Haul her back into ourself. That is true solitude. Enjoyable even in courts, more conveniently apart. Set aside a room at the back of the shop. True liberty, principal solitude, and asylum. Talk and laugh as though we had no wife, children, or goods, so that losing them is not a new experience. Stilpo lost all in the fire, and said he had lost nothing of his. Paulinus in prison. The barbarians have touched nothing of mine. Not one in 1,000 of our activities has to do with ourself. Men die on battlements for someone idle and unseen. Let us leave aside long comparisons between the solitary and active life. Those who join the dance of public service should bear their consciences. Rank and office are sought for private profit. Ambition shuns fellowship. Good men are rare and contagion dangerous in crowds. We take our fetters with us. Socrates was told travel had not improved a man. He went with himself. It is not enough to withdraw from a mob. Withdraw mob attributes within. Stilpo lost all yet lost nothing of his. Paulinus. The barbarians have touched nothing of mine. Set aside a room at the back of the shop. True liberty, principal solitude, and talk as though you had no wife, children, or goods. Not one in 1,000 of our activities concerns ourself. Men die on battlements for someone in idleness. We barter health and life for reputation's counterfeit. We have lived for others. Let this tail end be for ourselves. Marry nothing but yourself, not so glued that lost tears skin away. Socrates, youth educated, man employed, old man withdraws. Pliny and Cicero sought glory from letters in retreat. Montaigne dislikes both end and means. Glory and tranquility cannot lodge together. Epicurus and Seneca urge friends to renounce fruits of pursuits. Scuff tracks at the lair. Imagine Cato, Phocion, and Aristides as recorders of inmost thoughts. Make yourself a man in whose sight you would not walk awry. Since his soul is commonplace, he sustains himself with bodily pleasures age leaves. Cling to what years rip away. Books tickle, but can throttle. He likes easy books counseling life and death. Health is the main concern. Walk healthy woods, pondering worthy questions. Reason and wisdom lift cares, not wide views over the sea. Black care rides behind the horseman. Prepare for fortune's disfavor as we train for war and peace. Arcesilaus used gold vessels frankly in moderation. Rarum est ut satis esse quis ferietur. Rare is he who respects himself enough. In lonely places, be a crowd unto yourself. Bias jested with shipmates in a storm. Albuquerque carried a boy on his shoulders, so innocence might plead for him with God. Contagion of vice travels faster in crowds than plague. Living as though in the presence of Cato, Phocion, or Aristides, that Renaissance practice turns solitude into tribunal. Make yourself a man before whose judgment you would not walk awry. Tranquility and glory cannot lodge together. Letters written in retreat may still court the mob they claim to flee. He dislikes Pliny and Cicero on both counts. Endymenes, not hermitage but detachment. Withdraw mob attributes within, set aside the room at the back of the shop, and let the tail end of life belong to yourself after living for others. We marry house, office, reputation, then wonder solitude hurts. Socrates carried himself. Stilpo's goods were external. Paulinus's nothing of mine was the inner estate barbarians could not sack. Epicurus and Seneca tell friends to scuff their tracks at the lair's mouth and imagine great men as witnesses of inmost thoughts, solitude as audience, not emptiness. Books counsel life and death, but can throttle. Easy authors suit his commonplace soul. Walk healthy woods with worthy questions. Black hair rides behind the horseman even on wide views. The greatest thing in the world is to know how to live to yourself. Not as hermit, but as man sufficient to his own tribunal in a room at the back of the shop. Prepare for fortune's disfavor in peace as we train for war. Arcesilaus used gold frankly. Rare is he who respects himself enough. Back of the shop, an inner room free of outside commerce. Crowd unto yourself in lonely places. Unsinkable goods. Keep treasures no shipwreck or sack can touch. Fetters within. Geographic retreat fails if mob attributes remain inside. Quote, we should set aside a room just for ourselves at the back of the shop, keeping it entirely free and establishing there our true liberty, our principal solitude and asylum. Within ourselves, with ourselves, so privy that no commerce or communication with the outside world should find a place there. There we should talk and laugh as though we had no wife, no children, no possessions, no followers, no men servants, so that when the occasion arises that we must lose them, it should not be a new experience to do without them. Quote, that is why it is not enough to withdraw from the mob, not enough to go to another place. We have to withdraw from such attributes of the mob as are within us. It is our own self we have to isolate and take back into possession. 40. Reflections upon Cicero. Cicero and the younger Pliny urge historians not to forget them and publish private letters for the reputation of having mastered their nanny's language. Vanity surviving after the chronicles are lost. Xenophon and Caesar wrote deeds, not style. Scipio and Laelius would not have let Terence take credit for their comedies. It is mockery to value a man for qualities unbecoming his rank, praise a king as painter only after justice and leadership. When anyone lingers over the language of these essays, he would rather they held peace, words extolled, meaning devalued. He piles heads of argument thick with matter. Elegant garb is no manly adornment. Love of wisdom and virtue alone are proper to every rank. Words versus matter. Linger on language and meaning is devalued. Matter scattered thick defeats elegant garb. Cicero's vanity. Historians who forget themselves teach that style without rank is mockery. Quote, what I do know is that when I hear anyone lingering over the language of these essays, I would rather he held his peace. It is not a case of words being extolled, but of meaning being devalued. I may be wrong, but there are not many writers who put more matter in your grasp than I do, and who, with such concern for this matter, scatter at least the seeds of it so thickly over their paper. 41. On not sharing one's fame. Of all lunacies, the most accepted is concern for reputation and glory, abandoning wealth, rest, and life for an image of vanity, an echo, a dream shadow. Philosophers free themselves from this one later and more reluctantly than from all others. Even those who fight it want their books against it to bear their names. Everything else is subject to barter, goods, lives, but fame we clutch. Rare selflessness and amusing casuistry follow. The Bishop of Beauvais at Bouvines takes prisoners, then gives them away, fights with a club so as not to slash, refinements of conscience oversharing bloody glory. Glory is the one coin we clutch, though we spend all else to mint it. An echo and a dream's shadow purchased with substance. We abandon the real to chase a word with no body. Echo and shadow. Glory is vanity's image. We abandon substance to chase a word with no body. Refined conscience. Some men fight with clubs, lest they share the bloody credit of a kill. Quote, "Of all the lunacies in this world, the most accepted and the most universal is concern for reputation and glory, which we espouse even to the extent of abandoning wealth, rest, life, and repose, which are goods of substance and consequence, in order to follow after that image of vanity and that mere word which had no body, nothing to hold on to." Quote, "The Bishop of Beauvais at Bouvines takes prisoners, then gives them away, fights with a club so as not to slash, refinements of conscience oversharing bloody glory." 42. On the inequality there is between us. Plutarch finds less distance between beast and beast than between man and man. Montaigne goes further, greater distance between Epaminondas and some men than between that man and a beast. We praise a horse for vigor, not harness, a hawk for wing, not bells. Why value a man by suite, palace, and income? Strip the scabbard, measure height with stilts off, show him in his shimmy. Is the soul beautiful, her riches her own? Splendor impedes even sweet pleasures. He has pitted kings on show more than envied them. Rank without wisdom is parcel wrapping. The only inequality that matters is inward. Plutarch finds less distance between beast and beast than between man and man. Montaigne finds Epaminondas so far above some sane men that the gap to another man exceeds man to beast. We praise a horse for vigor, not harness. Why value a man by suite and income? Strip the scabbard, measure without stilts, judge the sword. Draw back the bed curtains. The emperor in emeralds is but a commonplace man, perhaps baser than his subjects, inwardly blessed or gold-plated happiness. Treasures and lictors cannot banish storms of passion beneath fretted ceilings. Fever, gout, and dread of dying visit kings as they visit us. Purple sheets do not shorten a fever. Splendor impedes even sweet pleasures. Kings are more often pitied than envied. Hieron cannot travel freely. Alfonso said, "Donkeys feed in peace while kings cannot eat quietly." Feasts and masks delight because rare. Abundance is the enemy of appetite. Real sleep, appetite, and steel are common to all. Diocletian preferred his melons to empire, Pyrrhus and Cineas. When the whole world is subject, why not repose now? Anacharsis held that degrees of honor should follow virtue. Mores quique sway fingit fortunum. Each man's morals shape his destiny. While on the subject of men, it is astonishing that everything except ourselves is judged by its own properties. We praise a horse for vigor, a bird for flight, yet value a man by suite, income, and title. Hem vir viro quid praestat. How far one man excels another. Wisdom, not rank, is the only inequality that finally matters. Strip the purple and measure the man within. Kings are more often pitied than envied. Splendor impedes sweet pleasures, and abundance is appetite's enemy. The peasant's melon may taste sweeter than the emperor's feast. Strip the scabbard, judge the sword. Rank is harness, not vigor. Wisdom is the only inequality that finally counts. Strip the parcel, judge the sword, not the scabbard, the man, not the stilts. Soul's own riches, borrowed goods surround him, but are not in him. Kings and donkeys. Drivers let donkeys feed in peace. Kings cannot get a quiet meal. Quote, "Truly, I find Epaminondas, as I conceive him to be, so far above some men I know, I mean men in their right mind, that I would go farther and say that there is a greater distance between this man and that one than between this man and that beast." Quote, "Why do you judge a man when he is all wrapped up like a parcel? He is letting us see only such attributes as do not belong to him, while hiding the only ones which enable us to judge his real worth. You're trying to find out the quality of the sword, not of the scabbard. Strip it of its sheath, and perhaps you would not give tuppence for it. 43. On sumptuary laws. Laws that forbid inane expenditure on table and clothing seem to run contrary to their end. The right way would be to engender contempt for gold and silk as things vain and useless. Instead, we increase their honor and esteem, a most inappropriate way of putting people off them. To declare that only princes may eat turbot and wear velvet and gold braid, forbidding them to the people. What is that but enhancing such things and making everyone want to have them? Let kings stoutly renounce such symbols of greatness. They have others enough. Such excess is more pardonable in anyone else but a king. Many nations show better ways of indicating ranks and distinctions. Dress and table are matters indifferent, yet constant giddy change undermines the foundations of a culture. Conservatism here is moral, not mere taste. Laws against luxury often advertise the very vanity they police. Forbidden fruit. Ban velvet for the people and you crown it. Kings first. Renounce the symbol at the top. Do not ration envy downward. Quote, let kings stoutly renounce such symbols of greatness. They have others enough. For to declare that only princes may eat turbot and wear velvet and gold braid, forbidding them to the people. What is that but enhancing such things and making everyone want to have them? 44. On sleep. Reason keeps the same road, but not the same rate. Virtue's pulse beats faster attacking the foe than attacking a dinner. Yet great persons remain so unmoved in high enterprises that they do not even cut short their sleep. Alexander before Darius, woken late by Parmenion. Otho snoring the night, he had sharpened his sword for suicide. Cato sleeping through the household wailing before facing Metellus. Augustus asleep before the signal off Sicily. Young Marius slept through his own rout from fatigue. Sleep can kill when withheld. Perseus, Epimenides slept 57 years. Constancy here is not a colossus, but a soul that does not deign to take the crisis more to heart than an ordinary occurrence. Unmoved sleepers. Great persons in high enterprises do not cut short sleep. Constancy not colossus, but indifference to crisis scale. Alexander and Otho, before battle or suicide, sleep as though the ordinary hour alone mattered. Quote, I have noted as something quite rare the sight of great persons who remain so utterly unmoved when engaged in high enterprises and in affairs of some moment that they do not even cut short their sleep. 45. On the Battle of Dreux. Dreux, 1562, left a full bag of incidents. Critics say Guise cannot be forgiven for marking time while the constable was battered. Dispassionately, a commander's target must be overall victory. No events, however important to individuals, should divert him. Philopoemen let his archers be cut to pieces before his eyes rather than budge, then crushed the abandoned infantry, germane to Guise. Agesilaus, refusing the artful rear charge for a frontal display of prowess, was beaten and wounded, then forced to take the opportunity he had first rejected. Overall victory. No event, however important to individuals, should divert a commander from the aim of winning. Philopoemen's lesson, let archers be cut down rather than budge, then crush what was abandoned. Quote, anyone who will debate the matter dispassionately will, I think, readily concede that the target in the sights of any soldier, let alone a commander, must be overall victory and that no events, no matter what their importance to individuals, should divert him from that aim. 46. On names. A mixed salad of items. Names taken in a bad sense: Jean, Guillaume, Benoit, names beloved by fate in royal houses. A feast of 106 Guillaumes. Get his menu by first letter. A fine pronounceable name is a real advantage with kings. A dissolute youth hearing his pickup was named Mary amended his life. Notre Dame la Ronde at Poitiers. The Reformation peopled the earth with Methuselahs against Charles and Louis. Calling men by lands and lordships confounds family trees. New genealogies sprout overnight. A friend bowed out of dinner among so many self-made princes. Names are empty for the dead, powerful for the living's vanity. Salad of Guillaumes and Goethe, Mary at Poitiers, Methuselahs and self-made princes. Names shape the living's vanity. For the dead, they are empty. Reputation cannot warm the hero it celebrates. Every nation has names taken in ill part. Kings favor Ptolemy, Henry, Charles, Baldwin, Guillaume. Fate seems to smile on syllables. A fine pronounceable name is a real advantage with kings. Henry, Duke of Normandy's feast divided guests by name for sport. Armies of Williams and Henrys. Platonic power in names he doubts. Yet living men mortgage substance to syllables that outlive them empty. Item: Methuselahs and self-made princes overnight invent genealogy. For the dead, reputation is cold comfort. Names are salad greens tossed under one heading. Salad of names, trivial distinctions, and royal fetishes share one heading. The word is not the man. Vanity's genealogy. Lands and titles overnight invent ancestry the dead cannot refute. Quote, no matter how varied the greenstuffs we put in, we include them all under the name of salad. So too here. While surveying names, I'm going to make up a mixed dish from a variety of items. Quote, a fine pronounceable name is a real advantage with kings. 47. On the uncertainty of our judgment. As this verse rightly says, there is every possibility of speaking for and against anything. Hannibal won battles, but never knew how to profit from his victories. If anyone wants to defend that position and persuade our side that it was wrong not to have followed up our recent victory at Montcontour, or to criticize the King of Spain for not exploiting St. Quentin, he may say, these mistakes proceeded from a soul high drunk with good fortune, a mind which, having gorged itself on such a happy beginning, had lost all appetite for more. The fellow has his arms full. He is not worthy that fortune should have placed such a favor in his hands. What has he gained if he then provides his enemy with the means of recovery? What hope of daring to attack later, after they have rallied newly armed with vengeance, when he did not dare hunt them down when terrified and routed? War is not like a fencing match where you can win on points. So long as your enemy is on his feet, you must begin to attack him again harder. While the war is not ended, there is no victory. Caesar, worsted near Oricum, shamed Pompey's soldiers by saying he would have lost everything if their general had only known how to win. But why not also state the opposite? That it is the action of a headlong and insatiable mind not to know when to set a limit to what it covets. That it is to abuse God's favors to wish to strip them of that moderation which he has prescribed. That to plunge into danger after a victory is to put it again at the mercy of fortune. That one of the wisest rules of the art of war is never to drive your foes to despair. When necessity is aroused, her bites are most grievous. If Monsieur de Foix had not been led by ardor to pursue the remnant so relentlessly after Ravenna, he would not have sullied it by his death. King Clodomir of Aquitania, pursuing the fleeing Gondomar, forced him to turn about and face him. His stubborn determination robbed him of the fruits of his victory, for he was slain. Pharax prevented the king of Sparta, who had just won against Mantinea, from confronting several hundred Argives who had escaped unscathed, persuading him to let them flee so as not to essay what virtue is like when goaded and outraged by misfortune. Similarly, choose between keeping soldiers armed richly and sumptuously or only with bare necessities. In favor of the first, Sertorius, Philopoemen, Brutus, Caesar, it is always a spur to honor and glory for a soldier to be splendidly armed, an encouragement to fight more stubbornly, seeing he has to safeguard his weapons which constitute his inherited wealth. Xenophon says that was why Asians brought wives, concubines, and richest jewels when they fought. But in favor of the other side, rather than encouraging it, we should remove from the soldier any thought of preserving his life. Such a practice would redouble his fears of exposing himself to risks. With such rich spoils you increase the enemy's lust for victory. Hopes of spoil put heart into the Romans against the Samnites. When Antiochus showed off to Hannibal his army with all its splendid equipment, asking, will this army be enough for the Romans? Will it be enough for them? I should say it would, he replied, no matter how greedy they may be. Lycurgus forbade luxurious equipment and even despoiling vanquished enemies. He wished poverty and frugality to outshine all else on the battlefield. During sieges, we readily allow soldiers full freedom to defy and insult enemies. Reasonable, for it deprives our own men of any hope of mercy, leaving only victory. But in the case of Vitellius, that all went awry. Confronting Otho, whose soldiers were debilitated by the pleasures of Rome, he maddened them so with stabbing insults that, something no exhortations had managed, he put new heart into them and led them to engage. Considering how vital it is to safeguard an army's leader, it would seem impossible to cast doubt on disguising apparel at the moment of battle. Yet the disadvantages are no less. When their general cannot be recognized, the courage they derive from his example begins at once to fail them. Experience favors now one party, now the other. Pyrrhus, disguising himself under Demigacle's armor, saved his life, but all but lost the day. Alexander, Caesar, and Lucullus liked to stand out in rich equipment. Agis, Agesilaus, and Gylippus went in dark colors. Among things held against Pompey at Pharsalia was bringing his army to a firm halt and awaiting the enemy, reducing the ferocious power which charging gives to opening blows. Francis I's reflections, via the Du Bellairs, join classical exempla. Diametrically opposed decisions can lead to similar results. Judgment in war is an essay without a settled maxim. Pro et contra. Every military maxim has its opposite equally well armed with exempla. Necessity's bites. Never drive foes to despair, or pursue victory until you lose it. Both counsel and both kill. Experience both ways. Disguise the general or blaze in gold. Arm sumptuously or strip for poverty. Fortune grades the event. Quote, as this verse rightly says, there is every possibility of speaking for and against anything. 48. On war horses. There are several examples in Roman history of captains. Suetonius mentions it particularly of Caesar, who would order their horsemen to dismount when they were hard-pressed, to remove from the soldiers any hope of flight, and also, no doubt, for the advantage of fighting in that fashion. The chapter catalogues mounts, armor, Parthian and French habits of cavalry, war's furniture as another mirror of custom and courage. The horse is partner, weapon, and sometimes the excuse for running. Caesar, writing of the Swedes, says that during cavalry engagements they often leap to the ground and fight on foot, having taught their horses not to budge from a spot which they quickly run back to whenever there is need. According to their customs, nothing is so cowardly or so base as using saddles or padded cushions. Even a tiny group of them are never afraid of attacking a largish number so mounted. He used to marvel at horses trained to do all sorts of maneuvers at the touch of a wand while reins drooped loose. Current practice among the Massilians who rode without saddle or bridle, and Numidians who used no reins. King Alfonso, who first founded the chivalric order of the band, forbade the knights ever to ride mule on pain of a fine of 1 silver mark. Il Cortigiano states, it was formerly a disgrace for a gentleman to ride one. Yet on the contrary, the nobler the Abyssinians, and the more closely related to Prester John, the more they esteem it an honor to ride on a mule. According to Xenophon, the Assyrians always hobbled their horses in their stables. So ferocious were they. Cyrus treated his horses as comrades and never ordered them fed before they had earned it by sweating through exercises. When pressed by necessity, the Scythians drew blood from their horses and drank it for nourishment. The men of Crete besieged by Metellus were forced to use their horses' urine. Turkish armies, managed more economically than ours, know how to live on the blood of their horses, which they salt. When the Spaniards made their landfall, those new people of the Indies thought both men and horses were either gods or animate creatures of a nobler nature. When defeated, some brought offerings of gold and food to the horses as well, interpreting their whinnying as language of compromise and truce. In the East Indies, the first degree of honor was to ride an elephant, the second, a coach drawn by 4 horses, the third, a camel, the last and basest, a single horse. One contemporary saw lands where they ride on oxen equipped with pack saddles, stirrups, and bridles. Quintus Fabius Maximus Rutilianus, seeing his horsemen after 2 or 3 charges fail to penetrate the Samnite battalion, decided they should unbridle their horses and dig in their spurs as hard as they could. Since nothing could stop them, they opened a gap for his foot soldiers. Quintus Fulvius Flaccus gave similar orders against the Celtiberians. The shock greater if before throwing them against the enemy you take off their bridles. When Bajazet was broken by Tamburlaine, he would have saved himself speeding away on his Arab mare if he had not been forced to let her drink her fill when fording a stream that made her so limp his pursuers easily caught up. Alexander fought the Dahi who went armed into battle, riding 2 to a horse. In the melee, 1 jumped down. They took turns fighting mounted or on foot. No other nation surpasses us, he thinks, in skill and grace when riding. In our idiom, a good horseman seems to refer not so much to skill as to courage. The most expert trainer he knew was the Sieur de Carnavalet, at the service of Henry II. He has seen a man ride at speed with both feet in the saddle, throw the saddle to the ground, return to pick it up, strap it on again, and sit in it, reins hanging loose as he galloped, ride over a hat, shoot backwards at it with his bow, pick up anything with 1 foot on the ground and the other in the stirrup. In Constantinople, 2 men on 1 horse, taking turns to jump down and up, another riding astride, 2 horses carrying a second man on his shoulders who shot accurately from his bow as they raced, several standing on their heads in the saddle with feet in the air between scimitars. When a boy, the Prince of Sulmona in Naples, putting an untrained horse through all sorts of manege, used to hold pieces of 8 under his knees as if they had been nailed there, to show the firmness of his seat. Dismount to stand. Caesar and others order horsemen down when hard pressed. Remove hope of flight. The Swedes leap down and fight on foot by custom. Custom saddle. Mula disgrace in Spain, an honor in Abyssinia. Unbridled charge opens gaps the padded cushion cannot. Partner in food. Scythians drink horse blood. Indians offer gold to horses as gods. Bajazet lost by letting his mare drink. Quote, there are several examples in Roman history of captains. Suetonius mentions it particularly of Caesar, who would order their horsemen to dismount when they were hard-pressed, to remove from the soldiers any hope of flight. 49. On ancient customs. He forgives people for taking their own manners as the only model of perfection, a common failing not only of the mob, but of virtually all men, who set their sights within the limitations of the customs into which they were born. He can accept that a man, meeting Fabricius or Laelius, might find their appearance strange beside our fashion. He complains of the singular lack of judgment that lets contemporary modes so thoroughly take him in that he changes mind and opinions every 4 weeks if fashion demands it, and makes mutually exclusive judgments about himself. Even if the waistband of his doublet were worn high up the chest, he would heatedly maintain that that is where it ought to be. Then, when it was lowered a few years later, condemn the former with mania. Lists of antique usages, baths, dining, dress, gestures, become raw material for the relativity of what passes as natural. Habits, education continues. Other times, other necessities. The chapter is a workshop of examples that loosen the grip of always. Waistband mania shows fashion, not judgment. Antique lists loosen the grip of always. Custom makes the high waist right until the low waist condemns the former with equal heat. Fashion's 4 weeks. Opinions that flip with a waistband are not judgment. Relativity of a natural. Ancient customs expose how much of nature is local habit. Quote, I am prepared to forgive our own people for having no other model or rule of perfection but their own manners and behavior. For it is a common failing not only of the mob, but of virtually all men to set their sights within the limitations of the customs into which they were born. Quote, even if the waistband of his doublet were worn high up the chest, he would heatedly maintain that that is where it ought to be. Then, when it was lowered a few years later, condemn the former with mania. 50. On Democritus and Heraclitus. Judgment is a tool for all subjects. He seizes any occasion to essay it, sounding the ford on what he does not understand, shoring up the trivial, choosing among well-trodden paths. He takes the first subject fortune offers, never plans to expound in full, prefers an unusual angle, surrenders to his master form, which is ignorance. Anything we do reveals us. Caesar at Pharsalia and an amorous phrase, a horse in the stable as on the track. The soul gives external things such measures as she wills. Democritus laughed at our vanity. Heraclitus wept. He prefers the former, not because laughter is sweeter, but because it condemns us more. We're not so much wretched as vain, not so much wicked as daft. Diogenes, cocking his snook at Alexander, is a juster judge than Timon, the misanthrope. Our specific property is to be equally laughable and able to laugh. Master form ignorance, scatter words without plan, under no obligation to stick to the subject. Laugh over weep. Mockery despises. Lamentation still respects what it pities. Soul, as queen, external goods doff their garments and receive her colors. Quote, our power of judgment is a tool to be used on all subjects. It can be applied anywhere. That is why I seize on any sort of occasion for employing it in the essays I am making of it here. If it concerns a subject which I do not understand at all, that is the very reason why I essay my judgment on it. I sound out the ford from a safe distance. If I find I will be out of my depth, then I stick to the bank. Quote, I prefer the former temperament, not because it is more agreeable to laugh than to weep, but because it is more disdainful and condemns us men more than the other. I do not think that there is so much wretchedness in us as vanity. We are not so much wicked as daft. We are not so much full of evil as of inanity. We are not so much pitiful as despicable. 51. On the vanity of words. A rhetorician whose job was to make trivial things seem big would be flogged in Sparta for lying. Thucydides on Pericles. Throw him, and he persuades the crowd he did not fall. Rhetoricians deceive not eyes, but judgment, bastardizing things in their essence. Crete and Sparta, sound Polites, did not rate orators highly. He despises words and admires deeds. Matter over makeup. Spartan flogging for puffery. Pericles thrown yet persuades. Matter over makeup. Oratory corrupts judgment worse than cosmetics hide a face. Rhetoricians bastardize things in their essence. Ariston defined rhetoric as the art of persuading the people. Crete and Sparta, sound Polites, did not rate orators highly. The rhetorician's job is to make small things seem big, a cobbler fitting large shoes to little feet. Spartan flogging honored truth over ornament. We reward the deceivers of judgment. Spartan flogging. The art of making little feet fit big shoes is deception. Matter over makeup. Oratory corrupts judgment worse than cosmetics hide a face. Quote, in former times there was a rhetorician who said his job was to make trivial things seem big and to be accepted as such. He is a cobbler who can make big shoes fit little feet. In Sparta, they would have had him flogged for practicing the art of lying and deception. Quote, Thucydides on Pericles. Throw him, and he persuades the crowd he did not fall. Rhetoricians deceive not eyes, but judgment, bastardizing things in their essence. 52. On the frugality of the ancients. Attilius Regulus, victorious in Africa, asked leave to go home because a plowman had stolen his farm gear from 7 acres. The Senate managed his estate and cared for his family at public expense. Cato sold his horse to spare shipping, inspected Sardinia on foot, never spent more than 10 pence a day in the market. Scipio Aemilianus traveled on embassy with 10 servants. A brief compilation of stern exempla that never grew larger. 7-acre Regulus. Stern exempla of frugality that never swelled into a catalogue. One word suffices. Public charge. The Senate cared for his family, while he cared for 7 acres and a stolen plow. Quote, Attilius Regulus, the commander-in-chief of the Roman army in Africa, at the height of his reputation for his victories over the Carthaginians, wrote to the Roman states saying that one of his ploughmen, whom he had left in sole charge of his estates, which consisted of some 7 acres of land all told, had run off with his farm equipment. He asked for leave to go home and see to things, lest his wife and children should suffer want. 53. on one of Caesar's sayings. Linger over ourselves, and we find a structure of weak and deficient elements. We cannot settle happiness on any single thing. The dispute over man's sovereign good goes on forever. Present goods never satisfy, not because they are inadequate, but because we clasp them in a sick and immoderate grip. The fault is in the vessel. Caesar. By a common defect of nature, we place our trust rather in things unseen, hidden, and unknown, and are terrified to distraction by them. Sovereign good. We cannot settle happiness on one thing. The fault is in the vessel, not the goods. Unseen terrors. By nature, we trust hidden unknowns and are terrified by what we cannot grasp. Quote, no matter what falls within our knowledge, no matter what we enjoy, it fails to make us content, and we go gaping after things outside our knowledge. Future things, since present goods never leave us satisfied. Not in my judgment, because they are inadequate to satisfy us, but because we clasp them in a sick and immoderate grip. Vidiscuminis nelies on vein cunin divis. Poems all beginning with the same letter, Greek verses shaped as eggs and wings. The man who counted alphabet permutations. The millet thrower rewarded with baskets of millet, so the skill should not rust. Wonderful testimony to the weakness of judgment that things so empty win reputation. He wonders what his own essays are worth, and distinguishes good, simple Christians and mystics from middling minds that do harm, yet might appreciate his book. Millet reward for empty skill. Wonderful testimony to weak judgment. Poems shaped as eggs and wings. Alphabets counted to incredible numbers. He wonders what his essays are worth besides such toys. Good naive Christians need no such tricks. Mediocre minds applaud them. Another measure of our inequality. Plutarch's incredible count of alphabet arrangements and shaped Greek verses, eggs, balls, wings, testify how emptiness wins reputation when judgment naps. Empty reputation, trifling feats when applause, when judgment is weak. Millet reward. Fine skill in throwing grains through a needle's eye earns baskets, not honor. Quote, whereupon he commanded, very amusingly and correctly, if you ask me, that the man who did it should be given 2 or 3 baskets of millet, so that so fine a skill should not remain unpracticed. It is a wonderful testimony of the weakness of man's judgment that things which are so empty can win us reputation. Quote, poems all beginning with the same letter, Greek verses shaped as eggs and wings. Wonderful testimony to the weakness of judgment that things so empty win us reputation. 55. On smells. The best characteristic we can hope for is to smell of nothing. Healthy children's breath. Plautus. A woman smells nice when she smells of nothing. Those who smell a borrowed scent may be smothering a stench. The man who always smells nice actually stinks. He himself is fond of good smells and immeasurably loathes bad ones. A personal turn in an early compilation. Healthy breath smells of nothing. Borrowed scent may hide a deeper stench. Montaigne dislikes artificial perfumes on men and women alike. Health smells of nothing. Offense is the measure we notice. Borrowed scent flatters the nose while the body may harbor worse. Smell of nothing. Health's praise is absence of offense, not borrowed scent. Plautus's rule. A woman smells nice when she smells of nothing. Quote, the best characteristic we can hope for is to smell of nothing. The sweetness of the purest breath consists in nothing more excellent than to be, without any offensive smell, as the breath of healthy children. Quote, Plautus, a woman smells nice when she smells of nothing. 56. On prayer. He would have Christians say the Lord's Prayer is grace, at rising and lying down, on all occasions. The only prayer he says everywhere. Instead of varying it, he repeats it. And so, it is the only one he can remember. Recourse to God in all designs can become error when the soul remains impure. A man calling God while engaged in vice is a cutpurse calling on justice. Few would submit their secret prayers to public view. Pythagoreans wanted prayer heard, so God should not be begged for unseemly things. We use prayer as a jingle, trusting sound and outward appearance while concupiscence is untouched. Holy law clasps the sinful. but we must, at least for that instant, have a soul loathing its shortcomings. Plato, neither gods nor good men accept gifts from the wicked. He would have Christians say the Lord's Prayer at rising, lying down, and meals. The only prayer he says everywhere, and therefore the only one he remembers. God's power and justice are inseparable. To implore wicked causes avails nothing. The soul must be pure at least for that instant when we pray, free from vicious passions, or we offer God rods for our own chastisement. We say prayers by habit, outward show, triple crosses at benedicity, while other hours go to hatred and covetousness. Indiscriminate use of David's songs is forbidden. Holy words are not for lung exercise. He writes secundum me, disputabilis opinio, not secundum deum. Philosophy's questions, not theology's decrees. Xenophon held we should pray less often, for it is hard to bring the soul to the reformed state prayer requires. Forgive us, as we forgive asks souls free from vengeance. Men say prayers at the foot of the house, they are about to blow up. Pythagoreans wanted prayer heard publicly lest God be begged for unseemly things. Plato, neither gods nor good men accept gifts from the wicked. We should ask that things comply with wisdom, not our will. Queen Margaret's prince prayed going to and from his assignation. The miser, the ambitious man, and the thief pray. We use prayer as a jingle while concupiscence remains untouched. Holy law clasps the sinful, but we must, for that instant, loathe our shortcomings. The notions he propounds reach no conclusion. Disputabilis opinio, not theology's decree. Give vices their hours, then 1 hour to God. Triple crosses at benedicity, while hatred and covetousness keep the rest. Forgive us as we forgive is a petition only souls free from vengeance can mean. Lord's Prayer only, one form, repeated everywhere, memory's honest limit. Purity of the instant. Prayer without repentance redoubles the fault. Not a jingle. Structure and sound without the soul are sorcery's cousin. Quote, "It is the only prayer that I say everywhere. Instead of varying it, I repeat it. That explains why it is the only prayer I can ever remember." Quote, "A devout reconciliation with God, a true prayer, cannot befall a soul which is impure and, at that very time, submissive to the domination of Satan. A man who calls God to his aid while he is actually engaged in vice is like a cutpurse calling on justice to help him, or like those who produce the name of God to vouch for their lies." 57. On the length of life. Wise men shorten lifespan against common opinion. Cato, at 48, already mature. Madness to expect death only from extreme old age, the rarest death, and call it alone natural. What is common is more natural. Consider whatever age we have reached as reached by few. Laws err in putting us to work too late. Augustus wanted 30 for a judgeship while a 19-year-old decided the world. Souls at 20 show all they are capable of. If a thorn pricks not at birth, it will hardly prick at all. Fair deeds before 30 outnumber those after, since that age's mind and body have diminished. Knowledge may grow, but vitality, more truly ours, droops. Considering life's frailty, we should not allow so large a place to being born, to leisure, and to our apprenticeship. Natural death rare. Old age is exemption, not the norm. Common hazards are nature's usual course. Apprenticeship. Book I's last word. Do not let preparation eat the life it was meant to serve. By 20 or never. Natural powers reveal their beauty then. Later years may add experience, but fade essence. Quote, "Personally, I reckon that our souls are free from their bonds at the age of 20, as they ought to be, and that by then they show promise of all they are capable of. No soul having failed by then to give a quite evident pledge of her power ever gave proof of it afterwards." Quote, "It seems to me that considering the frailty of our life and the number of natural hazards to which it is exposed, we should not allow so large a place in it to being born, to leisure, and to our apprenticeship." Book 2. Book 2 is where the essays grow teeth. Inconstancy of action, practice unto death, fathers and children, books as pastime and self-essay, cruelty as the ultimate vice, and then the vast apology for Raymond VII, where natural theology, Pyrrhonian doubt, animal intelligence, faith and grace, and the relativity of custom all turn against human presumption. Conscience, glory, and a resemblance of children to fathers round a book that essays not only opinions but the essayist himself. 1. On the inconstancy of our actions. Those who try to knit a man's deeds into one whole and show them under one light are never more bewildered. The pieces contradict each other so oddly that they seem not to come from the same shop. Young Marius is now son of Mars, now of Venus. Boniface took up his duties like a fox, bore them like a lion, died like a dog. Even Nero, image of cruelty, sighed that he had ever learned to write when asked to sign a death warrant. Vacillation is the most common and blatant defect of our nature. Sound authors still stubbornly weave us into one invariable fabric, select one universal character, and accuse of insincerity whatever will not twist to the model. Augustus escaped them by sheer uninterrupted diversity. Of man I can believe nothing less easily than in variability, nothing more easily than variability. Judge piece by piece, separately, and you hit truth more often. We follow the inclinations of appetite left and right as the winds of occasion bear us. We are led like wooden puppets by wires pulled by others. We do not go. We are borne along like things afloat. Anyone who turns prime attention on himself will hardly find himself in the same state twice. I speak about myself in diverse ways because I look at myself in diverse ways. Timid and insolent, chaste and lecherous, talkative and taciturn. Every sort of contradiction, depending on how I gyrate. The most universal article of my logic is distinguo. One courageous action does not prove a man brave. Habitual valor would be resolute in illness as in battle, at home as in the breach. We are fashioned of oddments. There is as much difference between us and ourselves as between us and other people. No wind is right for a seaman who has no predetermined harbor. Probe right down inside for the principles that make things move, but since that is deep and chancy, I would that fewer people concern themselves with it. Distinguo, the standing rule of self-knowledge. Distinguish twist from twist. Never claim a simple whole. Piece by piece. Judge each action in its context. Refuse the false flag of a single character. Quote, anyone who turns his prime attention onto himself will hardly ever find himself in the same state twice. I speak about myself in diverse ways. That is because I look at myself in diverse ways. There is nothing I can say about myself as a whole, simply and completely, without intermingling and admixture. The most universal article of my own logic is distinguo. And there is as much difference between us and ourselves as there is between us and other people. 2. On drunkenness. The world is all variation and dissimilarity. Vices are all vices, yet not equal vices. Sacrilege is worse than stealing a cabbage, and reason will not make them the same. It is dangerous to confound the rank of sins. Murderers and tyrants gain too much by it. Each man comes down heavily on his neighbor's sins and lessens the weight of his own. Drunkenness, considered among other vices, has always seemed to Montaigne gross and brutish. Other vices intermingle with learning, diligence, valor, skill. This one is all body and earthy, and the grossest nation of our day is alone in honoring it. Other vices harm the intellect. This one overthrows it and stuns the body. The worst state for a man is when he loses all consciousness and control of himself. Wine unbungs intimate secrets. Yet Augustus confided in Piso, Tiberius in Cassus, both often carried drunk from the Senate. Cassius drank water, Cimber often got drunk, and Caesar's plot held them both. German mercenaries drowned in wine still remember password and rank. Antiquity did not greatly condemn the vice. Even Stoics advise occasional excess to relax the soul. Cato was reproached for heavy drinking. Cyrus cited among his praiseworthy qualities that he knew how to drink better. Montaigne's taste and complexion are more hostile than his reason. He finds the vice base and stultifying, but less wicked and a cause of less harm than others that do more direct public damage. It costs the drinker more than his neighbor. Germans gulp without tasting, while the French sip with too tender a palate. A great lord who drank 2 gallons at ordinary meals still conducted affairs with sage counsel. Plato forbids the young to drink before 18 and to get drunk before 40, yet tells men over 40 to enjoy Dionysius, who restores gaiety and softens passions, with restrictions against military expeditions and deliberation on public affairs. Habit, climate, and complexion matter. The essay essays degrees, not absolutes, and leaves the Stoic equation of all vices as a schoolroom neatness that experience will not wear. Alexander abandoned his body to mule drivers while drunk. A chaste widow near Castres, violated asleep after wine, married her violator when she proclaimed forgiveness from the pulpit. Persians debated weighty affairs over wine. Silvius advised monthly excess to stir the stomach. If enjoyment always costs something, drunkenness costs conscience less than most vices. Yet Plato sets age limits, and habit, climate, and complexion alter the essay. Germans gulp without tasting, while the French sip with too tender a palate. A great lord who drank 2 gallons at ordinary meals still conducted affairs with sage counsel. Unequal vices. Stoic sameness of vice is a school neatness. Rank and harm differ. Body's rapture. Drunkenness overthrows intellect and costs the drinker more than the neighbor. Quote, "The world is all variation and dissimilarity. Vices are all the same in that they are vices, and doubtless the Stoics understand matters after that fashion. But even though they are equally vices, they are not equal vices. Now drunkenness, considered among other vices, has always seemed to me gross and brutish. Other vices harm our intellect. This one overthrows it." Quote, "Other vices harm our intellect. This one overthrows it." Plato forbids the young to drink before 18 and to get drunk before 40, yet tells men over 40 to enjoy Dionysius, who restores gaiety and softens passions. 3. A custom of the Isle of Saya. If to philosophize is to doubt, then to fool about and weave fantasies as I do must also be to doubt. Yet my professor is the authority of God's will, which ranks above vain human controversies. Philosophy has its own way of favoring self-destruction and of opposing it with equally strong reasons. Nature has ordained only one entrance to life, but 100,000 exits. Living is slavery if the freedom to die is wanting. The fairest death is the most willed. Against this stand the arguments of post and duty. We may not leave our guard without the commandment of him who posted us. There is more constancy in wearing out our chains than in breaking them, more firmness in Regulus than in Cato. Examples crowd both sides. Spartan contempt of death, mass suicides of besieged towns, women who chose the river over rape, the Sicilian who killed his family rather than surrender them to Turkish slavery, and the 90-year-old woman of Saya who, blessed in mind and body, begged Sextus Pompeius to witness her hemlock so that she might leave fortune's kindlier face before an adverse one appeared. Sometimes we desire death out of hope for a greater good. St. Paul, Cleombrotus after the Phaedo, so that to call every deliberate loosening asunder despair is incorrect. The essay does not settle the casuistry. It holds the pro et contra open under God's leave. If to philosophize is to doubt, then to fool about as I do must also be to doubt. Yet my professor is the authority of God's will, which ranks above vain human controversies. When Philip entered the Peloponnesus, Damocles told the Spartans they would suffer plenty unless they regained favor. "Coward," he replied, "what can men suffer who do not fear death?" A Spartan boy sold as slave jumped from a roof rather than perform an abject task. I will show you what you have bought. Nature has ordained only one entrance to life, but 100,000 exits. Living is slavery if the freedom to die is wanting. We may not leave our guard without the commandment of him who posted us. There is more constancy in wearing out our chains than in breaking them, more firmness in Regulus than in Cato. Yet Seneca asks why we recall what fortune can do for the living rather than that he who knows how to die is free. When Sextus Pompeius visited Saya, a woman of 90 begged him witness her poison. Blessed in mind and body, she had known only fortune's kindlier face and would not wait for an adverse one. She divided property, commended household gods to her elder daughter, prayed to Mercury, and told her daughters when the cold reached her heart. Hyperboreans, weary of life, feast and leap from a cliff. Josephus clung to hope when counseled to die. A Sicilian killed his family rather than surrender them to Turkish slavery. Of incitements, unbearable pain, and a worse death seem most pardonable. To call every deliberate loosening asunder despair is incorrect. We are often brought to it by hope, or by calm propensity of judgment. The essay does not settle the casuistry. It holds the pro et contra open under God's leave. Women of Saya who reached extreme old age drank poison in public, with the whole town witnessing. Not despair, but a ceremony of leave-taking. Cleombrotus, reading Plato's Phaedo, leapt from a wall into the sea, persuaded that death was the portal to a better life. St. Paul desired to be dissolved and be with Christ. The theologians class suicide as despair. I submit to their chair, yet show that hope as often as fear opens the 100,000 exits. Mass suicides of besieged towns, matrons who chose the river over rape, the Sicilian who killed his family rather than surrender them. Examples crowd both sides. Unbearable pain and a worse death waiting seem the most pardonable incitements. The essay essays, it does not legislate. Philosophy has its own way of favoring self-destruction and of opposing it with equally strong reasons. My professor remains God's will, which ranks above vain human controversies. The fairest death is the most willed. Living is slavery if the freedom to die is wanting. Yet we may not leave our guard without the commandment of him who posted us. 100,000 exits, nature's gift that removes grounds for lament, and the hinge of the suicide debate. Saya, public, reason leave to die when the Senate or fortune's witness has heard the case. Quote, nature has ordained only one entrance to life, but 100,000 exits. Living is slavery if the freedom to die is wanting. That clearly shows how incorrect we are to call this deliberate loosening asunder despair. We're often brought to it by a burning hope, often also by a calm and certain propensity of our judgment. Quote, that clearly shows how incorrect we are to call this deliberate loosening asunder despair. We are often brought to it by a burning hope, often also by a calm and certain propensity of our judgment. For work can wait till tomorrow. Amyot's Plutarch is our breviary. Simplicity of language, a vigorous generic idea of Plutarch planted in the translator's soul, a book that brought ignorant people like us up out of the mire. From Plutarch comes the tale of Rusticus, who put off opening the emperor's letters until a declamation ended, praised for dignity and courtesy, doubted for wisdom, since unexpected letters from an emperor may have grave consequences. The opposite vice to curiosity is lack of concern. Montaigne's own complexion, so extreme that some keep unopened letters days in their pockets. Boutier's nearly lost Turin for dinner company. Caesar might have saved himself by reading the note on the way to the Senate. Archias, the Theban tyrant, coined the proverb by putting the warning letter aside. Work can wait till tomorrow, and was killed. A wise man may defer out of respect, or so as not to break another affair. But when all has been said, it is not easy in any human action to hit the mean between avid curiosity and fatal nonchalance. Rusticus's courtesy, dignity in deferring letters may be folly when an emperor's post cannot wait. Fatal nonchalance, Archias's proverb, work tomorrow, cost the tyrant his life that night. Quote, Plutarch relates too how Archias, the Theban tyrant, on the evening before Pelopidas executed his plot, put the letter aside with the words that became Greek proverb, work can wait till tomorrow. 5. On conscience. During the civil wars, Montaigne traveled with a careful Italian of good family who was so madly afraid that his fears seemed to arise from his conscience. Wondrous is that power. It makes us betray, accuse, and fight ourselves, lashing us with invisible whips. The Paeonian who killed his king was unknown, yet the furies of conscience made him give himself away. Hesiod corrects Plato, who counsels evil suffers evil most. Conscience fills us with fear and also with assurance. Scipio, before the people, account book in hand, needs no other advocate. Torture is a dangerous innovation founded on the supposed power of conscience. Why should pain make me confess what is true rather than what is false? Pain compels even the innocent to lie. The village woman who preferred to accuse an innocent neighbor rather than her own conscience sketches the conscience of our justice. The essay turns from inner torment to the public machinery that pretends to read the heart by breaking the body. Invisible whips. Conscience as self-torment that betrays the guilty without need of rack. Torture, a method that confounds innocence and guilt by the same pain. Quote, "Wondrous is the power of conscience. It makes us betray, accuse, and fight ourselves. This is the principal vengeance. No guilty man is absolved. He is his own judge. Pain compels even the innocent to lie." 6. On practice. Philosophy is to learn how to die. Yet even Cainius, waiting on Caligula's order, was still philosophizing into death, asking whether the soul would feel its departure. We cannot join battle with death whole, but we can make reconnaissances. Sleep is nature's lesson that she made us as much for dying as for living. Swoons after violent accident bring us close to death's true face, for the fleeting moment of passing has no duration in which to suffer. What we fear are the approaches. Imagination magnifies illness and confinement beyond the fact. Montaigne hopes the same of death. Then the essay itself. Riding near home in the Civil Wars, struck by a servant's horse, thrown 10 or 12 yards, taken for dead 2 hours, vomiting clotted blood, sensations closer to death than life. Life seemed to cling only to his lips. He found it pleasant to languish and let himself go. A thought floating on the surface of the soul, tinged with the gentle feeling of those who glide into sleep. Hands tore at the doublet of their own accord. He ordered a horse for his wife without knowing where he was. Empty acts of apparent thinking, habit of the senses, the soul only lightly licked by dew. When strength returned, pain returned. Memory of the accident came last, like lightning striking the soul on the way back from the other world. To inure yourself to death, draw nigh to it. Here you have not my teaching, but my study. For many years the target of my thoughts has been myself alone. No description is more difficult than describing oneself, and none more useful. Custom makes talk of oneself a vice. I do not merely practice it. I make a profession of it. Philosophy is to learn how to die. Yet even Cainius, waiting on Caligula's order, was still philosophizing into death, asking whether the soul would feel its departure. We cannot join battle with death whole, but we can make reconnaissances. Sleep is nature's lesson that she made us as much for dying as for living. Swoons after violent accident bring us close to death's true face, for the fleeting moment of passing has no duration in which to suffer. What we fear are the approaches. Imagination magnifies illness and confinement beyond the fact. I hope the same of death. Then my own reconnaissance. In the Civil Wars near home, a servant's horse threw me 10 yards. I was taken for dead 2 hours, vomiting clotted blood. Life clung to my lips. I found it pleasant to languish, a thought on the soul's surface, like those who glide into sleep. Hands tore my doublet. I ordered a horse for my wife without knowing where I was. When strength returned, pain and memory returned last, like lightning from the other world. Custom makes talk of oneself a vice. I do not merely practice it. I make a profession of spying on myself, and death's portrait, once seen close, somewhat reconciles me to her. Reconnaissance of death, sleep, swoon, and the riding accident as essays of the approaches, not the instant. Self as study, the essay's method declared. Spy on yourself from close quarters. Publish the lesson that helps you. Quote, "The memory of this, being deeply planted in my soul, paints for me the face of death and her portrait so close to nature that it somewhat reconciles me to her. I felt myself oozing away so gently, in so gentle and pleasing a fashion, that I can think of hardly any action less grievous than that was. Here you have not my teaching, but my study. The lesson is not for others, it is for me. For many years now the target of my thoughts has been myself alone. I examine nothing, I study nothing but me. Quote, for many years now the target of my thoughts has been myself alone. I examine nothing, I study nothing but me. 7. On rewards for honor. Orders of chivalry recognize rare men with rewards that cost the people nothing and the monarch little. And virtue more readily embraces recompense that is her own, more glorious than useful. Mix riches into a prize for honor alone, and you prune its prestige. The Order of St. Michael was long esteemed precisely because it was associated with no other advantage. Honor is a privilege whose essence is rarity, and so is virtue. No recompense is allotted to a virtue that has passed into custom. Even if more men now merit the order, liberality still debases it. Military valor spreads easily by habit and civil war, but the order once sought a famous leader's general knowledge of warfare, not mere brave obedience. Better to fail to bestow it on everyone due than to lose so useful an innovation. No great-minded man values what he holds in common with many. Quote, if you introduce other advantages and riches into a prize which should be for honor alone, instead of increasing the prestige, you prune it back and degrade it. No matter how great it may be, no recompense is allotted to any virtue which has passed into custom. Addressed to Madame d'Estissac, widow young, proposals many, constancy long, whose maternal love Montaigne ranks among the striking examples of the age, and whose boy may one day learn from this page that no nobleman in France owes more to his mother. The chapter opens with the melancholy that first put writing into his head. Empty of matter, he offered himself to himself as theme. From that self-portrait he turns to the law of nature. If any instinct is universally stamped on beasts and ourselves, which is not beyond dispute. Next after self-preservation comes the love the begetter feels for the begotten. Love running backwards is weaker, and Aristotle adds that the benefactor loves more than the recipient, for being consists in motion, and each is somehow within what he does. Things that cost us most are dearest, and it costs more to give than to receive. Reason must govern inclination. Propensities without judgment taste flat. Montaigne cannot cuddle newborns still without movements of soul or recognizable features. He never willingly allowed them to be nursed in his presence. A true and well-regulated affection should be born and then increase as children enable us to get to know them. The reverse is common. Toys in infancy, miserliness when they come of age, jealousy of those who tread on our heels as if to summon us to leave. Since children can only have their being at the expense of ours, we ought not to undertake to be fathers if that frightens us. It is cruel not to welcome them as co-partners in property once capable. Aged fathers stuck in the chimney corner with wealth enough for several children drive sons, by despair, to larceny. Montaigne has known well-connected young men so addicted to theft that even after inheriting, they still stole from stalls and sent someone later to pay. Make yourself respected for virtues, loved for goodness. Authority associated with affection is firmer than force. He condemns all violence in the education of tender minds. Something servile always clings to constraint. He tasted the rod but twice, lightly. Leonore, the only daughter who escaped the calamity that took the rest before weaning, reached 6 with nothing but gentle words. Caning makes souls more cowardly or more maliciously stubborn. Do we want to be loved? Then enrich their lives within reason, and do not marry so young that adult years confound with theirs. He married at 33 and approves 35. A nobleman still needing cash for court or war need not yet strip bare. But the father brought low by age does wrong to brood over a great pile of riches. Strip not to the shirt, but to a nice warm dressing gown, as Charles V handed wealth, rank, and power to his son. Leave the young the use of house and property, but retain withdrawable authority. Train them in management during your lifetime. Prefer to be loved than feared. Austere frowns make fathers loathsome and, worse, ridiculous, scarecrows in a field of flax. The farce of the imperious old master, keys dearer than sight while dissipation runs below, shows authority running its empty course. Al solus nescit omnia. He alone is unaware of the lot. Marshal Monluc's lament for the son lost on Madeira cuts deepest. The father never revealed his love, kept the silly mask of stern gravity, and the boy died believing he was unloved. Montaigne hastens to reveal himself to his own folk. Against wills used as sticks and carrots, follow local customary law. And then the turn. The offspring of mind are products of a part more noble than the body. We are both mother and father to them. Labienus had himself shut alive in the vault when his books were condemned. Lucan died with verses of the Pharsalia on his lips. Montaigne is not sure he would not rather have given birth to one perfectly formed son by commerce with the Muses than by commerce with his wife. And this present child of his brain he gives unconditionally. It may know plenty he knows no longer. It is richer than he is, yet he is wiser than it. Augustus was free with gifts, yet sparing where honor itself was concerned, though his uncle had heaped military awards on him before he ever fought. Most nations found decorations that honor virtue without taxing people or monarch. The Order of St. Michael was longed for above every office because it brought no other advantage. Mix profit into honor, and you prune prestige. Money pays messengers, dancers, flatterers, traitors. Virtue prefers her peculiar currency. No praise for virtues become custom. Spartans did not boast of national valor. Even if more men merit the order today, liberality debases it. Military valor spreads easily in civil war, while philosophical valor, calm, uniform, despising all accidents, is a greater thing of which ours is but a glimmer. Formerly the order sought famous leaders, not brave soldiers alone. Nec enim idem milites et imperatoriart sunt. Better fail to bestow on all who deserve and lose so useful an innovation. Those who merit least now affect to despise what was unworthily extended. To abolish one order and invent another in our diseased age is to repeat the same debasement. Tight rules and lost memory of old contempt would be needed first. Our tongue puts valiance first. Veil lance from valor. The court's unto bien means valiant. Romans made virtus from vis. Arms are France's essential nobility. We call a chaste woman bonne femme, as though we struck a bargain, letting every other fault run free. I write as knight of a debased St. Michael, while Henry III, Holy Ghost, sought renewal. Without restrictive awarding, the same inflation returns. From there the line of thought turns to fathers. For honor and affection are cousins, and both suffer when we debauch the sign for the substance. Addressed to Madame d'Estissac. Maternal love ranks among the striking examples of the age. If any instinct is stamped on beasts and ourselves, next after self-preservation comes the begetter's love for the begotten. Love running backwards is weaker. Aristotle adds that the benefactor loves more than the recipient. Things that cost us most are dearest. Reason must govern inclination. I cannot cuddle newborns without movements of soul. Affection should be born and increase as children enable us to know them. The reverse is common. Toys in infancy, miserliness at majority, jealousy of those who tread on our heels. Since children have their being at the expense of ours, we ought not undertake fatherhood if that frightens us. It is cruel not to welcome them as co-partners once capable. Aged fathers stuck in the chimney corner drive sons to larceny. Make yourself respected for virtues, loved for goodness. Authority with affection is firmer than force. I tasted the rod but twice, lightly. Leonore reached 6 with gentle words only. Caning makes souls cowardly or stubbornly malicious. Marry not so young that adult years confound with theirs. I married at 33 and approve 35. Charles V handed wealth, rank, and power to his son. Retain withdrawable authority, but train them in management during your lifetime. Marshal Monluck's son died on Madeira, believing himself unloved because the father kept the mask of stern gravity. I hastened to reveal myself to my own folk. Against wills used as sticks, follow local customary law. The offspring of mind are products of a part more noble than the body. Labienus had himself shut alive in the vault when his books were condemned. Lucan died with verses of the Pharsalia on his lips. I'm not sure I would not rather have given birth to one perfectly formed son by commerce with the Muses than by commerce with my wife. And this present child of my brain I give unconditionally. It may know plenty, I know no longer, yet I am wiser than it. Benefactors love. We love what we have made more than it loves us. Cost makes dear. Co-partners, not scarecrows, share property and management in life. Retain withdrawable authority. Austere frowns make fathers ridiculous. Brain children, books and deeds as truer posterity. Labienus, Lucan, the essays given irrevocably. Quote, a true and well-regulated affection should be born, and then increase as children enable us to get to know them. Since in sober true things are so ordered that children can only have their being and live their lives at the expense of our being and of our lives, we ought not to undertake to be fathers if that frightens us. Even if I were able to make myself feared, I would rather make myself loved. As for this present child of my brain, what I give it, I give unconditionally and irrevocably. It is richer than I am, yet I am wiser than it. 8. On the affection of fathers for their children. Addressed to Madame d'Estissac, widow young, proposals many, constancy long, whose maternal love Montaigne ranks among the striking examples of the age, and whose boy may one day learn from this page that no nobleman in France owes more to his mother. The chapter opens with the melancholy that first put writing into his head. Empty of matter, he offered himself to himself as theme. From that self-portrait, he turns to the law of nature. If any instinct is universally stamped on beasts and ourselves, which is not beyond dispute, next after self-preservation comes the love the begetter feels for the begotten. Love running backwards is weaker, and Aristotle adds that the benefactor loves more than the recipient, for being consists in motion, and each is somehow within what he does. Things that cost us most are dearest, and it costs more to give than to receive. Reason must govern inclination. Propensities without judgment taste flat. Montaigne cannot cuddle newborns still without movements of soul or recognizable features. He never willingly allowed them to be nursed in his presence. A true and well-regulated affection should be born and then increase as children enable us to get to know them. The reverse is common. Toys in infancy, miserliness when they come of age, jealousy of those who tread on our heels as if to summon us to leave. Since children can only have their being at the expense of ours, we ought not to undertake to be fathers if that frightens us. It is cruel not to welcome them as co-partners in property once capable. Aged fathers stuck in the chimney corner with wealth enough for several children drive sons, by despair, to larceny. Montaigne has known well-connected young men so addicted to theft that even after inheriting they still stole from stalls and sent someone later to pay. Make yourself respected for virtues, loved for goodness. Authority associated with affection is firmer than force. He condemns all violence in the education of tender minds. Something servile always clings to constraint. He tasted the rod but twice, lightly. Leonore, the only daughter who escaped the calamity that took the rest before weaning, reached 6 with nothing but gentle words. Caning makes souls more cowardly or more maliciously stubborn. Do we want to be loved? Then enrich their lives within reason, and do not marry so young that adult years confound with theirs. He married at 33 and approves 35. A nobleman still needing cash for court or war need not yet strip bare, but the father brought low by age does wrong to brood over a great pile of riches. Strip not to the shirt, but to a nice warm dressing gown, as Charles V handed wealth, rank, and power to his son. Leave the young the use of house and property, but retain withdrawable authority. Train them in management during your lifetime. prefer to be loved than feared. Austere frowns make fathers loathsome and, worse, ridiculous, scarecrows in a field of flax. The farce of the imperious old master, keys dearer than sight while dissipation runs below, shows authority running its empty course. Al solus nescit omnia. He alone is unaware of the lot. Marshal Monluc's lament for the son lost on Madeira cuts deepest. The father never revealed his love, kept the silly mask of stern gravity, and the boy died believing he was unloved. Montaigne hastens to reveal himself to his own folk. Against wills used as sticks and carrots, follow local customary law. And then the turn, the offspring of mind are products of a part more noble than the body. We are both mother and father to them. Labienus had himself shut alive in the vault when his books were condemned. Lucan died with verses of the Pharsalia on his lips. Montaigne is not sure he would not rather have given birth to one perfectly formed son by commerce with the muses than by commerce with his wife. And this present child of his brain he gives unconditionally. It may know plenty he knows no longer. It is richer than he is, yet he is wiser than it. Benefactors love. We love what we have made more than it loves us. Cost makes dear. Co-partners, not scarecrows, share property and management in life. Retain withdrawable authority. Austere frowns make fathers ridiculous. Brain children, books and deeds as truer posterity. Labienus, Lucan, the essays given irrevocably. Quote, a true and well-regulated affection should be born, and then increase as children enable us to get to know them. Since in sober truth things are so ordered that children can only have their being and live their lives at the expense of our being and of our lives, we ought not to undertake to be fathers if that frightens us. Even if I were able to make myself feared, I would rather make myself loved. As for this present child of my brain, what I give it, I give unconditionally and irrevocably. It is richer than I am, yet I am wiser than it. 9. On the armor of the Parthians. Our noblemen don armor at the last second and throw it off at the first sign of safety. Chaos, Batmen mixed with the horse, bodies intolerant of toil. Heavy plate loads more than it covers. Men are killed for want of armor, and hardly fewer for being encumbered by it. Alexander rarely wore it. Lucullus beat Median iron prisons by charging them. Scipio trusted the right arm more than the left and rebuked traps that deaden vigilance. What makes armor intolerable is want of habit. Ariosto's warriors wore hauberk night and day as easily as clothing. The essay is a practical skepticism about defensive excess. Attack needs trust in the arm, not a little fort dragged to war. Our noblemen don armor at the last second and throw it off at the first sign of safety. Chaos, Batmen mixed with the horse, bodies intolerant of toil. Heavy plate loads more than it covers. Men are killed for want of armor, and hardly fewer for being encumbered by it. What makes armor intolerable is want of habit. Ariosto's warriors wore hauberk night and day as easily as clothing. The essay is practical skepticism about defensive excess. Attack needs trust in the arm, not a little fort dragged to war. Habit, not plate. What makes armor intolerable is want of habit, not want of iron. Trust the right arm. Attack needs vigilance. Defensive excess deadens it. Quote, it would seem indeed, given the weight and thickness of our armor, that we have no thought of anything but defending ourselves, and that we are not so much covered as laden with it. A Roman soldier must have more trust in his right arm than his left. Quote, a Roman soldier must have more trust in his right arm than his left. 10. On books. What you have here is purely an essay of natural, not acquired, abilities. Anyone who catches him out in ignorance does him no harm. He cannot vouch to others for his reasonings, scarcely to himself. These are his own thoughts, by which he strives to make known not matter but me. He weighs borrowings, does not count them, and sometimes omits the author's name so that hasty critics may flick Plutarch's nose in mistake for his. I spend what life I have left gently and unlaboriously. From books I seek pleasure by an honorable pastime, or that branch of learning which deals with knowing myself and teaching me how to live and die well. Difficult passages, I never bite my nails over. After a charge or two, I let them be. My mind is made for the first jump. Persistence dazzles judgment. What I fail to see during the original charge, I see even less when I stubborn it out. Ancients over moderns. Little Greek. Among plain delights, Boccaccio, Rabelais, the Basha. Virgil's Georgics, the most perfect poetry. Lucretius for truth of opinions. Terence for emotions of the soul. Our actions today constantly bring me back to him. Good ancient poets achieve effects without fantastic hyperbole. The Aeneid wings with firm flight. The Orlando hops from branch to branch. Historians. The simple who leave judgment intact, or the outstanding who can judge. Caesar's commentaries the meat of history. I quote others the better to quote myself. The chapter is a reader's self-portrait. Gaiety as method, weakness avowed, taste as measure of sight, not of the thing. What you have here is purely an essay of natural, not acquired abilities. Anyone who catches me out in ignorance does me no harm. These are my own thoughts, by which I strive to make known not matter but me. I weigh borrowings, do not count them, and sometimes omit the author's name so that hasty critics may flick Plutarch's nose and mistake for mine. I spend what life I have left gently and unlaboriously. From books I seek pleasure by an honorable pastime, or that branch of learning which deals with knowing myself and teaching me how to live and die well. Difficult passages I never bite my nails over. After a charge or two, I let them be. My mind is made for the first jump. Persistence dazzles judgment. Ancients over moderns. Little Greek. Among plain delights, Boccaccio, Rabelais, the Basha. Virgil's Georgics, the most perfect poetry. Lucretius for truth of opinions. Terence for emotions of the soul. Our actions today constantly bring me back to him. Good ancient poets achieve effects without fantastic hyperbole. The Aeneid wings with firm flight. The Orlando hops from branch to branch. Historians. The simple who leave judgment intact, or the outstanding who can judge. Caesar's commentaries the meat of history. I quote others the better to quote myself. Plutarch tells how Rusticus at a declamation in Rome received the emperor's letters and put off opening them until the end. Praise for dignity, yet perhaps not for wisdom, since unexpected imperial post might have grave consequences. The opposite vice is lack of concern. Men carry unopened letters 3 or 4 days. I am less inquisitive than anyone. Never open letters entrusted to me, nor even those fortune passes through my hands. I feel guilty if my eyes thieve knowledge from a great man's reading. Monsieur de Béthiers nearly lost Turin because he put off a warning at dinner. Caesar might have saved himself had he read the note handed him on the way to the Senate. Archias the tyrant put off his warning with the proverb, "Work can wait till tomorrow," and Pelopidas killed him that night. A wise man may defer news out of courtesy. For a public man to defer out of pleasure, not interrupting dinner or sleep, is unpardonable. Yet when all is said, no rule grounded on reason argument is so firm that fortune fails to maintain her rights over it. First jump, reading without stubbornness, withdraw and make fresh glancing attacks. Live and die well. The only learning worth the sweat of the horse. Weigh, don't count. Borrowing selected to improve the theme, hide weakness under great reputations. Quote, from books all I seek is to give myself pleasure by an honorable pastime. Or if I do study, I seek only that branch of learning which deals with knowing myself and which teaches me how to live and die well. If I come across difficult passages in my reading, I never bite my nails over them. After making a charge or two, I let them be. What I failed to see during my original charge, I see even less when I stubber it out. Quote, what I failed to see during my original charge, I see even less when I stubborn it out. 11. On cruelty. Virtue seems to presuppose difficulty and opposition. God we call good, not virtuous, for his works cost him no struggle. Stoics and Epicureans seek occasions to test the soul. Metellus acting well under threat marks the rough road. Yet by the end of that argument Socrates' soul would have little to commend it. no onslaught of vicious desires, reason so sovereign that vice could not even be born. Cato's death has panache and green sap, even voluptuous pleasure in the noble deed. Socrates' death is somehow even more beautiful, playful rapture, not merely calm. Habit of virtue can become complexion. The third manner, easy natural distaste for vice, produces innocence more than virtue, and terms like goodness turn pejorative. Montaigne's own innocence is unfledged, luck of birth, little vigor, no art. Among vices, he has a cruel hatred of cruelty as the ultimate. He cannot see a chicken's head lopped or hear a hare squeal without displeasure. He has never been able to watch without displeasure the executions of justice, however just. Civil war monstrosity invents torture for the spectacle of dying gestures. The farthest point of cruelty, that man should kill man, not in anger or in fear, but merely for the spectacle. Sympathy extends to beasts. Theology enjoins favor toward fellow creatures of the same master. Even without metempsychosis, we owe gentleness where we owe justice to men, a kind of respect linking us not merely to beasts but even to trees and plants. Arguments that animals share our privileges abase presumption and ready us to lay aside imaginary kingship, the threshold of the apology. Virtue seems to presuppose difficulty and opposition. God we call good, not virtuous, for his works cost him no struggle. Stoics and Epicureans seek occasions to test the soul. Metellus acting well under threat marks the rough road. Yet by the end of that argument Socrates' soul would have little to commend it. No onslaught of vicious desires, reason so sovereign that vice could not even be born. Cato's death has panache and green sap, even voluptuous pleasure in the noble deed. Socrates' death is somehow even more beautiful, playful rapture, not merely calm. Habit of virtue can become complexion. The third manner produces innocence more than virtue, and terms like goodness turn pejorative. My own innocence is unfledged, luck of birth, little vigor, no art. Civil war monstrosity invents torture for the spectacle of dying gestures, the farthest point of cruelty. Sympathy extends to beasts. Theology enjoins favor toward fellow creatures of the same master. Even without metempsychosis, we owe gentleness where we owe justice to men, a kind of respect linking us not merely to beasts but even to trees and plants. Egyptians worshipped in beasts an image of divine attributes. Patience in the bull, quickness in the cat, freedom in its refusal to be shut in. When arguments essay our close resemblance to animals and how much they share in our privileges, I abase presumption and lay aside imaginary kingship. Turks have charities for beasts. Romans cared for geese that save the capital. Athenians freed mules that built the Hecatompedon. Agrigentines gave solemn burial to beloved horses and dogs. Egyptians embalmed wolves and cats. Cimon buried prize mules. Xantippus's dog on a headland that bears its name. Plutarch's conscience rebelled at sending a long-serving ox to slaughter. I am not afraid to admit my nature, so childishly affectionate that I cannot easily refuse an untimely gamble to my dog, wherever it begs one. Between beasts and us, there is intercourse and mutual obligation. We owe justice to men and gentleness to creatures able to receive it, a respect linking us even to trees and plants. I cannot see a chicken's head lopped or hear a hare squeal without displeasure. I have never been able to watch without displeasure the executions of justice. However just, sympathy extends where theology enjoins favor toward fellow creatures of the same master. Civil war monstrosity invents torture for the spectacle of dying gestures, the farthest point cruelty can reach. Virtue versus innocence. Struggle-born virtue, sublime habit that uproots seeds of vice, and easy goodness that is not yet virtue. Cruelty as ultimate, from chicken and hare to murder for spectacle. Bloodshed toward beasts witnesses propensity toward men. Quote, among the vices both by nature and judgment, I have a cruel hatred of cruelty as the ultimate vice of them all. For there you have the farthest point that cruelty can reach, That man should kill man, not in anger or in fear, but merely for the spectacle. Even if all of that remained unsaid, there's a kind of respect and a duty in man as a genus which link us not merely to the beasts, which have life and feelings, but even to trees and plants. We owe justice to men, and to the other creatures who are able to receive them, we owe gentleness and kindness. Quote, "For there you have the farthest point that cruelty can reach, that man should kill man, not in anger or in fear, but merely for the spectacle." 12. An apology for Raymond Sebend. The longest essay I ever wrote, and the hinge of Book 2, begins disarmingly as a defense of my father's commission. He had ordered me, near his death, to put into French a book he had found beneath a pile of old papers, Raymond Sebend's Natural Theology, or the Book of Creatures, composed in a kind of pidgin Spanish with Latin endings, recommended to him years before by Pierre Bunel, when Luther's novelties were beginning to shake our old religion. Bunel clearly deduced that this new disease would soon degenerate into loathsome atheism. Once you throw articles of salvation into the balance of doubt, the mass of ordinary people cast all the rest in a similar uncertainty and shake off law and ancient custom as a tyrant's yoke. Nam cupide conculcator nemes animatutum. It was a strange occupation for me, but I never could refuse any command from the best father that ever was. I found Sebend's concepts beautiful, his structure well executed, his project full of piety, to establish against the atheists, by human natural reasons, the truth of all the articles of the Christian religion. Frankly, I find him so firm and successful that I do not think it possible to do better on this topic. Turnebus, who knew everything, thought it a quintessence distilled from Aquinas. Many people read it, especially ladies. I have often helped them by relieving the book of the weight of its two main objections. The first charge is pious. Christians wrong themselves by supporting belief with human reasons. Belief is grasped only by faith and private inspiration from God's grace. In a matter so holy, so sublime, so far surpassing man's intellect, we can only grasp that truth if God favors us beyond the natural order. Purely human means lack the capacity. Else many choice souls of antiquity, abundantly furnished with natural faculties, would have reached such knowledge by discursive reasoning. Only faith can embrace the high mysteries with lively certainty. Yet it is fair and praiseworthy to devote natural tools to the service of faith, the most honorable use we could put them to, with the reservation that we never reckon faith depends upon ourselves. If faith does not dwell as something infused, she is not there in her dignity, and I fear we enjoy her only that weaker way, else human events would not shake us as they do. Love of novelty, constraint of princes, good luck of one party, rash changes of opinion. If a ray of God's light touched us even slightly, not only words but deeds would bear its luster. Yet so holy an ordinance as ours only marks Christians on their tongues. Compare our behavior with a Muslim's or a pagan's. You always remain lower. Human reasonings are matter, heavy and barren. God's grace is their form. When faith tinges Sebend's themes, she makes them firm, a fingerpost for the apprentice, fashioning him capable of grace. The second charge is more dangerous, that Sebend's arguments are weak. Against such malice my means is to trample human pride, wrench from their grasp the sickly arms of reason, make them bite the dust before the authority of divine majesty. Let us smash down such presumption, the foundation of the evil spirit's tyrannous rule. Then the essay, whether man has in his power any reasons stronger than Sebend's, whether, indeed, it is in man to arrive at any certainty by argument and reflection. The long middle of this apology is that essay, not a scholastic defense of each article, but a campaign against the weapons that would unseat Sebend. Reason's pride, man's imaginary kingship over beasts' dogmatic certainty, the babble of schools. If those weapons fail in every hand, Sebend's weakness is no special disgrace. St. Augustine, pleading against presumptuous people, advances indubitable experiences for which man admits he can see no explanation. We must do even more, teaching that the weakness of reason can be proved without rare examples. That reason is so inadequate, so blind, that there is no example so clear and easy as to be clear enough for her. What is truth teaching us when she preaches that we must fly from the wisdom of this world? When she urges that what seems wise to man is but foolishness to God? That of all vain things, man is the most vain? That a man who dares to presume that he knows anything does not even know what knowledge is? These are verdicts of the Holy Ghost. But these people simply ask to be whipped and will not let us fight their reason save by reason alone. So let us consider man in isolation. Man with no outside help, armed with no arms but his own, and stripped of that grace and knowledge of God in which consist his dignity, his power, and the very ground of his being. Let us see how much constancy there is in all his fine panoply. Is it possible to imagine anything more laughable than that this pitiful, wretched creature, who is not even master of himself, yet exposed to shocks on every side, should call himself master and emperor of a universe, the smallest particle of which he has no means of knowing, let alone swaying? Man claims the privilege of being unique in recognizing the structure and beauty of this created frame. He alone is able to render thanks to its architect. But who impressed his seal on such a privilege? Were the documents drawn up in favor of wise men only? Are fools and knaves worthy of a favor so far exceeding the normal order, coupling gods and men together? We can never do enough to batter down such impudence. Consider the sun, moon, and stars, with their lives free from corruption, their beauty, their grandeur, their motions proceeding by laws so just. Then consider the dominion and power which those bodies have, not only over our lives and fortunes, but over our very inclinations, our discursive reasoning, and our wills, which are all governed, driven, and shaken at the mercy of their influences. Our reason tells us that, and finds it to be so. Then see how not merely one man or one king is sent reeling by the slightest motion of the heavenly bodies, but whole monarchies, empires, and all this lower world. If we are dependent upon the disposition of the heavens for such little rationality as we have, how can our reason make us equal to the heavens? Why do we deprive the heavenly bodies of souls, life, or rationality? Have we, who have no dealings with them beyond pure obedience, been able to recognize in them some kind of stupor? What vain human dreams, to make the moon into some celestial earth, planting human dwellings on it, and like Plato and Plutarch, settling colonies there for our convenience, and then to make our own earth into a brightly shining star. Among the other disorders of our mortal condition, there is that mental darkness which not only compels us to go wrong, but makes us love to do so. The natural, original distemper of man is presumption. Man is the most blighted and frail of all creatures, and, moreover, the most given to pride. This creature knows and sees that he is lodged down here, among the mire and shit of the world, bound and nailed to the deadest, most stagnant part of the universe, in the lowest story of the building, the farthest from the vault of heaven. Yet in thought he sets himself above the circle of the moon, bringing the very heavens under his feet. The vanity of this same thought makes him equal himself to God, attribute to himself God's mode of being, pick himself out and set himself apart from the mass of other creatures, and, although they are his fellows and his brothers, carve out for them such helpings of force or faculties as he thinks fit. How can he, from the power of his own understanding, know the hidden, inward motivations of animate creatures? What comparison between us and them leads him to conclude that they have the attributes of senseless brutes? When I play with my cat, how do I know that she is not passing time with me rather than I with her? We entertain each other with reciprocal monkey tricks. If I have times to begin or refuse, so has she. In his description of the Golden Age under Saturn, Plato counted among one of the principal advantages which man then had his ability to communicate with the beasts, inquiring and learning from them. Man knew what they were really like and how they differed from each other. After that, do we need a better proof of the impudence of man towards beast? Well, That great author then opined that nature mainly gave the beasts their bodily forms to enable the men in his time to foretell the future. Why should it be a defect in the beasts, not in us, which stops all communication between us? We can only guess whose fault it is that we cannot understand each other, for we do not understand them any more than they understand us. They may reckon us to be brute beasts for the same reason that we reckon them to be so. It is no great miracle if we cannot understand them. We cannot understand Basques or troglodytes. We ought to note the parity there is between us. We have some modest understanding of what they mean. They have the same of us in about equal measure. They fawn on us, threaten us, and entreat us as we do them. Meanwhile, we discover that they manifestly have converse between themselves, both whole and entire. They understand each other, not only within one species but across different species. A horse knows there to be anger in a given bark of a dog, but that horse does not take fright when the same dog makes some other meaningful cry. Even in beasts who cannot utter meaningful sounds, we can readily conclude that there is some other means of communication between them, from the way they work purposefully together. Their very movements serve as arguments and ideas. And why not? Our deaf-mutes have discussions and arguments, telling each other stories by means of signs. I have seen some who are so nimble and so practiced at this that they truly lack nothing necessary for making themselves perfectly understood. After all, lovers quarrel, make it up again, beg favors, give thanks, arrange secret meetings, and say everything with their eyes. And what about our hands? With them we request, promise, summon, dismiss, menace, pray, supplicate, refuse, question, show astonishment, count, confess, repent, fear, show shame, doubt, teach, command, incite, encourage, make oaths, bear witness, make accusations, condemn, give absolution, insult, despise, defy, provoke, flatter, applaud, bless, humiliate, mock, reconcile, advise, exalt, welcome, rejoice, lament, with a variety and multiplicity rivaling the tongue. What of the head? We summon, dismiss, admit, reject, deny, welcome, honor, venerate, disdain, request, refuse, rejoice, lament, fondle, tease, submit, brave, exhort, menace, affirm, and inquire. And what of our eyebrows or our shoulders? None of their movements fails to talk a meaningful language which does not have to be learned, a language common to us all. This suggests that it is, rather, sign language that should be judged the property of man. After all, what aspects of our human competence cannot be found in the activities of animals? Is there any form of body politic more ordered, more varied in its allocation of tasks and duties, or maintained with greater constancy than that of the bees? Can we conceive that an allocation of tasks and activities, so striking for its orderliness, should be conducted without reasoned discourse and foresight? Take the swallows. When spring returns, we can see them ferreting through all the corners of our houses. From 1,000 places they select one, finding it the most suitable place to make their nests. Is that done without judgment or discernment? And then when they're making their nests, so beautifully and so wondrously woven together, can birds use a square rather than a circle, an obtuse angle rather than a right angle, without knowing their properties or their effects? Why does the spider make her web denser in one place and slacker in another, using this knot here and that knot there, if she cannot reflect, think, or reach conclusions? We are perfectly able to realize how superior they are to us in most of their works and how weak our artistic skills are when it comes to imitating them. Our works are coarser, and yet we are aware of the faculties we use to construct them. Our souls use all their powers when doing so. Why do we not consider that the same applies to animals? Why do we attribute to some sort of slavish natural inclination works that surpass all that we can do by nature or by art? In this, we thoughtlessly give them a very great superiority over us. We make nature take them by the hand and guide them with a mother's gentle care in all the actions and advantages of their lives. We, on the other hand, are abandoned by nature to chance and to fortune, obliged to seek by art all things necessary for our conservation. Meanwhile, Nature refuses us the very means which would enable us to reach, by education or intelligent application, the level reached by the natural industry of other creatures. In this way, we make their brutish stupor have every advantage over our divine intelligence. Chrysippus watched the actions of a dog which came upon 3 crossroads. It tried first one road, then a second. Then, having made sure that neither of them bore any trace of what it was looking for, it charged down the 3rd road without hesitation. Chrysippus was forced to admit that that dog at least reasoned this way. I have tracked my master as far as these crossroads. He must have gone down one of these 3 paths. Not this one, not that one, so inevitably he must have gone down this other one. Here was pure dialectic. The dog made use of disjunctive and copulative propositions and adequately enumerated the parts. Does it matter whether he learned all this from himself or from the Dialectica of George of Trebizond? Yet beasts, like us, are not incapable of instruction. Blackbirds, ravens, magpies, and parrots can be taught to speak. We recognize in them a capacity for making their voice and their breath subtle and pliant enough for us to mold and restrict them to a definite number of letters and syllables. I am much more moved to wonder by the action of the guide dogs used by the blind in town and country. I have watched those dogs stop at certain doors where people regularly give alms, and seen how, even when there is room enough to squeeze through themselves, they still avoid encounters with carts and coaches. I have seen one following the town trench, but abandoning a level, even path for a worse one, in order to keep its master away from the ditch. How was that dog brought to realize that it was its duty to neglect its own interests and to serve its master? Could all that be grasped without thought and reasoning? Plutarch tells us about a dog he saw with Vespasian in the theater of Marcellus. It had to pretend to swallow poison and lie dead for a while, then stir gently and raise its head, looking from side to side in a way which made the audience thunderstruck. An elephant driver in Syria used to steal half the allotted rations at every feed. One day, the master himself wanted to attend to things. He tipped into the elephant's manger the right measure of barley. The elephant glared at its driver and, with its trunk, set half the ration aside to reveal the wrong done to it. Another elephant, whose driver used to adulterate its feed with stones, went up to the pot where he was stewing meat for his own dinner and filled it with ashes. Much more than everyday things, far-off things move us to wonder. They impress us more. Otherwise, I would not have spent so much time over this long catalog, for in my opinion, anyone who took careful note of the everyday animals we see living among us would find them doing things just as astonishing as the examples we gather from far-off times and places. Nature is one in constant intercourse. I once saw men brought to us from distant lands overseas. We could understand nothing of their language. Their manners, and even their features and clothing were far different from ours. Which of us did not take them for brutes and savages? Which of us did not attribute their silence to dullness and brutish ignorance? After all, they knew no French, were unaware of our hand-kissings and our low and complex bows. Such things must, of course, serve as a pattern for the whole human race. Everything which seems strange we condemn, as well as everything we do not understand. That applies to our judgments on animals. We can see that elephants have some notion of religion since, after ablutions and purifications, they can be seen waving their trunks like arms upraised, while gazing intently at the rising sun. Cleanthes saw ants leave their own anthill for another one, bearing the body of a dead ant. Hard bargaining followed, and the newcomers brought a worm out from their heap, apparently as a ransom for the dead ant. That witnesses to the fact that voiceless creatures are not deprived of mutual contact and communication. If we cannot share in it, that is because of a defect in us. Appian tells the story of Androtus, a slave who cured a lion's wounded paw in a desert cave and lived with it 3 whole years. When both were later thrown to the beasts in the arena, the lion recognized him and spared him. By order of the people, he was made a gift of the lion. Tunny fish always form up in the shape of a cube, equally square on all sides, drawing themselves up into a solid battalion, a core enclosed and protected all round by 6 faces of equal size. 3 parts of mathematics are particularly well known to tunny fish. The way they live shows that. First, astrology, it is they who teach it to men. Next, geometry and arithmetic. As for greatness of spirit, it would be hard to express it more clearly than that great dog did, which was sent to King Alexander from India. It did not deign to come out and fight a stag or a boar, but as soon as it saw a lion, it leaped to its feet. An elephant which killed its master in a fit of anger starved itself to death from grief. A tiger, the most inhuman of all beasts, was given a goat to eat. It fasted for 2 days before being even tempted to harm it. By the 3rd day, it considered the goat as a familiar guest, so, rather than attack it, it broke out of its cage and sought food elsewhere. What silly vanity leads us to take products we can neither imitate nor understand, range them beneath us, and treat them with disdain? Even our advantages, speech, foresight, law, turn against us. Speech multiplies lies. Foresight multiplies fear. Law multiplies injustice. The beasts keep within nature's limits. We alone invent excess and call it dignity. Philosophy divides into those who think they have found truth, dogmatists who establish sciences, those who despair of grasping it, academics who conclude that what we seek is too great for our knowledge, and those still looking, Pyrrho and the other skeptics or effectics who say they're still searching for truth. The second school is overbold. To determine the limits of our powers is already great knowledge, and they doubt whether man is capable even of that. Complete ignorance does not know itself. Aware ignorance that judges and condemns itself is not complete. Pyrrhonians shake all convictions, vouch for nothing, keep assent and ambiguity. Their verbs of preference are I suspend, I do not understand, it seems to me. Their ataraxia is a calm free from the disturbances born of opinions, fear, envy, ambition, superstition. They put forward propositions only to oppose what you believe, accept theirs, and they maintain the opposite with equal force. Doubt taken to its limits shakes its own foundations, like rhubarb that evacuates itself with the humors. Typical refrains. I have settled nothing. It is no more this than that, or than neither. I am in suspense. Picture an endless confession of ignorance, a judgment that never inclines to one side or the other. That is Pyrrhonism. In morals, they conform to natural inclinations, laws, customs, and traditional arts. God did not want us to know such things, merely to use them. They leave the common mold undisturbed while stripping dogmatic certainty from it. Pyrrho was not a log or a stone, but a living, arguing, thinking man who did not want to make himself insensitive. The fabulous wildness attributed to him goes beyond the teaching. The arsenal is strategic. Win or lose the argument. Ignorance is shown. The aim is suspense of judgment that humbles the dogmatist who would batter Sebend with purely human weapons. For if man cannot arrive at certainty by argument, Sebend's alleged weakness is no special disgrace. No system discovered by man has greater usefulness nor a greater appearance of truth than Pyrrhonism, which shows us man naked, empty, aware of his natural weakness, fit to accept outside help from on high. Man, stripped of all human learning, and so all the more able to lodge the divine within him, annihilating his intellect to make room for faith. He is humble, obedient, teachable, keen to learn, a blank writing tablet, made ready for the finger of God. The more we refer ourselves to God, commit ourselves to Him, and reject ourselves, the greater we are worth. Yet there is not one single school of philosophy which is not forced to allow its sage, if he wishes to live, to accept a great many things which he cannot understand, perceive, or give his assent to. Say he boards a ship, he carries out his design, not knowing whether it will serve his purpose. He is obliged to let himself be guided by appearances, unless they are expressly contradicted. Language itself is affirmative and inimical to the skeptic. Say, I doubt, and you seem to know at least that you doubt. So they liken the phrase to rhubarb that evacuates all humors, including itself. Skepticism is best conceived as a question. What do I know? Que skage, words inscribed on my emblem of a balance. From that fulcrum, the essay surveys the insolence of cutting God to human size, attributing to him our passions, our limbs, our politics, the babble of discordant opinions among the wise, the fabulous disagreements of the ancients on the soul's substance, blood, fire, water, harmony, number, atoms, on its seat, on its mortality or transmigration. The senses alter and falsify whatever reaches us. Jaundice paints the world yellow. Press the eye and objects double. Fever and sleep remake the universe. Compass askew, all structures collapse. We need a judge not party to age, health, sleep, passion, such a judge as never was. Senses cannot decide their own quarrel. Reason only by another reason. Retreat into infinity. Appearances impede each other. Select some to control others, and the end is never reached. Both judged and judging flow and roll ceaselessly. We have no communication with being. To grasp man's being is to squeeze a fistful of water. The tighter the grip, the more runs through the fingers. Heraclitus. No man steps twice into the same river. We have already passed through many deaths before we fear the last. Childhood dead in youth, youth in manhood. What truly is? That which is eternal, without beginning or end, without mixture or change. And from the pagan religious conclusion, I draw the Christian one. God alone is one, filling eternity with a single now. Nothing really is but he alone. The balance does not affirm Sebend. It weighs man and finds him wanting, which is the only defense Sebend needs against those who attack him with stronger reasons. Between the motto and the theology falls the whole comedy of human science. Physicians disagree. Lawyers multiply glosses. Astronomers redraw the heavens. And each school refutes the last without settling the next. Democritus ate some figs which tasted of honey and flew into a rage with his servant girl because she had deprived him of the chance of finding things out for himself. He continued to look for the cause as though it were to be found in nature, and did manage to find some sort of true explanation for a false and imaginary fact. Eudoxus prayed to the gods to be allowed just one sight of the sun from close at hand, even if it meant being burned alive. For such a brief and fleeting glimpse of knowledge, he was prepared to surrender all the knowledge he already had. This story about great philosophers clearly illustrates that passion for study, which keeps us occupied, hunting after things we can never hope to catch. Human reason goes astray everywhere, but especially when she concerns herself with matters divine. We have supplied reason with principles which are certain and infallible. We light her steps with the holy lamp of that truth which God has been pleased to impart to us. Yet we can see, every day, that as soon as she is allowed to deviate, however slightly, from the normal path traced for us by the Church, she immediately stumbles and becomes inextricably lost. She whirls aimlessly about on the huge, troubled, surging sea of human opinion. Man cannot be other than he is. He cannot have thoughts beyond his reach. In the ancient world, men thought they were enhancing the greatness of God when they made him equal to man, clothed him with man's faculties, and made him a present of man's fair humors and even of his most shameful necessities. They offered him our food to eat, our dances and farces to amuse him. They made him conform to our own vicious passions, subverting his justice in the name of inhuman vengeance. More, they loaded his altars with butchered carcasses, not only of innocent beasts but of men. The Gedi dispatch ambassadors to their god Zamolxis by tossing them on javelins. Amestris buried 14 young Persians alive. The cement used to make the idols of Themistoton is mixed with the blood of little boys. Tantum religio potuit swater malorum. The Carthaginians sacrificed their own children to Saturn. Their fathers and mothers had to attend the service, looking happy and contented. Nothing of ours can be compared or associated with the nature of God in any way whatsoever, without smudging and staining it with a degree of imperfection. We wish to make God subordinate to our human understanding with its vain and feeble probabilities. Yet it is he who has made both us and all we know. Stilpon the philosopher was asked whether the gods took pleasure in our homage and sacrifices. "You are most indiscreet," he replied. "If you want to talk about that, let us draw aside." We prescribe limits in the infinite and besiege his mighty power with those reasons of ours. I call our ravings and our dreamings reasons, under the general dispensation of philosophy, who maintains that even the fool and the knave act madly from reason. Xenophanes said with a smile that if the beasts invent gods for themselves, as they probably do, they certainly make them like themselves, glorifying themselves, as we do. That is why, when we think of God, it is the human form which occurs to our minds. A crane could say the same, even more majestically on account of the freedom of its flight. Nature is so flattering a procuress of herself. Well, if that is how it goes, the universe and the fates are all for us. The lightning flashes for us. The thunder crashes for us. The Creator and all his creatures exist just for us. When treating objects which, by our own admission, exceed our knowledge, is it not stupid to go forging bodies for them and imposing on them false forms of our own invention? As in the case of the movement of the planets, since our minds cannot manage to conceive what makes them move naturally, we impose on them our own heavy corporeal, material principles, the shaft of gold, the rim of gold, the spokes of silver. It is almost as though we had sent coachsmiths, carpenters, and painters up there. These are dreams and frantic folly. If only nature would deign to open her breast one day and show us the means and the workings of her movements as they really are, oh God, what fallacies and miscalculations we would find in our wretched science. Either I am quite mistaken, or our science has not put one single thing squarely in its rightful place, and I will leave this world knowing nothing better than my own ignorance. Nature is but enigmatic poetry. Philosophy is poetry adulterated by sophists. Learning pays us in the coin of suppositions, which she confesses she has invented herself. Philosophy does not only impose her ropes, wheels, and contrivances onto the high heavens. Just think for a while what she says about the way we humans are constructed. For our tiny bodies, she has forged as many retrogradations, trepidations, conjunctions, recessions, and revolutions as she has for the stars and the planets. To get back to our souls, Plato placed reason in the brain, anger in the heart, desire in the liver, but that probably resulted from an interpretation of the emotions rather than from any desire to divide the soul up into separate parts. The most likely opinion states that the human soul is one single entity with the faculties for ratiocinating, remembering, comprehending, judging, and desiring. Yet even now they have not overmastered him. They cannot even dream up an ordinance for man, let alone find out a true one, without there being some sound or cadence which they cannot quite fit in. I have always felt grateful to that girl from Miletus who, seeing the local philosopher Thales with his eyes staring upwards, made him trip over, to warn him that it was time enough to occupy his thoughts with things above the clouds when he had accounted for everything lying before his feet. But in fact, the human condition is such that, where our understanding is concerned, the things we hold in our hands are as far above the clouds as the heavenly bodies are. No philosopher understands his neighbor's actions, nor even his own. He does not even know what either of them is in himself, beast or man. These people, now, who find Sebon's arguments to be too feeble, these know-alls who are ignorant of nothing and make rules for the whole universe, have they never, among all their books, plumbed the difficulties which confront them in understanding their own being? Some things can be seen easily enough. Our finger and foot are capable of motion. Certain impressions produce a blush, others pallor. Some thoughts act on the spleen, others on the brain. But no man has yet discovered how purely mental impressions can effect such deep incursions into objects as massively solid as our bodies, nor the nature of the linking sutures by which these astonishing stimuli are transmitted. The saliva of some wretched dog slaver over the hand of Socrates would put a sudden end to all his wisdom and to all his mighty, disciplined thought. Cato could wring the neck of death and destiny, but if ever he had been bitten by a mad dog and contracted hydrophobia, even he would have been overcome with fear and terror, quite unable to bear the sight of water or a looking-glass. Philosophy has armed man well against all the other ills which may befall him. But such methods can only be of service to a vigorous soul in control of herself. They are no use in a disaster where the soul of a philosopher becomes the soul of a madman. Our mental insight is to truth what an owl's eyes are to the splendor of the sun. Aristotle says that. Is there any better way of convicting ourselves than by noting such total blindness in so clear a light? The academic philosophers accepted that our balance of judgment may be swayed one way or the other. The Pyrrhonist idea is bolder, yet, at the same time, more true-seeming. For what is this inclination towards one proposition rather than another, than the recognition of there being more apparent truth in this than in that? But if our minds could grasp the form, lineaments, stance, and face of truth, then they would see whole truths as easily as partial truths. How can they bring themselves to yield to verisimilitude if they cannot recognize verity? We judge entirely or entirely not. If our intellectual faculties could find principles of certainty within themselves, they would also find limits for their duty and for their power. We register the appearance of objects. To judge them, we need an instrument of judgment. To test the veracity of that instrument, we need practical proof. To test that proof, we need an instrument. We're going round in circles. Everything we undertake without God's help, everything we try and see without the lamp of His grace, is vanity and madness. Truth's essence is to be constant and uniform. When fortune drops a little into our hands, weakness corrupts it, Babel's diversifying of tongues as the endless altercation of vain knowledge, each school building its tower until confusion scatters the workmen. It is truly reasonable that we should be beholden to God alone for the truth of so excellent a belief as everlasting life. It is not a lesson nature or reason taught. The wisest pagans groped and contradicted one another. Anyone who examines himself as a human being bereft of the privilege of grace finds no quality not redolent of death and dust. The more we attribute to God, the more Christianly we act. The more we attribute to ourselves, the more we feed the presumption this apology exists to smash. Human reasonings on immortality spawn fabulous details. Pythagoras' transmigrations, Origen's shuttle of souls, Plato's star assignments, and cups of Lethe. Evidence that what man finds for himself is fortune's, and that he has no means of seizing hold of truth. Seneca's pithy aspiration. Man is vile if he does not rise above humanity. I call useful, but absurd. You cannot make a fistful bigger than the fist. A man may not mount above himself or above humanity by his own means. He will rise if God extraordinarily proffers his hand, by abandoning and disavowing his own means. It is for Christian faith, not Stoic virtue, to aspire to that holy and miraculous metamorphosis. Our minds are dangerous tools. We erect fences of religions, laws, customs, precepts, rewards, and punishments, and still the mind escapes, neck and throat, inventing new opinions as freely as it breathes. Few souls can be trusted with liberty of judgment beyond accepted opinion. No beast more rightly needs blinkers to keep to the ruts custom and law have trodden. Keep to usual ways rather than fly off with newfangled doctors. Practical counsel in an age of civil war and theological novelty. Yet the same essay that recommends tutelage also dissolves the claim of any custom to permanent magisterial authority. Beliefs, judgments, and opinions have cycles, seasons, births, and deaths, as cabbages do. Form of being, color, build, mental faculties depends on air, climate, soil, change location, and, like trees, men take on a new character. The New World shows strange resemblances to our rites across immense spaces. Circumcision, Lenten fasts, crosses, flood myths, purgatory by cold instead of heat, shadows that witness religion's dignity by shared supernatural inspiration or imitation, and also the plasticity of human forging. Nothing keeps changing so continuously as the law. Since I was born, I've seen our neighbors, the English, chopping and changing theirs 3 or 4 times, not only on political matters, but on the most important subject there ever can be, religion. Philosophers can hardly be serious when they try to introduce certainty into law by asserting that there are so-called natural laws, perpetual and immutable. There are said to be 3 such laws, or 4. Some say less, some say more, a sign that the mark they bear is as dubious as all the rest. Universal approval is the only convincing indication they can cite in favor of there being any natural laws at all. Yet not one of these selected laws has not been denied and disowned by several nations. If the whole human race can go wrong for centuries, worshipping what later ages call idols, condemning what later ages call saints, how can we be sure nature ever stops getting things wrong? Even now, in our own period, custom is both the hedge that saves us from eating each other and the proof that our reason is local weather. Diversity of foreskins, of shabby robes before kings, of what each people calls monstrous. All men and nations name miracles according to the measure of their ignorance. Theophrastus said that the human intellect, guided by the senses, could go only so far towards understanding natural causes. But when it reaches the original first causes, it proves blunt and has to stop. That is a moderate opinion. Yet it is difficult to fix boundaries for the human mind. It is avidly curious and sees no more reason for stopping after a mile than after 50 yards. If man admits, like Theophrastus, that he has no knowledge of first causes and principles, then let him boldly give up all the rest of his knowledge. Without foundations, his argument collapses. It is probable that if the soul knew anything, she would first know herself. Then, if she knew anything outside herself, she would first of all know her bodily sheath. Yet we can see the gods of the medical schools still quarreling over human anatomy. Can we ever expect them to agree? We are closer to ourselves than to the whiteness of snow. If man does not know himself, how can he know what his properties and powers are? Error is received into the soul in the same way and in the same fashion as truth. Souls have no means of telling one from the other, no means of separating truth from falsehood. Hold a musket ball beneath your second finger, with your middle finger entwined over it. You'll have to force yourself to admit that there's only one ball, so decidedly do you sense it to be 2. We can see every day that our senses have mastery over our reason, forcing it to receive impressions which it knows to be false and judges to be false. I will not go into the sense of touch. Many a time, as a result of the pain which it causes the body, it overthrows all those fine Stoic axioms. It takes a man who has resolutely made up his mind that colic paroxysms are a thing indifferent and that they have no power to affect the blessed state of supreme felicity in which the sage has been lodged by his Stoic virtue, and makes him yell about his belly. No heart is so flabby that the sounds of our drums and trumpets do not set it ablaze, nor so hard that sweet music does not tickle it and enliven it. Even those who come to scoff are brought to distrust their opinion by a shiver in their heart and a sense of dread. Why did even those who had firmly decided to die avert their gaze from the very blow which they order to be struck? Sight does not share in the pain, yet it masters us. Are not these appropriate examples for demonstrating the authority of our senses over our powers of reason? Should what the Epicureans say be true, that if the senses play us false, we have no knowledge at all? And should what the Stoics say be equally true, that sensible appearances are so deceptive that they can give rise in us to no knowledge whatever? Then we are forced to conclude, at the expense of the 2 great schools of dogmatists, that there is no such thing as knowledge. Anybody can provide as many examples as he pleases of the ways our senses deceive or cheat us. A trumpet sounds a league behind us, but an echo in a valley may make it seem to come from in front. Distant mountains beetling over the sea may appear as one, yet are in fact many. As we sail along, hills and plains appear to be rushing towards our prow. Timagoras said that he did not really see the candle flame double when he squeezed his eyeball sideways, but that this appearance arose from a defect of opinion, not a vision. The absurdest of all absurdities for Epicureans is to deny the effective power of the senses. Yet man cannot avoid the fact that his senses are both the sovereign regents of his knowledge, and yet, in all circumstances, uncertain and fallible. So here they must fight to a finish. if legitimate weapons fail us, and they do, they must use stubbornness, foolhardiness, or cheek. That is a counsel of despair, quite unphilosophical. Human knowledge can only be supported by an unreasonable reason, by mad lunatic ravings. No quarrel among philosophers is more violent or so bitter as the one which looms over the question of man's sovereign good. According to Varro's calculation, 288 sects were produced by it. For me, it resembles three men disagreeing at a feast, each liking very different dishes and asking for them. What am I to give them? What am I not to give them? That is the way nature ought to answer their disputes and their quarrels. Arcesilas said that suspending the judgment and keeping it upright and inflexible are good actions, whereas acts of consent and commitment are vicious and bad. Though he left his Pyrrhonism behind when he erected that axiom into a certainty. Pyrrhonists say that the sovereign good is ataraxia, which consists in a total immobility of judgment. Moreover, if we draw our moral rules from ourselves, what confusion we cast ourselves into. For the most convincing advice we get from reason is that each and every man should obey the laws of his own country. Socrates' precept, inspired, he said, by divine counsel. But what does that mean, except that our rules of conduct are based on chance? Truth must present the same face everywhere. If man could know solid rectitude and justice in their true essences, he would never restrict them to the customary circumstances of this place or of that. Virtue would not be fashioned from whatever notions happen to be current in Persia or in India. Philosophy in general agrees that there is an ultimate remedy to be prescribed for every kind of trouble, namely, ending our life if we find it intolerable. But what does this consensus amount to, if not to a confession of powerlessness on the part of philosophy? She sends us for protection not merely to ignorance, but to insensibility, to a total lack of sensation, to non-being. In man, curiosity is an innate evil, dating from his origins. Christians know that particularly well. The original fall occurred when man was anxious to increase his wisdom and knowledge. That path led headlong to eternal damnation. Pride undoes man. It corrupts him. Pride makes him leave the trodden paths, welcome novelty, and prefer to be the leader of a lost band wandering along the road to perdition. Socrates said that midwives were sage women who stopped producing children of their own once they help others to do so. When the gods conferred the title sage on him, he too gave up his capacity for producing brain children of his own in order to encourage and help other men to deliver theirs. What I said of Socrates is true of most other philosophers in the third category. Their substance induces doubt. Their purpose is inquiry rather than instruction, even though, in their works, they do at times interlard their style with dogmatic cadences. I cannot really convince myself that Epicurus, Plato, and Pythagoras genuinely wanted us to accept their atoms, ideas, and numbers as valid currency. They were too wise to base the articles of their belief on foundations so shaky and so challengeable. Each of these great figures strove to bring some image of light into the dark ignorance of this world. They applied their minds to concepts which had at least some subtle and pleasing appearance of truth, their only proviso being that they could stand up to hostile objections. One of the ancients was reproved for not judging philosophy to be of much account, yet continuing to profess it. That is what being a philosopher means, he replied. When treating religion, Plato plays a very open game. Writing in his own name, he lays down nothing as certain, but whenever he acts as lawgiver, he adopts an assertive professorial style. In the Republic, he says quite bluntly that you must often deceive the people for their own good. Scaevola and Varro, both great in their time, said after reflection that it is necessary that people should not know many things which are true and should believe many things which are false. Since man only wants to find such truth as sets him free, it can be thought expedient for him to be deceived. They do not want to make an express avowal of the ignorance and weakness of human reason. They want to avoid frightening the children, but they give us a good glimpse of it beneath the appearance of confused and unstable erudition. The Apology's destructive work clears the ground for faith. Sebon's reasons become firm only when faith tinges them. Pyrrhonism is the battering ram that makes pride bite the dust so that grace alone may raise. The long demolition is not despair, but preparation of the altar. Without that preparation, natural theology remains a Tower of Babel. With it, even Sebon's weak reasons can serve as fingerposts for the apprentice whom grace will fashion. I leave the Christian under grace, the Pyrrhonian under law and custom, and man under neither the illusion that his yardstick measures God, nor the despair that refuses the hand that alone can raise him. That double counsel, blinkers for practice, balance for theory, is the apology's last word before the shorter essays resume. Live under the ruts. Know that the ruts are not eternity. Oh, what a vile and abject thing is man, if he does not rise above humanity. A pithy saying, a most useful aspiration, but absurd withal. Nor may a man mount above himself or above humanity, for he can see only with his own eyes, grip only with his own grasp. It is for our Christian faith, not that Stoic virtue, to aspire to that holy and miraculous metamorphosis. To that very religious conclusion of a pagan, I would merely add one more word from a witness of the same condition, in order to bring to a close this long and tedious discourse, which could furnish me with matter forever. Grace as form. Natural theology is matter until faith gives shape and worth. Pyrrhonism clears pride, so grace alone may raise. Pyrrhonian machine. Suspense of ascent as strategic demolition. Win or lose, ignorance is shown. Sebon needs no stronger weapons than his critics lack. Théologie of ignorance, que sais-je? Weighs man and finds him wanting. Custom hedges practice while the balance suspends presumption. Quote, only faith can embrace, with a lively certainty, the high mysteries of our religion. We must accompany our faith with all the reason that lies within us, but always with the reservation that we never reckon that faith depends upon ourselves. Our human reasonings and concepts are like matter, heavy and barren. God's grace is their form, giving them shape and worth. Let us smash down such presumption. It is the very foundation of the tyrannous rule of the evil spirit. Quote, skepticism can best be conceived through the form of a question. What do I know? Que sais-je? Words inscribed on my emblem of a balance. To conclude, there is no permanent existence either in our being or in that of objects. We ourselves, our faculty of judgment, and all mortal things are flowing and rolling ceaselessly. We have no communication with being. It would be exactly like trying to hold a fistful of water, from which we must conclude that God alone is 1. Existing in reality. He fills eternity with a single now. Nothing really is but he alone. 13. On judging someone else's death. Dying is the most noteworthy action in a man's life. Yet few die convinced their last hour has come. Hope never stops ringing in our ears. We set too much store by ourselves. The universe seems to suffer when we are obliterated. As our vision fails, we think the world is failing. We drag everything along with us. Caesar's passenger pride and the sun mourning Caesar show how we reckon our troubles change heaven. To judge resolution in one who does not believe the peril is upon him is not reasonable. Quick death differs from slow. Meat such as this must be swallowed unchewed unless you have a gizzard paved with frost nails. Caesar desired the least anticipated and the quickest, if he dared say it. I can no longer be a coward for thinking the same. Cato's glorious suicide remains splendid in human terms. The closing hush recalls it was also murder. Hope never stops ringing in our ears. We set too much store by ourselves. The universe seems to suffer when we are obliterated. Caesar's passenger pride and the sun mourning Caesar show how we reckon our troubles change heaven. To judge resolution in one who does not believe the peril is upon him is not reasonable. Quick death differs from slow. Meat such as this must be swallowed unchewed unless you have a gizzard paved with frost nails. Cato's glorious suicide remains splendid in human terms. The closing hush recalls it was also murder, and that we who praise from safety rarely know whether we would hold the line when the hour is truly upon us. We drag everything along with us when we judge from safety, as though our vision failing meant the world was failing. Hope's bell. Few die convinced the hour has come. Judging from safety misleads. Quick versus slow. Caesar desired the least anticipated death. Cato's splendor was also murder. Quote, when we judge the assurance shown by a person as he is dying, and dying is without doubt the most noteworthy action in a man's life, there is one thing we must always take into account. It is hard for anyone to believe that he himself has reached that point. None of us gives enough thought to his being only one. If Caesar dared to say, I can no longer be a coward for thinking the same. Quote, none of us gives enough thought to his being only one. 14. How our mind tangles itself up. It is a pleasant thought to imagine a mind exactly poised between two parallel desires it would never choose. The Stoic quandary over adiaphora, things neither good nor bad, shows reason tangled in its own threads. The wise man must somehow choose among indifference, yet the very indifference dissolves the ground of choice. The short chapter ends where the apology dwelt. Human pride and the weakness of reason that cannot settle even what it calls indifferent. It is a pleasant thought to imagine a mind exactly poised between two parallel desires it would never choose, since making a choice implies inequality of value. The Stoic quandary over adiaphora shows reason tangled in its own threads. The wise man must choose among indifference, yet indifference dissolves the ground of choice. Pyrrho built ignorance into a pleasing science and hung forever in the balance. Yet even he lived, ate, married, obeyed laws. The short chapter ends where the apology dwelt. Human pride and the weakness of reason that cannot settle even what it calls indifferent. Solemn certum nihil esse certi. Nothing certain except that nothing is certain, and nothing more wretched nor more arrogant than man. The wise man must choose among adiaphora, yet the very indifference dissolves the ground of choice. Reason caught in its own net like a cat with twine. Montaigne does not resolve the knot. He displays it as emblem of that human condition the apology has just crushed. Nothing certain except that nothing is certain, and nothing more wretched nor more arrogant than man who cannot settle even indifferent things without passion disguised as logic. Making a choice implies inequality of value. Perfect equipoise between parallel desires would never reach a decision. The Stoic wise man tangled in his own adiaphora, nothing more wretched nor more arrogant than man. Parallel desires. Perfect equipoise would never choose. Adiaphora. Reason tangled in indifference. The apology's aftershock. Quote, it is a pleasant thought to imagine a mind exactly poised between two parallel desires, for it would indubitably never reach a decision, since making a choice implies that there is an inequality of value. Solum certum nihil est certi, eomi nihil miserius autriche superbius. There is nothing certain except that nothing is certain, and nothing more wretched than man, nor more arrogant. Quot, solum certum nihil est certi, eomi nihil miserius autriche superbius. 15. That difficulty increases desire. No reason but has its contrary, says the wisest school. Words Montaigne inscribed at his library. An ancient held life contemptible because no good pleases unless we prepare to lose it. On the contrary, we clasp the good tighter when we fear it may be taken. Cold helps fire burn. Opposition sharpens the will. Satiety from ease of access is contrary to our tastes. Rareness and difficulty give smack to the sauce. Lycurgus made Spartan spouses meet only by stealth. Flora left tooth marks on Pompey. So in politics and the church, forbid and desire rises. Montaigne lived the principle, his manner unfortified amid civil war, spoons unhidden, trusting that openness can be its own difficulty and its own desire. Contrary reasons. Every maxim has its opposite. Difficulty sharpens desire, where satiety blunts it. Lycurgus's stealth. Spouses meet by prohibition. Forbid the church, and desire rises in politics too. Quote, no reason but has its contrary, says the wisest of the schools of philosophy. We see also that by nature there is nothing so contrary to our taste than that satiety which comes from ease of access, and nothing which sharpens them more than rareness and difficulty. So it is with everything. It is difficulty which makes us prize things. 16. On glory. There are names and there are things. A name is a spoken sound that designates a thing, a foreign body attached, quite outside the substance. God cannot increase. His name can, through praises of works external to him. All honor and glory belong to God alone. Nothing is so remotely unreasonable as to go seeking them for ourselves. We are hollow and empty. It is not with wind and spoken sounds that we must fill ourselves. Chrysippus and Diogenes held glory to be disdained. Of all pleasures, none more dangerous than that which comes from other men's approval. Flattery poisons monarchs. The siren's first enchantment was to call Ulysses most worthy of praise. All the glory in the world is not worth stretching out a finger to acquire it for its own sake. Epicurus's conceal thy life presupposes contempt for glory, yet his dying letter still funds rights to honor Metrodorus and himself. We are somehow double creatures. Carneades held glory desirable for itself. Aristotle ranks it first among external goods. Cicero was raging mad with the passion. The opinion that virtue is desirable only for honor is so false it irks. Then we ought to be virtuous only in public. Unless we draw the rules of right conduct from within, how many wicked deeds must we abandon ourselves to daily? Memonerant deum esse habere testem. Remember that there's a witness, God, that is their own minds. Virtue is vain if she draws commendation from glory. Nothing is more fortuitous than reputation. Chance bestows glory by fickle will, often marching ahead of merit. Shadow and glory, both exceedingly vain. Those who teach noblemen to seek only honor from valor teach them never to hazard themselves if nobody is looking. Yet beautiful deeds are buried in the throng of battle. In our wars, more good men have been killed over some shack than in places of honor. Gloria nostra et testimonium conscientiae nostra. We must go to war as a duty. The reward is the satisfaction a well-governed conscience derives from acting well. The soul must act her part not on parade, but at home within us where no eyes but our own penetrate. To adjudicate our propensities, we have recourse to the mob, that mother of ignorance, injustice, and inconstancy. Follow reason with constancy. Let public approval follow if it can. The seaman in the storm. O God, save or destroy as it please thee, but I will ever hold straight to my helm. I'm not so much worried how I am in the minds of other men as how I am to myself. No more reliable witness than each man to himself. Of 10,000 maimed or killed in a battle, not 15 are talked of. 100 years from now, it will already be something if people roughly remember that there were civil wars in France. Virtuous deeds are too noble to seek reward from vanity. Yet if that false opinion serves the public good, let it boldly flourish. One word more. Ladies should not call their duty honor. Duty is the core, honor only the skin. Any honorable person prefers to sully his honor than to sully his conscience. Epicurus's conceal thy life presupposes contempt for glory, yet his dying letter still funds rights to honor Metrodorus and himself. We are somehow double creatures. Carneades held glory desirable for itself. Aristotle ranks it first among external goods. Cicero was raging mad with the passion. Virtue is vain if she draws commendation from glory. Nothing is more fortuitous than reputation. Chance bestows glory by fickle will, often marching ahead of merit. In our wars, more good men have been killed over some shack than in places of honor. Of 10,000 maimed or killed in a battle, not 15 are talked of. 100 years from now, it will already be something if people roughly remember that there were civil wars in France. One word more. Ladies should not call their duty honor. Duty is the core, honor only the skin. Names and things. Glory attaches to the sign, not the substance. Fill the hollow self with solid goods, not wind. Conscience as witness. Rules of right conduct from within. Gloria nostra est testimonium conscientia nostrae. Shadow of fortune. Reputation marches by chance. The mob is a shapeless target. Counterfeit honor may still bridle the polity. Quote, we must go to war as a duty. The reward we should expect is one which cannot fail any noble action, the satisfaction which a well-governed conscience derives from acting well. Our soul must act her part not when on parade, but at home within us where no eyes but our own can penetrate. I'm not so much worried about how I am in the minds of other men as how I am to myself. Any honorable person prefers to sully his honor than to sully his conscience. Quote, any honorable person prefers to sully his honor than to sully his conscience. 17. On presumption. Another kind of glory. The over-high opinion we conceive of our own worth. Presenting ourselves to ourselves other than we are, as passionate love confuses judgment of the beloved. I do not wish a man to underestimate himself. If he is Caesar, let him frankly acknowledge it. Etiquette forbids speaking well or ill of oneself. I put that aside, following Lucilius, who confided his life to books as to trusted companions. From childhood, people noticed a vain, silly pride in my bearing, innate quirks we cannot see in ourselves. Of the soul, I will confess what I know. The chapter is the self-portrait as antidote to philautia, honest inventory after the apologies crushing of pride. In this kind of glory, there are two parts, to rate oneself too high and to rate others too low. I find an aberration I cannot eradicate. I diminish the value of things I possess simply because I possess them and overvalue whatever is foreign. Of two equal achievements, I always come down against my own. I am most ignorant about myself. Virtually nothing that I know, capacities discovered only after the event. Of antiquity's opinions on man, I most embrace those that despise us. Philosophy's best hand when she battles presumption. The false opinion suckling all others is man's over-high opinion of himself. Those who perch astride the epicycle of Mercury are an excruciating pain in the neck. They cannot conclude about themselves, yet claim to measure the cosmos. As an individual, it would be hard for anyone to esteem himself less. An ordinary sort of man, except in considering myself one. I pride myself only on knowing what I am worth, sprinkled with vainglory, not dyed in it. Nothing of my mind has fully satisfied me. Poetry I love in others and find unbearable in myself. Formless way of speaking, free from rules. I can talk only when in earnest. French corrupted by homegrown barbarisms. Latin, once my mother tongue, lost through lack of practice. Those who perch astride the epicycle of Mercury and see so far into the heavens are an excruciating pain in the neck. In the study I undertake, whose subject is man, I find such extreme variation of judgment, such a deep labyrinth of difficulties, so much disagreement even in the school of wisdom, that you will understand, since those fellows cannot reach conclusions about themselves and their own mode of being continuously before their eyes, nor describe the principles they hold in their hands. I cannot believe them about the cause of the ebb and flow of the Nile. An eager desire to know things was given to man as a scourge, says Holy Writ. My taste is discriminating and hard to please, especially where I myself am concerned. I am constantly making disclaimers and feel myself everywhere floating and bending from feebleness. I have a boundless love for poetry. I know my way well through other men's works, but when I set my own hand to it, I am truly like a child. My own works irritate me every time I go over them again. When I read it over, I am ashamed to have written it, because even I who wrote it judge it worth erasing. I find my work pardonable not for its true worth, but by comparison with writings worse than mine, which people take seriously. I envy the happiness of those who find joy in their own works, an easy pleasure deriving from oneself, especially with a little confidence in self-deception. I know one poet to whom crowd and drawing-room cry that he knows nothing of poetry, for all that he will not lower the status he carved out, forever beginning again, never giving up, all the stronger since he must maintain it alone. In commerce between men, beauty is a quality of great price, the first means of reconciling men to each other. My build is a little below the average, yet tough and thick-set, health sound and vigorous until now, well on in years, having long since passed 40. For now on what I shall be is but half a being, it will no longer be me. One by one things are stolen by the passing years. I can see well enough how little all this weighs in the madness of my design. Yet it is already something if my judgment, of which these are the essays, does not cast a shoe in the process. I saw King Francis II presented with a self-portrait by King René. Why is it not equally permissible to portray yourself with your pen as he did with his brush? The body is a major part of our being. Those who sequester soul from body are wrong. We must couple them, command the soul to marry the body. Christians know God's justice embraces this joint fellowship. My build is a little below the average. It is irritating to be asked among your own servants, "Where is your master?" as happened to Philopoemen, set to draw water. Meanwhile, my build is tough and thick-set, health sound until old age approaches. Skill and agility I never had. My father was very agile, yet I am among the average at running and below at dancing, tennis, wrestling, swimming, fencing, vaulting, jumping. Music, vocal or instrumental, nobody could teach me. My hand's so clumsy I cannot read my own writing. Reading aloud, I feel myself bore my audience. I can never fold a letter neatly, sharpen a pen, carve a table, put harness on horse, bear a hawk, address hounds. Yet I am quite a good scholar. My bodily endowments are in close harmony with my soul's. No agility, merely full firm vigor. I can stick things out when guided by my own desires. Otherwise, I am no good at all. Extremely idle and extremely free, both by nature and by art. I would as soon give the blood of my veins as take pains. My soul is her own and used to acting after her own fashion. Never having a force master, I went as far and fast as I liked, slack and useless to serve others, good for nothing but myself. Faced with danger, I reflect not on how to escape, but on how little it matters. Ambition, neighbor to presumption. I will not pay cash for some hope in the future. The French are like monkeys scrambling to the top of the tree, then showing their arses. Another scab I will not overlook. Inability to reach decisions. Most inconvenient when transacting the world's business. When there are doubts in my mind, neither says firmly yea nor nay. I can defend an opinion, but cannot select it. No matter what side I turn to, I furnish cause and true-sounding reasons for remaining there. Chrysippus wanted only the dogmas of Zeno and Cleanthes, proofs he would supply himself. I maintain doubt and freedom to choose until the occasion becomes urgent. Then, to tell the truth, I toss a feather to the wind and put myself at the mercy of fortune. I'm under no obligation not to say daft things, provided I do not deceive myself in recognizing them as such. It is so usual for me to know I'm going wrong that I hardly ever go wrong any other way. I never go wrong by chance. Save your venom for those who admire themselves. I know my work is worthless, yet the graces desert me. Everything I do is coarse, lacking charm and beauty, and my style adds nothing to my matter. By such comparisons, I would have found myself a giant in another age, just as I find myself a pygmy and quite ordinary in this one, except in knowing I am ordinary. The morals and speech of peasants conform more to true philosophy than those of the philosophers. Men I have judged most notable. In war, the Duc de Guise and Marshal Strozzi. For uncommon virtue, Olivier and El Hospital. Poetry raised high by Ronsard and Du Bellay. I declare the hopes I put in my adopted daughter Marie de Gournay, loved with more than fatherly love, her judgment on the original essays, a woman so young, worthy of special consideration. The other virtues are little valued nowadays. Bravery has become commonplace through the civil wars. Souls unshakable, so numerous that no selection is possible. That is all I have come across of uncommon greatness. The self-essay ends where it began, not died in presumption, only sprinkled, and honest enough to know the difference. Sprinkled, not died. Surface vainglory without substantial assent before judgment. Soul married to body. Christian justice judges the whole man, not the soul alone. Marie de Gournay, adopted daughter and reader. More than fatherly love, as the Essays living coda. Quote, there is another kind of glory, the over-high opinion we conceive of our own worth. Besides, I am most ignorant about myself. Philosophy never seems to me to have a better hand to play than when she battles against our presumption and our vanity. It would be hard for anyone to esteem himself less than I do. I pride myself only on knowing what I am worth. I'm sprinkled all over with it, but not dyed in it. Quote, those who wish to take our two principal pieces apart and to sequester one from the other are wrong. It should in short marry the body and serve as its husband. The morals and the speech of the peasants I find to be more in conformity with the principles of true philosophy than those of the philosophers. I have been delighted to declare in several places the hopes I put in my adopted daughter Marie de Gournay, who is loved by me with a more than fatherly love. That is all that I have come across, till now, of uncommon and exceptional greatness. Self-knowledge of limits. In this kind of glory, there are two parts, to rate oneself too high and to rate others too low. He finds an aberration he cannot eradicate. He diminishes the value of things he possesses simply because he possesses them, and overvalues whatever is foreign. Of two equal achievements, he always comes down against his own. He is most ignorant about himself. Virtually nothing that he knows. Capacities discovered only after the event. Of antiquity's opinions on man, he most embraces those that despise us. Philosophy's best hand when she battles presumption. The false opinion suckling all others is man's over-high opinion of himself. Those who perch astride the epicycle of Mercury are an excruciating pain in the neck. They cannot conclude about themselves, yet claim to measure the cosmos. As an individual, it would be hard for anyone to esteem himself less. An ordinary sort of man, except in considering himself one. He prides himself only on knowing what he is worth, sprinkled with vainglory, not dyed in it. Nothing of his mind has fully satisfied him. Poetry he loves in others and finds unbearable in himself. He always has an ideal form as in a dream. Yet even that ideal is only of medium rank. The ancients leave him thunderstruck. Formless way of speaking, free from rules. He can talk only when in earnest. French corrupted by homegrown barbarisms. Latin, once his mother tongue, lost through lack of practice. Quote, there is another kind of glory, the over-high opinion we conceive of our own worth. Besides, I am most ignorant about myself. Philosophy never seems to me to have a better hand to play than when she battles against our presumption and our vanity. It would be hard for anyone to esteem himself less than I do. I pride myself only on knowing what I am worth. I'm sprinkled all over with it, but not dyed in it. Bodily and mental presumption. The body is a major part of our being. Those who sequester soul from body are wrong. We must couple them, command the soul to marry the body. Christians know God's justice embraces this joint fellowship. His build is a little below the average. It is irritating to be asked among your own servants, where is your master? As happened to Philopoemen, set to draw water to prepare things for Philopoemen. Meanwhile, his build is tough and thick-set, health sound until old age approaches. Skill and agility he never had. Hands so clumsy he cannot read his own writing. Bodily endowments in close harmony with the soul's. No agility, merely a full, firm vigor. He can stick things out when guided by his own desires. Otherwise, he is no good at all. Extremely idle and extremely free. Faced with danger, he reflects not on how to escape, but on how little it matters. Ambition, neighbor to presumption. He will not pay cash for some hope in the future. The French are like monkeys scrambling to the top of the tree, then showing their arses. Quote, those who wish to take our two principal pieces apart and to sequester one from the other are wrong. It should in short marry the body and serve as its husband. My bodily endowments are, in brief, in close harmony with my soul's. There is no agility, merely a full, firm vigor. But I can stick things out, provided that I set myself to it, and as long as I'm guided by my own desires. Portrait of mediocrity. By such comparisons, he would have found himself a giant in another age, just as he finds himself a pygmy and quite ordinary in this one, except in considering himself ordinary. The morals and speech of peasants conform more to true philosophy than those of the philosophers. Men he has judged most notable, in war, the Duc de Guise and Marshal Strozzi; for uncommon virtue, Olivier and El Hospital; poetry raised high by Ronsard and Du Bellay. He declares the hopes he puts in his adopted daughter Marie de Gournay, loved with more than fatherly love, her judgment on the original essays, a woman so young, worthy of special consideration. The other virtues are little valued nowadays. Bravery has become commonplace through the civil wars. Souls unshakable, so numerous that no selection is possible. That is all he has come across of uncommon greatness. The self-essay ends where it began, not dyed in presumption, only sprinkled, and honest enough to know the difference. Quote, "The morals and the speech of the peasants I find to be more in conformity with the principles of true philosophy than those of the philosophers. I have been delighted to declare in several places the hopes I put in my adopted daughter Marie de Gournay, who is loved by me with a more than fatherly love. The other virtues are little valued nowadays, but bravery has become commonplace through our civil wars. That is all that I have come across till now of uncommon and exceptional greatness." 18. On giving the lie. Yes, but someone will say self-portraiture is pardonable only in the famous. True, yet it hardly touches me. I read only to friends who ask. It is for a corner of a library, a neighbor, a relative. Others spoke of themselves because the subject was rich. Because it is so sterile and meager that no ostentation can fall upon me. What happiness to hear an account of forebears' manners and ordinary talk. I preserve Father Cain's seal, prayer book. Commerce with the public is only borrowing printing tools. In exchange, wrapping paper for butter and mackerel. Later strata insist on the moral value of telling the truth. The book is not vanity, but a refusal to give the lie to oneself. Others spoke of themselves because the subject was rich. Because it is so sterile and meager that no ostentation can fall upon me. What happiness to hear an account of forebears' manners and ordinary talk. I preserve Father Cain's seal, prayer book. Commerce with the public is only borrowing printing tools. In exchange, wrapping paper for butter and mackerel. Later strata insist on the moral value of telling the truth. The book is not vanity, but a refusal to give the lie to oneself, and to posterity, if anyone still reads corners of libraries. Sterile subject. Meager material defeats ostentation. Printing tools. Public commerce is borrowing wrappers for butter. Quote, "Those others took heart to speak of themselves because they found their subject rich and worthwhile. I, on the contrary, because I find it so sterile and meager that no suspicion of ostentation can fall upon me. The only commerce I have with the public at large is my borrowing their printing tools." Quote, "The only commerce I have with the public at large is my borrowing their printing tools." 19. On freedom of conscience. It is quite normal to see good intentions, when not carried out with moderation, urging men to actions which are truly vicious. In France's civil wars, the better party upholds the religion and constitution of the country. Yet even men of honor, once passion drives them beyond reason, take decisions unjust, violent, and rash. Early Christian zeal against pagan books caused more harm to literature than all the fires of the barbarians. Against that habit of heaping false praise on friendly emperors and condemning all adversaries, Montaigne essays Julian the Apostate, a truly great and outstanding person, steeped in philosophy, leaving model behavior in every field of virtue. Chastity like Alexander and Scipio, justice that heard parties himself without letting hatred of Christianity turn the scales, soldierly sobriety, watchfulness that divided the night. Julian was an enemy harsh towards us, it is true, but not cruel. Even our own side tell of his patient reply to Bishop Maris. Freedom of worship for a rival sect remains a pis-aller of exhausted France. But justice to an enemy of the faith is still justice. Early Christian zeal against pagan books caused more harm to literature than all the fires of the barbarians. Against that habit of heaping false praise on friendly emperors and condemning all adversaries, I essay Julian the Apostate, steeped in philosophy, leaving model behavior in every field of virtue. Chastity like Alexander and Scipio, justice that heard parties himself without letting hatred of Christianity turn the scales, soldierly sobriety, watchfulness that divided the night. Julian was an enemy harsh towards us, it is true, but not cruel. Even our own side tell of his patient reply to Bishop Maris. Freedom of worship for a rival sect remains a pis-aller of exhausted France. But justice to an enemy of the faith is still justice, and moderation in good intentions is itself a virtue. Moderate zeal. Good intentions without moderation become vicious. Julian's justice. Enemy of the faith, not cruel to persons. Quote, "It is quite normal to see good intentions, when not carried out with moderation, urging men to actions which are truly vicious." He was a truly great and outstanding person, and indeed he left behind examples of model behavior in every single field of virtue. Julian was an enemy harsh towards us, it is true, but not cruel. Quote, "Julian was an enemy harsh towards us, it is true, but not cruel." 20. We can savor nothing pure. The feebleness of our condition means we can make habitual use of nothing in its natural, unsophisticated purity. The very elements which we enjoy are corrupt. So too are the metals. Even gold must be alloyed with some other substance to make it serviceable to us. Nor could the simple virtue which Ariston and Pyrrho, and the Stoics too, taught as the aim of our life serve that end without some admixture, any more than the hedonism of Aristippus and the Cyrenaics. Of the pleasures and goods which we enjoy, not one is exempt from being compounded with bitter, which gives us distress even among the flowers. The greatest of our pleasures has an air of groaning and lamentation. Could you not say that it was languishing from affliction? When we forge images of it at its highest reach, we paint its face with sickly epithets. Languor, faintness, weakness, debility, morbidezza, which greatly witnesses to their common blood and consubstantiality. Deep joy has more gravity than gaiety. The highest and fullest pleasure is not pure sugar. Melancholy and delight share a table. The chapter is a small essay of alloyed experience, Lipsius among the witnesses, and a warning against philosophies that promise an unmixed cup. Alloyed goods, even gold and virtue, need admixture to be usable by us. Pleasures groan, highest delight wears sickly epithets, joy and affliction consubstantial. Quote, "The feebleness of our condition means that we can make habitual use of nothing in its natural, unsophisticated purity. The very elements which we enjoy are corrupt. So too are the metals. Even gold must be alloyed with some other substance to make it serviceable to us. The greatest of our pleasures has an air of groaning and lamentation. Deep joy has more gravity than gaiety." 21. Against indolence. Vespasian from his deathbed never ceased to deal with the empire's business. Montaigne resents princes who seek honor from battles they did not fight and conquests they did not lead. His heroes are ancients and foreign monarchs who stayed in the saddle of affairs. Indolence in command is a moral failure dressed as dignity. Vespasian from his deathbed never ceased to deal with the empire's business. An emperor should die on his feet. I resent princes who seek honor from battles they did not fight and conquests they did not lead. My heroes are ancients and foreign monarchs who stayed in the saddle of affairs. No pilot can perform his duty on dry land. Indolence in command is a moral failure dressed as dignity, and France's civil wars have shown how quickly honor debased itself when leaders ceased to lead. When princes delegate battles they did not fight, orders of honor inflate, and fatherly affection turns to scarecrows in a field of flax. Indolence in command debases every reward meant to recognize rare virtue. My heroes stayed in the saddle. Vespasian to the last breath, foreign monarchs, and ancients who knew no pilot performs his duty on dry land. France's princes who sought honor from battles, they never fought debased orders and fatherly gravity alike. Indolence dressed as dignity is the pilot on dry land. Vespasian rebuked his doctor. An emperor should die on his feet, ceaselessly dealing with matters of consequence even from the bed that kills him. Die on your feet. Vespasian's rebuke to the doctor. Dry land pilot. Command absent from affairs is abdication. Quote, when the Emperor Vespasian was ill of the illness which killed him, he never ceased to want to learn of the condition of the empire. From his very bed, he ceaselessly dealt with many matters of consequence. His doctor chid him for it as something harmful to his health. An emperor, he replied, should die on his feet. No pilot can perform his duty on dry land. Quote, no pilot can perform his duty on dry land. 22. On riding in post. I have not been one of the weakest at this sport, suited to men of my stocky short build, but I am giving it up. It makes too great an essay of our strength to keep it up for long. Cyrus stationed remounts across his empire. Caesar covered 100 miles a day and swam rivers rather than seek a bridge. Tiberius Nero did 200 miles in 24 hours to reach dying Drusus. Post routes shrink distance for princes. The body pays the freight. Post route body. Princes shrink distance. The rider pays freight in strength the relay consumes. Essay of strength. Even for the stocky, riding in post makes too great a trial to keep up long. Quote, I have not been one of the weakest at this sport, which is suited to men of my stocky short build, but I am giving up such business. It makes too great an essay of our strength to keep it up for long. According to Suetonius, Caesar himself covered 100 miles a day in a hired chariot, but he was a mad courier. 23. On bad means to a good end. Throughout the whole system of nature, there is an amazing analogy. The maladies of bodies are found in states and polities. Kingdoms and republics are born, flourish, and fade into decrepitude. Surfeit of humors, even if health too vigorous, want purgation. Ailing political systems show a similar surfeit and use various purges, colonies, migrations, wars that bleed the surplus onto a neighbor. Reading Bodin, Montaigne says whether the state's health may be sought by means that corrupt the patient, bad means toward a good end, and the fever of civil policy. Reading Bodin, I say whether the state's health may be sought by means that corrupt the patient, colonies, migrations, wars that bleed the surplus onto a neighbor. Purges that resemble the physician who teaches a whole island to fear night air. Surfeit of humors, even if health too vigorous, wants purgation. Ailing political systems show a similar surfeit. The analogy is amazing and correspondence exact. Yet nature's purges are not always licit when copied by policy. Political purges, states share bodies' maladies, colonies, wars, migrations. Bodin's question, whether health sought by corrupt means is health at all. Quote, throughout the whole system governing the works of nature, there can be found an amazing analogy and correspondence. The maladies and the characteristics of our bodies can also be found in states and polities. Like us, kingdoms and republics are born, flourish, and fade into decrepitude. Quote, the maladies and the characteristics of our bodies can also be found in states and polities. 24. On the greatness of Rome. One word on an inexhaustible subject. The silliness of those who compare the wretched greatness of our times to that of Rome. Cicero's letter repeats Caesar in Gaul offering to make a recommended friend king of Gaul. A simple Roman citizen disposed of kingdoms, sold them, extorted millions from Ptolemy. Mark Antony said Rome's greatness showed less in what they took than in what they gave. Yet Popilius's circle in the sand before Antiochus raises the credit of the name of Rome as high as any single event. Wretched comparison. Our greatness beside Rome's is silliness, a citizen disposed of kingdoms. Popilius's circle. One gesture in the sand raised Rome's credit as high as conquest. Quote, I only want to say one word on this inexhaustible subject in order to show the silliness of those who compare the wretched greatness of our times to that of Rome. It was no new thing for a simple Roman citizen, as Caesar then was, to dispose of kingdoms. Mark Antony said that the greatness of the Roman people was not so much revealed by what they took away as by what they gave away. 25. On not pretending to be ill. Martial's epigram tells of Coelius who pretended gout to avoid waiting on grandees, levies, attendants, the whole courtly grind. The fiction colonized the body. He became unable to walk. Pretense can stick. The imaginary invalid risks becoming a real one. A miniature warning against roles that outlast the motive. Coelius pretended gout to avoid waiting on grandees, levies, attendants, the whole courtly grind. The fiction colonized the body. He became unable to walk. Pretense can stick. The imaginary invalid risks becoming a real one. Martial's epigram is a miniature warning against roles that outlast the motive, and against the courtly commerce I have largely refused, though my essays owe something to the solitude that first put writing into my head. Fiction sticks. Coelius's gout became real. Courtly roles. Pretense outlasts the motive. Quote, there is an epigram of Martial's, a good one, for there are all kinds in his book, in which he amusingly tells of Coelius who pretended to suffer from gout in order to avoid having to pay court to some of the Roman grandees, be present at their levees, wait upon them, and join their trains. Quote, he became unable to walk. 26. On thumbs. Tacitus relates that certain barbarian kings made a treaty binding by pressing their right thumbs together and twisting them. The Romans raised or lowered the thumb in the game's despair or doom. Etymology links pous/pollex to strength, the strong one. A scrap of custom and philology. Light as a digit and as binding. Thumb as treaty. Barbarian kings bound faith by twisting thumbs. Romans spared or doomed by the same digit. Pollex, the strong one. Custom and etymology share one joint. Quote, Tacitus relates that it was the custom among certain barbarian kings to make a treaty binding by pressing their right thumbs together. 27. On cowardice, the mother of cruelty. I have often heard it said that cowardice is the mother of cruelty, and learned from experience that harsh rage of inhuman minds is usually accompanied by womanish weakness. The cruelest cry easily. Alexander of Fears could not hear tragedies for fear of blubbering over Hecuba, while he put men to death without pity. Valor stops short when it sees the enemy at its mercy. Pusillanimity chooses the second act of blood and slaughter, so as to join in the festivities even though it could not have any role in the first. Murders after victory belong to the baggage train. Our quarrels now begin at the end and talk of nothing but killing. Everyone knows there is more bravery in beating an enemy than in finishing him off. The essay pairs with On Cruelty. There the ultimate vice is spectacle killing. Here the mother of that vice is fear dressed as ferocity. The weak man's need to prove himself on a body that can no longer resist. Alexander of Fears could not hear tragedies for fear of blubbering over Hecuba, while he put men to death without pity. Murders after victory belong to the baggage train. Our quarrels now begin at the end and talk of nothing but killing. The essay pairs with On Cruelty. There the ultimate vice is spectacle killing. Here the mother of that vice is fear dressed as ferocity. The weak man's need to prove himself on a body that can no longer resist. Womanish weakness and harsh rage share a cradle more often than valor admits. Our quarrels now begin at the end and talk of nothing but killing. Murders after victory belong to the baggage train, where pusillanimity chooses blood because it missed the first act. Valor stops when the enemy is at mercy. Cowardice needs the second slaughter to join festivities it could not earn in battle. Alexander of Fears wept at Hecuba on stage, yet killed without pity. Womanish weakness and harsh rage share cradle. The essay pairs with On Cruelty, spectacle killing there, fear dressed as ferocity here. What causes that second slaughter, if not cowardice? Everyone knows there is more bravery in beating an enemy than in finishing him off. Yet our civil wars talk of nothing but killing once valor's first act is done. Pusillanimity chooses blood and slaughter because it could not share the first festivities of battle. I have often heard it said that cowardice is the mother of cruelty, and learned from experience that harsh rage of wicked and human minds is usually accompanied by womanish weakness. Second act of slaughter. Pusillanimity's role when valor's first act is done. Fear as ferocity. Womanish weakness crying at Hecuba while killing without pity. Quote, I have often heard it said that cowardice is the mother of cruelty, and I have learned from experience that harsh rage of wicked and human minds is usually accompanied by womanish weakness. Valor stops short when it sees the enemy at its mercy. But pusillanimity, so as to join in the festivities even though it could not have any role in the first act, chooses its role in the second, that of blood and slaughter. What causes that if not cowardice? Everyone knows that there is more bravery in beating an enemy than in finishing him off. Quote, everyone knows that there is more bravery in beating an enemy than in finishing him off. 28. There's a season for everything. Those who compare Cato the censor to the younger Cato compare two beautiful natures. But the younger's virtue was far more pure, while the censor's load of envy and ambition and his late craving for Greek looked like tumbling in his second childhood. There's a season for all things, all, including the good. Even the Lord's Prayer may be said at an inappropriate time. The wise man sets limits, even to things which are good. Youth should make provisions. Old age should enjoy them. Our desires forever renew their youth. We already have one foot in the grave, yet our tastes are always just being born. Season even for good. Even the Lord's Prayer may be ill-timed. Youth provisions, age enjoys. Desires renewal. One foot in the grave, yet tastes always just being born. Quote, there is a season for all things, all, including the good. Even my Lord's Prayer may be said at an inappropriate time. The wise man sets limits even to things which are good. Youth should make provisions. Old age should enjoy them, say the wise. We already have one foot in the grave, yet our tastes and our pursuits are always just being born. 29. On virtue. I find from experience a difference between the leaps and sallies of the soul and a settled constant habit. We can do anything, even surpass the divinity in making ourselves impassible, but only spasmodically. Heroes show miraculous flashes that exceed our natural powers, flashes they are. Even we abortions of men can enrapture the soul beyond her ordinary state. Then the whirlwind passes, and she comes down, moved to anger by a hawk or a broken glass. To judge a man properly, look at routine activities and surprise him in everyday dress. Pyrrho built ignorance into a pleasing science and essayed conforming life to doctrine, forever hanging in the balance, regarding all things as adiaphora. Heroes show miraculous flashes that exceed our natural powers, flashes they are. Even we abortions of men can enrapture the soul beyond her ordinary state. Then the whirlwind passes, and she comes down, moved to anger by a hawk or a broken glass. Pyrrho built ignorance into a pleasing science and essayed conforming life to doctrine, forever hanging in the balance, regarding all things as adiaphora. To judge a man properly, look at routine activities and surprise him in everyday dress. Spasmodic virtue is not yet complexion. We can do anything spasmodically, even surpass the divinity in making ourselves impassible, but only in flashes. Socrates built a complexion of virtue. Most of us abortions enrapture the soul beyond her ordinary state, then come down angry at a hawk. Pyrrho hung forever in the balance regarding all as adiaphora. To judge a man, surprise him in everyday dress, not in parade armor. Settled constant habit is the essay virtue demands. Miraculous sallies prove only that nature sometimes lends us more than we can keep. That is why the wise men say, to judge a man properly, we must principally look at his routine activities. Flashes they are, however miraculous they appear far to exceed our natural powers. Settled constant habit is the essay. Spasmodic impassibility is a lone nature recalls with interest. Flash is not habit. Heroic sallies exceed us. Routine reveals the man. Everyday dress. Surprise him out of parade armor. Quote, I find from experience that there is a difference between the leaps and sallies of the soul and a settled, constant habit. Sometimes there is in the lives of those heroes in ancient times miraculous flashes which appear far to exceed our natural powers. But, truly, flashes they are. That is why the wise men say that to judge a man properly we must principally look at his routine activities and surprise him in his everyday dress. Quote, sometimes there is in the lives of those heroes in ancient times miraculous flashes which appear far to exceed our natural powers. But, truly, flashes they are. 30. On a monster child. This tale will go its simple way, for I shall leave all the discussion to the doctors. The day before yesterday, Montaigne saw an infant exhibited for strangeness, a boy of normal form, 14 months, firmly attached below the breast to another child with no head, joined facing each other as though a smaller child put his arm round a bigger one's neck. This double body, depending on one head, could provide a favorable omen that our king will maintain the sundry parties of our state. Yet the final text prefers nature's infinite forms to portent. What we call monstrous may be only rare. Nature's forms. What we call monstrous may be only rare. The doctors may keep their discussion. Omen or medley. Double body depending on one head. Portent read against nature's infinite variety. Quote, this tale will go its simple way, for I shall leave all the discussion to the doctors. I saw the day before yesterday an infant child. Just below his breast, he was firmly attached to another child with no head. This double body and these sundry limbs, all depending on one single head, could well provide us with a favorable omen that our king will maintain the sundry parties and factions of our state. 31. On anger. No passion disturbs the soundness of our judgment as anger does. No one would hesitate to punish with death a judge who condemned out of anger. Then why is it permissible for fathers and schoolmasters to flog children in anger? That is no longer correction, it is vengeance. We should never lay a hand on servants while anger lasts. Until we cool, passion does all the talking, not us. Faults seen through anger are like objects through a mist. They appear larger. If a man is hungry, let him eat food, but he should never hunger and thirst for anger if he intends to chastise. No one would hesitate to punish with death a judge who condemned out of anger. Then why is it permissible for fathers and schoolmasters to flog children in anger? That is no longer correction, it is vengeance. We should never lay a hand on servants while anger lasts. Until we cool, passion does all the talking, not us. If a man is hungry, let him eat food, but he should never hunger and thirst for anger if he intends to chastise. While our pulse is beating, let's put off the encounter. While our pulse beats and we feel the emotion, let us put off the encounter. Passion commands, passion talks, not us. Faults seen through anger are like objects through mist. They appear larger. A judge who condemned in anger would be punished with death. Fathers and schoolmasters who flog in anger practice vengeance, not correction. Never lay a hand on servants while anger lasts. If hungry, eat food, but never hunger and thirst for anger when you intend to chastise. No passion disturbs the soundness of our judgment as anger does. Until we cool, passion is in command and faults seen through anger appear larger, like objects through mist. Fathers and schoolmasters who flog in anger practice vengeance, not correction. A judge who condemned in anger would be punished with death. Passion commands. Until we cool, we do not speak. Passion does. Mist magnifies. Faults seen through anger appear larger. Quote, no passion disturbs the soundness of our judgment as anger does. While our pulse is beating and we can feel the emotion, let us put off the encounter. Until then, passion is in command. Passion does all the talking, not us. Faults seen through anger are like objects seen through a mist. They appear larger. He should never hunger and thirst for anger if he intends to chastise. Quote, he should never hunger and thirst for anger if he intends to chastise. 32. In defense of Seneca and Plutarch. Against Dion's disease judgment of Roman affairs and Bodin's charge that Plutarch writes things incredible and entirely fabulous, Montaigne defends his household gods. Plutarch may relate the same event differently, aware he does so, but to call him a dealer in the impossible is to accuse the wrong man. We must not judge possible and impossible by what seems credible to our own minds. It is a major fault to make difficulties about believing of another anything we could not or would not do ourselves. Each man takes himself as nature's master form and touchstone, brute-like stupidity. Montaigne considers some ancients way above him. Powerless to follow on his feet, he still follows with his eyes, clasping unto him those ecstasies he finds most beautiful. Civil War peasants and Gascon women show stubbornness the sister of constancy. Egyptian thieves and epic Horace on Nero's rack show endurance Bodin would call miracle. Seneca and Plutarch remained the preferred mirrors. Plutarch may relate the same event differently, aware he does so, but to call him a dealer in the impossible is to accuse the wrong man. We must not judge possible and impossible by what seems credible to our own minds. It is a major fault to make difficulties about believing of another anything we could not or would not do ourselves. Each man takes himself as nature's master form and touchstone, brute-like stupidity. Civil War peasants and Gascon women show stubbornness the sister of constancy. Egyptian thieves and epic Horace on Nero's rack show endurance Bodin would call miracle. I admire the greatness of those souls. Those ecstasies which I find most beautiful I clasp unto me. Though my powers do not reach as far, at least my judgment is most willingly applied to them. To defend Seneca and Plutarch is to defend the moral library against pedants who sniff for anachronism while missing the soul's likeness across ages. I take what nourishes, the rest I leave to the grammarians. Master form folly. Each man takes himself as nature's touchstone. Clasp ecstasies. Follow with the eyes what feet cannot reach. Quote, we must not judge what is possible and impossible according to what seems credible or incredible to our own minds. It seems to each man that the master form of nature is in himself as a touchstone by which he may compare all the other forms. What brute-like stupidity! I admire the greatness of those souls. Those ecstasies which I find most beautiful I clasp unto me. Though my powers do not reach as far, at least my judgment is most willingly applied to them. Quote, what brute-like stupidity! 33. The Tale of Spurinna. Philosophy believes she has not made a bad use of her resources when she has bestowed on reason sovereign mastery over the soul and authority to bridle our appetites. Love's appetites partake of body and soul. Medicine is sometimes constrained to serve them as a pimp, yet bodily appetites admit satiety and material remedies. Gelding, snow, and vinegar, hair shirts that a prince could not endure till night. Spurinna, a youth of such beauty that he disfigured himself rather than be the cause of others' desire, marks chastity taken to the knife, and Montaigne asks whether such violence against one's own form is virtue or another ecstasy. Love's appetites partake of body and soul. Medicine is sometimes constrained to serve them as a pimp, yet bodily appetites admit satiety and material remedies. Gelding, snow, and vinegar, hair shirts that a prince could not endure till night. Spurinna, a youth of such beauty that he disfigured himself rather than be the cause of others' desire, marks chastity taken to the knife, and I ask whether such violence against one's own form is virtue or another ecstasy. Reason's sovereignty over appetite is philosophy's proudest claim. Spurinna tests whether sovereignty must always mutilate what it governs. Spurinna disfigured his beauty with a knife rather than be cause of others' desire. Chastity pushed to mutilation. Bodily appetites admit satiety. Gelding, snow, and vinegar, hair shirts a prince could not endure till night. Medicine sometimes pimps for love. Philosophy claims reason's sovereignty over appetite. Spurinna asks whether sovereignty must always wound what it governs, and whether such violence against one's own form is virtue or another ecstasy beside the one love induces. Philosophy believes she has not made a bad use of her resources when reason bridle appetites. Yet Spurina's knife tests whether chastity must mutilate the form it would protect. Love's appetites partake of body and soul. Medicine sometimes pimps for them, yet bodily appetites admit satiety where the souls do not. Spurina's self-disfigurement to kill beauty's temptation is an extreme of virtue that makes me smile and wince at once. The will mastering the face, yet proving how much the face had mastered the will. Reason's bridle. Philosophy's claim to mastery over appetite. Spurina's knife. Chastity that disfigures. Virtue or ecstasy. Quote, Philosophy believes she has not made a bad use of her resources when she has bestowed on reason sovereign mastery over our soul and authority to bridle our appetites. Bodily appetites are subject to satiety and are susceptible to material remedies. Quote, Bodily appetites are subject to satiety and are susceptible to material remedies. 34. Observations on Julius Caesar's methods of waging war. Caesar ought to be the breviary of every fighting man, the true and sovereign model for the art of war, painted in a style so pure that to Montaigne's taste no writings compare. Special details remain in memory. He magnified enemy numbers to hearten troops, trained soldiers simply to obey without discussing plans, changed decisions on the spot to keep men guessing, delayed the Swiss with an affable face while concentrating forces. The most sovereign qualities in a commander, knowing how to seize opportunities at the right moment and acting with speed, in his case truly incredible. Little conscience in seizing advantage under pretext of concord. He required of soldiers hardly any virtue but valor. He called them companions. Augustus restored soldiers. Severity smashed the 9th Legion. The Rhine Bridge was built because boats were unworthy of Roman dignity. Eloquence on the field was so esteemed that volumes of his speeches outlived him. From Gaul to Spain to Pharsalia, to Egypt to Africa, swifter than lightning. Flyleaf reading of the classics becomes a soldier's essay of method amid France's own civil wars. Caesar magnified enemy numbers to hearten troops, trained soldiers simply to obey without discussing plans, changed decisions on the spot to keep men guessing, delayed the Swiss with an affable face while concentrating forces. Severity smashed the 9th Legion. The Rhine Bridge was built because boats were unworthy of Roman dignity. Eloquence on the field was so esteemed that volumes of his speeches outlived him. From Gaul to Spain to Pharsalia, to Egypt to Africa, swifter than lightning. Flyleaf reading of the classics becomes a soldier's essay of method amid France's own civil wars, where commanders who lacked Caesar's speed debased the very orders meant to honor them. Caesar called his soldiers companions. Augustus restored soldiers. He required hardly any virtue but valor, little conscience in seizing advantage under pretext of concord. The Rhine Bridge because boats were unworthy of Roman dignity. Severity smashed the 9th Legion. Eloquence on the field so esteemed volumes of his speeches outlived him. From Gaul to Africa, swifter than lightning. The breviary every fighting man should know, especially when our civil wars produce commanders who debased the very orders meant to honor rare leaders. Caesar's warcraft is an essay of timing and terror, clemency when it buys cities, severity when example must speak, and a speed that makes the enemy's plans arrive late. I read him less as a school of strategy than as a school of judgment under pressure, the same faculty the essays train on softer matter. Speed and moment, seizing opportunities at the right instant. Valor alone. Caesar required hardly any virtue from soldiers but valor. Quote, Truly Caesar ought to be the breviary of every fighting man. He was the true and sovereign model for the art of war. He himself repeated on several occasions that the most sovereign qualities in a commander are knowing how to seize opportunities at the right moment and acting with speed, which in his case was truly incredible. He did not show much of a conscience in seizing the advantage over his enemies under pretext of a treaty of concord, but then neither did he do so in never requiring any virtue from his soldiers but valor. Quote, he did not show much of a conscience in seizing the advantage over his enemies under pretext of a treaty of concord. 35. On 3 Good Wives. As every man knows, good wives are not counted in dozens. Marriage is a business full of thorny conditions. History, true history, can be aesthetic delight and moral profit, a pendant to on books and an alternative to Boccaccio. 3 wives matched great-souled husbands in stoic constancy, even unto shared death. Montaigne's preoccupation with noble suicide rarely more visible near the end of Book 2. We husbands will willingly let them laugh afterwards if they will only laugh with us while we are alive. Ostentatious mourning often grieves least. The chapter prefers wives who were companions in life to those who invent piety at the funeral. History, true history, can be aesthetic delight and moral profit, a pendant to on books and an alternative to Boccaccio. 3 wives matched great-souled husbands in stoic constancy, even unto shared death. My preoccupation with noble suicide rarely more visible near the end of Book 2. Portia swallowed live coals. Paulina opened her veins beside Seneca. Arria stabbed herself to teach her husband how to die. Yet the chapter prefers wives who were companions in life to those who invent piety at the funeral. Marriage is a business full of thorny conditions. We husbands will willingly let them laugh afterwards if they will only laugh with us while we are alive. Portia swallowed live coals to follow Brutus. Paulina opened her veins beside Seneca. Arria stabbed herself first to teach her husband how to die. Non dalit, pate. History as aesthetic delight and moral profit, pendant to on books. Marriage full of thorny conditions. Good wives not counted in dozens. We husbands let them laugh afterwards if they laugh with us while alive. Ostentatious mourning often grieves least, companions in life, not inventors of piety at the funeral. As every man knows, good wives are not counted in dozens. Marriage a business full of thorny conditions. History true and noble offers wives who matched great-souled husbands in stoic constancy, even unto shared death. We husbands will willingly let them laugh afterwards if they will only laugh with us while we are alive. Women who weep most ostentatiously grieve least, companions in life, not inventors of piety at the funeral. Shared death. Portia, Paulina, Arria, constancy unto the end. Laugh while alive. Ostentatious mourning often grieves least. Quote, as every man knows, they are not counted in dozens, especially in performing their matrimonial obligations. For marriage is a business full of so many thorny conditions that a woman cannot keep her intentions in it for long. We husbands will willingly let them laugh afterwards if they will only laugh with us while we are alive. Ject ansius mourent, quae minus dolent. Women who weep most ostentatiously grieve least. Quota, ject ansius mourent, quae minus dolent. 36. On the most excellent of men. If asked to pick of all the men who have come to notice, Montaigne finds 3 who excel all others. First, Homer, above our human condition, creating gods yet not himself deified, master of government, war, religion, philosophy, and crafts for every school. Second, Alexander, nature's virtues, fortune's vices, speed, foresight, endurance, magnanimity. More of fortune in Alexander's exploits, more of Caesar in Caesar's. Yet Caesar's ambition aimed at the collapse of his country, so the balance tips to Alexander. Third and most distinguished, Epaminondas. Less renown, glory is not of the substance, but resolution and valor implanted by wisdom in a well-ordered soul, proof of valor as much as Alexander and Caesar. Alcibiades remains a more attainable model for the average decent man. Excellence is plural. The essay refuses a single palm without a say of kind. Homer, above our human condition, creating gods yet not himself deified, master of government, war, religion, philosophy, and crafts for every school. Alexander, nature's virtues, fortune's vices, speed, foresight, endurance, magnanimity. More of fortune in Alexander's exploits, more of Caesar in Caesar's. Yet Caesar's ambition aimed at the collapse of his country. Epaminondas. Less renown, glory is not of the substance, but resolution and valor implanted by wisdom in a well-ordered soul. Alcibiades remains a more attainable model for the average decent man. Excellence is plural. The essay refuses a single palm without a say of kind, and confesses that in weighing all three, I still come down on Alexander's side, though Epaminondas is the soul I would most willingly clasp. Caesar's ambition aimed at his country's collapse. Epaminondas implanted valor by wisdom in a well-ordered soul. Less renown, more substance. Homer master of every school, yet not deified. Alexander more fortune. Caesar more calculation. Alcibiades the nearer mirror for decent men. Weighing all three, I still come down on Alexander. Yet Epaminondas is the soul I would most willingly clasp unto me. Three excellences. Homer, Alexander, Epaminondas, plural greatness. Attainable Alcibiades, the decent man's nearer mirror. Quote, if I were asked my pick of all the men who have come to my notice, I would find three, I think, who excel all others. My third example, and to my mind the most distinguished, is Epaminondas. As for glory, he is far from having such renown as the others, nor is glory a quality of the substance of anything. As for resolution and valor, not the kind which is sharpened by ambition, but the kind which wisdom and reason can implant in a well-ordered soul. He had all that can ever be imagined. When all is put together and weighed in the balance, I cannot do other than to come down on the side of Alexander. Quote, when all is put together and weighed in the balance, I cannot do other than to come down on the side of Alexander. 37. On the resemblance of children to their fathers. Until 1588, the last word of the essays, the book as portrait for descendants and friends, and nature's most marked characteristic as diversity and discordance. Between extremes of the stone's anguish, Montaigne returns to his accustomed form. Soul knows no call to arms without bodily feeling, owing that a care once taken to prepare by reason. He fell all at once from a gentle life into the most painful imaginable. Yet if he can add duration to his present spirits, he will be better off than hundreds who inflict fevers on themselves by defect of reason. What a prodigious thing! Within the drop of semen are stamped not only bodily form, but ways of thinking and slant of mind. Where can that drop lodge such an infinite number of forms? Great-grandson like great-grandfather, Lepidi with cartilage over the same eye, Theban lance had birthmarks. Montaigne assumes he owes his propensity to the stone to his father, who died dreadfully afflicted, yet showed no sign until 67. While the son was born 25 years and more before the father's illness. Third child, in the father's most vigorous period. Where did that propensity lie? A brooding. How did that little piece of substance transmit so marked a characteristic, hidden until 45 years later, alone among so many siblings? If anyone can tell how this comes about, Montaigne will trust his explanations of other miracles, provided he does not fob him off with a theory more difficult than the thing itself. Doctors must pardon his liberty. He has nothing against doctors, only against their art. Two tales, the islanders ruined by a physician who taught them to fear night air, and the billy goat fed for its blood as manna against the stone, in whose paunch were found stones of their own. Fear of pain and death makes credulity pliant. Most tolerate medicine rather than believe it. What else can I do? Experimental claims run into infinity. Elk's horn, epilepsy, melancholy, winter, Frenchman, old age, Venus and Saturn, the finger, the intellect runs out of words before certainty. The book closes Book 2 on resemblance and discordance. Children copy fathers in the very illnesses that assay them, and nature never stamps twice the same. A coda that rhymes with the apology's flux and with the father's affection of 2.8, now turned from brain children back to the body's mysterious inheritance. All the various pieces of this faggot are bundled together on the understanding that I am only to set my hand to it in my own home when oppressed by too lax an idleness. Assembled at intervals, never correcting first thoughts by second ones, except to vary a word. I want to show my humors as they develop. I could wish I had begun earlier, especially tracing the progress of changes in me. Since I began, I have aged 7 or 8 years, not without fresh gain, for those years generously introduced me to colic paroxysms, the very misfortune of old age I had held in greatest horror since childhood. Long commerce with the years rarely proceeds without some such benefit. What a prodigious thing! Within the drop of semen are stamped not only bodily form, but ways of thinking and slant of mind. Great-grandson like great-grandfather, lepidi with cartilage over the same eye, Theban Lancehead birthmarks. I assume I owe my propensity to the stone to my father, who died dreadfully afflicted, yet showed no sign until 67, while I was born 25 years and more before the father's illness, third child, in his most vigorous period. Where did that propensity lie, brooding? How did that little piece of substance transmit so marked a characteristic, hidden until 45 years later, alone among so many siblings? Doctors must pardon my liberty. I have nothing against doctors, only against their art. Two tales: islanders ruined by a physician who taught them to fear night air, and the billy goat fed for its blood as manna against the stone, in whose paunch were found stones of their own. Fear of pain and death makes credulity pliant. Most tolerate medicine rather than believe it. What else can I do? Experimental claims run into infinity. Elkshorn, epilepsy, melancholy, winter, Frenchman, old age, Venus and Saturn, the finger, the intellect runs out of words before certainty. Agrippa's vanity of sciences lurks behind every prescription. Spa waters, being natural, might cure the stone and can probably do no harm. But how experimental medicine is ever supposed to be led to a cure for melancholy is another matter. I fortified my inherited antipathy to the art of medicine with often contrived arguments, so giving insights into my mind and, incidentally, a lively picture of life in watering places. Between extremes of the stone's anguish, I return to my accustomed form. Soul knows no call to arms without bodily feeling, owing that to care once taken to prepare by reason. The book closes Book 2 on resemblance and discordance. Children copy fathers in the very illnesses that assay them, and nature never stamps twice the same. Pericles, asked how he was, pointed to amulets on neck and arms, reduced to silly protections, ill indeed. I may one day fall into raving madness and entrust life to doctors. Like Pericles, I shall show a palm burdened with opiate, manifest symptom of violent illness, judgment flown off the handle. I plead this case to reinforce ancestral aversion to medical drugs. Not thoughtless tendency, but formed aversion. Not vainglory shared with gardener and mule driver. I would not swap solid flesh and marrow joy like health for wind and vapor glory. 3 stone attacks, too dear, even for the 4 sons of Ammon. Pliny and Celsus treat medicine more rudely than I. I pinch, they slit the gizzard. Doctors pack sick off to vows, miracles, and hot springs when potions fail. Those who like medicine may have powerful arguments. I do not loathe ideas against my own. Nature's most universal characteristic in minds is diversity. Never 2 identical opinions, any more than hairs or seeds. The book closes Book 2. Portrait for Descendants. Nature's discordance stamped, even in the stone, delayed a generation among siblings. A valet stole pages he liked and thought he had acquired great plunder. It consoles me he gains no more than I lose. Since I began, I have aged 7 or 8 years, generously introduced to colic paroxysms. The very misfortune of old age I had held in greatest horror since childhood, transmitted in a drop of semen while still hidden in my father's vigorous prime. Health, for God's sake! I would not swap flesh and marrow joy for wind and vapor glory purchased at the price of 3 stone attacks. I never correct first thoughts by second ones, except to vary a word. I want to show my humors as they develop. The book A Portrait for Descendants and Friends, nature's most marked characteristic diversity and discordance even in inherited stone. If anyone can tell how this comes about, I will trust his explanations of other miracles, provided he does not fob me off with a theory more difficult than the thing itself. The essays themselves are a faggot bundled at home in intervals of idleness. I never correct first thoughts by second ones except to vary a word, and I want my humor shown as they develop. Inheritance of the stone and of antipathy to medicine runs in my blood. Spa waters, being natural, may help and can hardly harm, whereas the physician's 100-ingredient pills leave gravel unmoved. The Babylonians carried the sick into the marketplace for every passerby's nostrum. We do the same with every silly woman's amulet. Diversity is nature's signature. The portrait for my descendants ends book 2 on that discordant chord. Drop of semen, heredity as everyday miracle, form, mind, and stone in one casual transmission. Against the art, not the men, honorable doctors. Medicine as vocation built on the abuse of a trusting public. Fear as the true disease. Nature's discordance. Resemblance without identity. The stone delayed a generation, alone among siblings. Quote, "What a prodigious thing it is that within the drop of semen which brings us forth there are stamped the characteristics not only of the bodily form of our forefathers, but of their ways of thinking and their slant of mind." When his own illness was still so far off, how did that little piece of his own substance which wanted to make me manage to transmit so marked a characteristic to me? I have nothing against doctors, only against their art. What makes our credulity so pliant and impressionable is pure funk. Book 3. The Late Essays. Useful against honorable in civil war. Repenting that is not old age's snotty virtue. 3 commerces of friendship, women, and books, diversion. Then the great digressions. Virgil on sex and marriage, coaches and New World cruelty, conversation as the most fruitful exercise of our minds, vanity of travel and self, restraining the will, physiognomy and Socrates, and experience as the crown. Here Montaigne writes longest, freest, most himself. Quote, "What makes our credulity so pliant and impressionable is pure funk." 1. On the useful and the honorable. No one is free from uttering stupidities. The harm lies in doing it meticulously. My trifles escape me with as little gravity as they deserve. I speak to my writing paper exactly as I do to the first man I meet. From that frankness, the chapter turns to the clash that tears civil war. Useful against honorable. Even Tiberius, hypocrite though he was, refused poison against Arminius, and claimed the Roman people avenged themselves sword in hand, by overt means not by trickery. Virtue carries no less far for being professed on the lips of a man who loathes it. Truth tears it from him by force. We are built full of imperfection, nothing useless in nature, not even uselessness. Ambition, jealousy, envy, vengeance lodge in us with natural right of possession. Even in compassion, we feel a bittersweet pricking at others' suffering. Polities need duties that are abject and vicious, as poisons preserve health, leave betrayal, lying, and massacre to citizens more vigorous and less timorous than I. I would hardly betray my prince for a private citizen when I would be deeply grieved to betray any private citizen for my prince. In negotiations, I recommend myself by my liveliest opinions. I would rather let down my negotiations than let down myself. Frank speech is less suspect in men who work for no private gain. I think of our kings with the simple, loyal affection of a subject. I support the good side as far as, but if possible excluding, the stake. To remain mongrel in civil strife at home is no moderation. It is awaiting the outcome to join the winners. Yet even the committed can keep order enough that the storm pass over their heads. I never say to one side what I cannot say to the other. I conceal what is entrusted, but take care to have as little as possible to conceal. Only to reason should I be a slave, and I can barely do that properly. Epaminondas is the model against our barbarous times. He never killed a vanquished man. He scrupled to kill a tyrant without due form even for freedom. In battle, he turned aside from friend and host. To the harshest of human activities, he married goodness and humanity. The common interest cannot require all men to sacrifice all private interest always. The claims of country are not paramount over all other duties. It is enough that armor callous our shoulders. There is no need to make our minds callous as well. We wrongly adduce the honor of an activity from its usefulness. Not all things are equally fitted to all men. Even marriage, most useful of societies, is set below the celibate vocation by the counsel of the saints. As a boy, I was immersed in politics, right up to my ears, and quickly struggled free. I keep my back turned towards ambition, not like oarsmen proceeding backwards, but so my not having embarked is less resolve than good fortune. Those who call my frankness mere artifice give me more honor than they take. Counterfeit frankness recalls Aesop's donkey, which threw its 4 feet round its master's neck to rival the dog and received twice as many blows. I do not want to deprive wheeliness of its rank. Some vices are legal, as some deeds are good yet illegal. Dandames the wise, said Socrates, Pythagoras and Diogenes were too subject to venerating the law. Let whoever will be a Pomponius Flaccus. The Romans ensnared a Thracian pretender with feigned words, one traitor betraying another. Even worthless men, once profited from vice, fasten upon it some mark of goodness. The one who rewards you will regard you as accursed. He exploits you as public executioners of high justice. Since Sejanus's daughter was a virgin, she was raped by the hangman before strangling. His mind was slave to state interests. When Amurath commanded kinsmen to execute their own, some preferred guilt for another's sacrilege rather than serve justice by their own. I have seen rabble hang friends to save their skins, worse off than those we hanged. A prince forced back on his word must consider its scourging by God's rod. Timoleon wept, remembering he killed a tyrant with a brother's hand. One leader said statute law did not apply to men under arms. Another that times of war and justice were two different things. Epaminondas was never prevented from hearing the laws of kindness. Let us deprive wicked natures of pretext. Cast aside abnormal justice. In an engagement, one of Pompey's soldiers killed his brother unintentionally and killed himself from shame. Years later, a soldier killed his brother and asked a reward. Useful versus honorable. Public necessity may demand treachery, assign that commission to the pliant. Men like me keep frankness and refuse to make minds as callous as armor. Epaminondas, war tempered by muses and courtesy, private rights, and kinship survive even in public strife. Quote, "It is enough that the iron plate of our armor should give us callous shoulders. There is no need to allow it to make our minds callous as well. It is enough to plunge our pens in ink without plunging them in blood." We wrongly adduce the honor and beauty of an activity from its usefulness, and our conclusion is wrong if we reckon that all are bound to perform it, and that it is honorable for each to do so, provided it be useful. Quote, "We wrongly adduce the honor and beauty of an activity from its usefulness, and our conclusion is wrong if we reckon that all are bound to perform it, and that it is honorable for each to do so, provided it be useful." 2. On repenting. Others form man. I give an account of a particular one, badly formed, whom I would make different if I had to fashion him afresh. But it is done now. The world is a perennial seesaw. Constancy itself is only a more languid rocking. I am unable to stabilize my subject. I am not portraying being, but becoming, from day to day, from minute to minute. This is a register of varied and changing occurrences, of unresolved and sometimes contradictory ideas. If my soul could find a footing, I would not be assaying myself, but resolving myself. Every man bears the whole form of the human condition. Authors communicate themselves by some peculiar mark. I, the first, by my universal being, as Michel de Montaigne. My book, and I go harmoniously forward at the same pace. Touch one, and you touch the other. I rarely repent, and my conscience is happy with itself, not as an angel's or a horse's, but as behoves the conscience of a man, speaking as an ignorant, questioning man, abiding by common lawful beliefs. I'm not teaching, I am relating. Vice leaves repentance in the soul like an ulcer forever scratching. Reason engenders those griefs. Yet I hold as vices even those forged by opinion when law and custom lend authority. There is unutterable delight in acting well. A noble pride accompanies a good conscience. Rebuking, laughing, buying, selling, loving, hating, and living gently and justly with your household, and with yourself, is more remarkable than storming a breach. I can easily conceive Socrates in Alexander's place. Alexander in Socrates' place. I cannot. The soul's greatness is not displayed in great things, but in the mean. Natural tendencies can be covered, hardly overmastered. Latin still bursts from my entrails in sudden emotion. Anyone who listens discovers in himself a master form struggling against education and the storm of emotions. I am virtually always settled in place. If not at home, always nearby. Counterfeit devotion is easy unless morals conform. I can desire to be entirely different and beg God to form me again. But that is not repenting any more than grieving at not being an angel or Cato. My doings are ruled by what I am. Repenting does not properly touch what is not within our power. Before I call it repentance, it must touch me everywhere, grip my bowels as deeply as God sees me. In business, decisions well chosen secundum quid, I would repeat 1,000 years hence. I blame fortune, not the counsel, that is not repenting. I loathe the consequential repenting old age brings. Chagrin and feebleness imprint a lax and snotty virtue. God must touch our hearts. Conscience must amend itself by strengthening reason, not by enfeebling appetites. What rheum and colic present are neither chastity nor temperance. If I had to live again, I would live as I have done. I neither regret the past nor fear the future. Is it reasonable that I, so private, should make public this knowledge? Yet never did man treat a subject he knew better. In it I am the most learned man alive. Fidelity is there, clean and pure. When a man is commonplace in discussion, yet valued for writing, his talents lie in borrowed sources, not himself. Anyone who criticizes without knowing that the book and author go together harms himself more than me. I hold as vices those forged by opinion when law lends authority. There is unutterable delight in acting well. Natural tendencies can be covered, hardly overmastered. I am virtually always settled in place. Counterfeit devotion is easy unless morals conform. In business, decisions well chosen, I would repeat 1,000 years hence. I blame fortune, not counsel, that is not repenting. My temptations are so crippled, I can conjure them away by stretching out my hands. Of itself, my reason judges no differently now than before. A wretched cure to, O health, to sickliness. It is not for wretchedness to do us that service, but the happy outcome of judgment. I disclaim incidental reformations based on pain. You cannot boast of despising pleasure if you cannot see her grace. What we call wisdom is moroseness and distaste for things as they are. We change vices for the worse. Apart from tottering pride and prickly humors, age sets more envy and malice. Few souls growing old do not stink of rankness. The man as a whole marches toward his flower and is fading. I should like people to know from what I shall have declined. Becoming, not being. The portrait tracks flux. Contradiction of self need not contradict truth. Master form. Inborn mold resists education. Surface reformations leave visceral vices intact. True repentance. Grace that grips the bowels. Not old age's disgust. Not wishing one were Cato. Quote, I am not portraying being, but becoming. Not the passage from one age to another, but from day to day, from minute to minute. Every man bears the whole form of the human condition. If I had to live again, I would live as I have done. I neither regret the past nor fear the future. God must touch our hearts. Our conscience must amend itself, by the strengthening of our reason, not by the enfeebling of our appetites. Quote, God must touch our hearts. Our conscience must amend itself, by the strengthening of our reason, not by the enfeebling of our appetites. 3. On 3 kinds of social intercourse. We should not nail ourselves so strongly to our humors. Our main talent is knowing how to adapt to a variety of customs. To keep bound to one single way of life is to be, but not to live. Souls are most beautiful when they show most variety and flexibility. My own soul does not know how to spend time without getting bogged down, nor how to apply herself except fully and intensely. Her idleness is painful activity. Most minds need extraneous matter to limber up. Mine needs rather to sojourn and settle. Its principal study is the study of itself. Books seduce it from that study. Reflection, for anyone who probes vigorously, is a mighty endeavor. I would rather forge my soul than stock it up. This awkward complexion makes me fastidious about mixing with people. I need to handpick companions. Yet we live among the common people. If their commerce wearies us, we must stop dealing with our own affairs. According as you can was Socrates' refrain. Most of all, I make exceptional friendships. I seize hungrily upon acquaintanceship that corresponds to my tastes. Yet ordinary friendships are barren to me, since one perfect friendship with La Boétie made the others insipid. Friendship is accompaniable, not a gregarious beast. I praise a soul with many stories, able to chat with carpenter or gardener. I have never liked Plato's advice to talk always like a master to domestics. 3 commerces enrich private life. First, honorable and talented men. Intimacy, frequenting, discussion, exercising souls with no other gain. Any topic will do if colored by judgment, frankness, goodwill, gaiety. Erudition may mingle if she comes courting approval, not professorial. Second, beautiful and honorable women. Less for the soul, more for the senses, near but not equal to the first. Remain on guard. I was scalded in youth. Madness to fix all thoughts on it in frenzy. Cowardice to play the part without love, like actors. I no more know Venus without Cupid than motherhood without children. Beauty is the true privilege of noble women. Reasoning and loving friendship rather in men. Third, books, more reliable, constantly available. Other endowments it concedes to the first 2. Localized solitude brings emotions back to myself. In a crowd at the Louvre, I withdraw into my skin. It is not our folly which makes me laugh, it is our wisdom. If it were for me to train myself, no mold I could not throw off. Life is rough, irregular progress. To be slave endlessly following yourself is to be no friend of yourself. No matter how trivial the subject you give her, she magnifies it until she must work at it with all her might. For anyone who probes vigorously, reflection is a mighty endeavor. Quibus vivere est cogitare. Reading arouses my discursive reason, sets my judgment, not memory, to work. Few conversations arrest me unless vigorous. Grace and beauty fulfill me as much as profundity. During polite conversation, I say stupid things or remain stubbornly silent. 5 or 6 true anecdotes can be told about me, as absurd as any man. Ugogi. What good retreat books provide? James, King of Naples, was wheeled on a bier in gray cloth while great pomp followed. No need to pity an invalid with a remedy up his sleeve. I enjoy books as misers' riches. In war I never travel without them, yet days pass unused. At home I slip to my library on the tower's 3rd story. Round, 5 shelves, 3 views. I essay dominion absolutely pure, withdrawing from filial, conjugal, civic intercourse. Magna servitus et magna fortuna. I could almost say any end is laughable except pleasure. I live only for myself, studying now for amusement, never profit. 3 commerces, men of talent, soul, honorable women, body and soul near balanced. Books, constant, our own. Forge, not stock. Reflection as vocation. Variety of customs over one nailed humor. Quote, we should not nail ourselves so strongly to our humors and complexions. Our main talent lies in knowing how to adapt ourselves to a variety of customs. To keep ourselves bound by the bonds of necessity to one single way of life is to be, but not to live. Converse with books, which is my 3rd form, is more reliable and more properly our own. This converse is ever at my side throughout my life's course. Quote, converse with books, which is my third form, is more reliable and more properly our own. This converse is ever at my side throughout my life's course. 4. On diversion. Once charged with consoling a lady in genuine distress, I found opposition goads grief on. After sympathizing a while, I made no essay at Cleanthes, the Peripatetics, Chrysippus, or even Epicurus's shift to pleasant thoughts as Cicero compounds them. I gently deflected our conversation, led it to nearer than remoter subjects, and stole her from her painful thoughts. A diversion. Those who came after found no improvement. I had not set my axe to the root. Doctors divert a catarrh to a safer part. The same prescription serves illnesses of the soul. Only the highest, Socrates, can fix the gaze on death itself as natural and neutral. The rest of us flee the struggle as we occupy children's attention when we use a lancet. Atalanta lost the race to Hippomenes' golden apples. Himbercourt saved Liège by successive fake milder terms that wasted the mob's fury till dawn. I once was touched by a grief so powerful I might have died of it. By art and effort I made myself fall in love, and love took me from the illness of that loving friendship. Some painful idea gets hold of me. I find it quicker to change it than to subdue it. If I cannot fight it, I flee it by changing place, occupation, company. That is nature's way when she grants us inconstancy. Time, sovereign doctor of our griefs, dissolves the original concept by furnishing ever different concerns. Diversion is not the highest constancy, but it is the craft by which most of us live. To oppose suffering is wrong. Opposition goads women on. From the outset, encourage lamentations as justified. Personally, I plastered over cracks, unsuccessful at persuasion, too pointedly or too brusquely. I made no essay at Cleanthes, Peripatetics, Chrysippus, Epicurus, nor Cicero's weight of arguments together. Military diversions tempt enemy forces from their lands, very common in histories. Himbercourt dispatched mediators with feigned conditions, wasting frenzy in deliberations till daybreak. Atalanta decreed suitors race her or die. Plenty incurred the penalty. I made myself fall in love to divert a grief I might have died from. Doctors divert catarrh. Time dissolves griefs by furnishing different concerns. Only Socrates fixes gaze on death as neutral. We occupy children when we use a lancet. Quintilian knew actors shedding tears after home. He himself surprised by pallor feigning grief. Women at funerals magnify virtues, yet list failings to divert pity toward contempt. We give novel, fictitious praises to mere acquaintances once lost. That man says he feels no passion for the siege, yet next morning boils in the ranks. We need no causes. Imagination forges pleasures and griefs from nothing. Cambyses killed his brother for a dream. Rhetoric teaches orators to be moved by their own voice and transmit grief to judges who rent mourning by weight. Diversion over argument. Grief resists opposition. Gentle deflection steals the mind from the wound. Time and change. Inconstancy as nature's medicine when reason cannot subdue a fixed idea. Quote, once upon a time I was touched by a grief, powerful on account of my complexion and as justified as it was powerful. I might well have died from it if I had merely trusted to my own strength. I needed a mind-departing distraction to divert it, so by art and effort I made myself fall in love. The same applies everywhere. Some painful idea gets hold of me. I find it quicker to change it than to subdue it. If I cannot substitute an opposite one for it, I can at least find a different one. Change always solaces it, dissolves it, and dispels it. If I cannot fight it, I flee it, and by my flight, I made a diversion and use craft. Quote, some painful idea gets hold of me. I find it quicker to change it than to subdue it. If I cannot substitute an opposite one for it, I can at least find a different one. If I cannot fight it, I flee it, and by my flight, I made a diversion and use craft. 5. On some lines of Virgil. Old age preaches temperance too harshly. I deliberately go in for a bit of debauchery of the mind, youngish wanton thoughts over which the soul can linger a while, lest wisdom desiccate me. I have fallen from excessive gaiety into excessive seriousness, which is more bothersome. Every day the years read me lectures on lack of ardor and on temperance. My body flees from excess. It is afraid of it. It is its turn now to guide my mind toward amendment of life, and it does so more harshly and imperiously. For one single hour, sleeping or waking, it never allows me to take time off from learning about death, suffering, and penitence. Now, it is my body which pulls me back to the point of numbness. Yet I want to be in every way master of myself. Wisdom has its excesses and has no less need of moderation than folly. So, fearing that in the intervals which my ills allow me, I may be desiccated, dried up, and weighed down by wisdom, I turn very gently aside and make my eyes steal away from such stormy, cloud-racked skies as lie before me, and I find myself spending my time recalling periods of my past youth. Let babes look ahead, old age behind. Is that not what was meant by the double face of Janus? The years can drag me along if they will, but they will have to drag me along facing backwards. To be able to enjoy your former life again is to live twice. Genital activities are so natural, necessary, and right. What have they done that we dare not mention them without embarrassment? While we utter kill, thieve, betray freely, in the school of the ancients, those who flee Venus excessively fail as those who follow her excessively. Poetry shows love more loving than love itself. Venus is never as beautiful stark naked, quick and panting, as she is here in Virgil. Yet Virgil portrays her a little too passionate for a married Venus. Within that wise contract desires are darkened. Cupid hates couples held together except by himself. Marriage is for descendants and family as much as for ourselves. Alliances and money weigh with beauty. Boiling rapture is no foundation. Those who honor marriage by associating passion with it confuse cousinships as men confuse rank with virtue. I make myself delight in dream and fantasy so as to divert by ruse the chagrin of old age, a feeble struggle of art against nature. There is great silliness in extending by anticipation our human ills. I do not want to be old before my time. I prefer to be old for a shorter one. I grab hold of even the slightest occasions of pleasure that I come across. My philosophy lies in action, in natural and present practice, and but little in ratiocination. Would that I could enjoy tossing hazelnuts and whipping tops. The least I can do on behalf of this wretched state into which my age has thrust me is to furnish it, as we do childhood, with toys and playthings. Mix a little brief folly in your counsels. This chapter will get me into ladies' private drawing rooms. I am taking a last farewell of this world sports. Lucretius and Virgil treat sexual pleasure with reserve and discretion that reveal it more closely. Lace over bosoms, shadows that emphasize light. I have been struck off Cupid's role, but memory still recognizes the tracks of former passions. Lukewarm remnants remain after the fever. The powers of that god live more animated in poetry than in their proper essence. Plato tells old men to go and watch the exercises, dancing, and sports of the young, to enjoy in others that beauty and suppleness of body which they have no longer. Quote, "The genital activities of mankind are so natural, so necessary, and so right. What have they done to make us never dare to mention them without embarrassment and to exclude them from serious, orderly conversation? We are not afraid to utter the words kill, thieve, or betray, but those others we only dare to mutter through our teeth. Venus is never as beautiful stark naked, quick and panting, as she is here in Virgil. Marriage requires solid foundations. Beauty and amorous desire wreck it quickest. Aristotle would have us approach wives wisely and gravely. Doctors counsel rare, stated intervals for fruitful heat. Jealousy is curiosity baleful, the most vain and turbulent of vices. Of all the spiritual illnesses, jealousy is the one which most often gives birth to deadly hatred. We have raised the temperature of jealousy's fevered climax. Who can buckle up his women? Who will guard the guardians? Cuckoldry has an indelible stamp. Once a man is branded with it, he has it forever. Chastising it emphasizes it. Marriages are called good not because they are good, but because they are not talked about. Wise men keep secret both the sweets of marriage and its bitternesses. A good marriage needs a blind wife and a deaf husband. Harsh obligations whet suitors' appetites and make wives readier to surrender. Venus raises the cost of her merchandise by making laws pimp for her. Intention is the crucial element in judging women's duty. Some prostituted themselves to save a husband's life, too sublime for this chapter's light. Each one of you has cuckolded somebody, and nature laughs. Sexual love is nothing but the thirst for enjoyment of that pleasure. Venus, the pleasure of unloading our balls, vitiated by lack of moderation or discretion. That face inflamed with frenzy at the sweetest point of love, delights and waste matters lodged higgledy-piggledy. Man is the plaything of the gods. Nature bequeathed this most disturbing activity, common to all creatures, to make us equal, mad and wise, men and beasts. It makes a brute of Plato's theology. Alexander knew he was mortal by sleep and this activity. All religions condemn the act. We hide to make a human being and rush to be in on a death. What a monstrosity who strikes terror in himself, whose pleasures are a burden. You have enough necessary misfortunes without inventing others. Philosophy does not battle natural pleasures with temperance. She teaches moderation, not avoidance. Yet for a broken-down body, we may prop appetite by imagination. Nothing in us is purely corporeal or purely spiritual. It is injurious to tear a living man apart. What can stop us from telling the truth with a laugh? I was warned before publication that my ironies might be taken seriously. That does not worry me. This is a self-portrait, and I am given to irony. To bring to an end these infamous jottings which I have loosed in a diarrhea of babble, a violent and at times morbid diarrhea. I say that male and female are cast in the same mold. Save for education and custom, the difference between them is not great. In the Republic, Plato summons both men and women indifferently to a community of all studies, administrations, offices, and vocations, both in peace and war. And Antisthenes the philosopher removed any distinction between their virtue and our own. It is far more easy to charge one sex than to discharge the other. As the saying goes, is the pot calling the kettle smutty? Love never seems properly seasonable except nearest boyhood. Cupid knows no order. The shorter the tendency, we grant him the better. I have absolutely no other passion but love to keep me going in old age. Yet love is hard to recover when we demand more and deserve less. Reciprocity is required. Pleasure given stimulates more sweetly than pleasure received. Women who claim a commerce purely of the mind still will not lend a helping hand to a declining body for the beauty of a mind. Socrates was a man. He never wanted to be, or seem to be, anything else. Women should be allowed more freedom. Men and women share a common mold. Both have the common form of humankind. Old age preaches temperance too harshly. I go in for debauchery of the mind, lest wisdom desiccate me. Body guides mind toward amendment more harshly than mind ever guided body. For 1 hour it never allows time off from death and penitence. Fear desiccation and intervals ills allow. Eyes steal from stormy skies to past youth. Janus, babes look ahead, old age behind. Enjoy former life again is live twice. Mix brief folly in counsels. Farewell to world sports. Memory recognizes tracks of passions. Poetry animates Venus more than essence. Marriage ill suits boiling rapture. Wise contract darkens desires. Jealousy gives birth to deadly hatred. Cuckoldry indelible. Laws pimp for Venus. Sexual love thirst for unloading balls. Nature makes us equal mad and wise. Religions condemn. We hide to make man rush to death. Philosophy teaches moderation, not avoidance. Ancients, Strato, Theophrastus, Aristippus, Plato, Chrysippus pornographed Juno. 50 gods to this job. Temples with prostitutes. Member turned god. headscarves twisted to shape, castrated statues, bearing body beginning of shame. Lucretius presses nude, gelding me. Poet telling all gluts, timid leads discover more. Spanish-Italian love timid, I like that. French impetuosity, string favors retail. Kisses cheapened, Thracianides refused enjoyment to feed ardor. Women fear overmastery. Mind commerce won't help declining body. Plato, quis will. Socrates a man only. Ironies may be taken seriously. Self-portrait. Same mold. Republic summons both sexes. Antisthenes no distinction. Pot calling kettle smutty. Cupid short tenancy. Reciprocity required. Women more freedom. Common form humankind. I make myself delight in dream and fantasy, so as to divert by ruse the chagrin of old age. A feeble struggle of art against nature, yet one I refuse to surrender. There is great silliness in extending by anticipation our human ills. I do not want to be old before my time, and I prefer to be old for a shorter span if I must be old at all. I grab hold of even the slightest occasions of pleasure that I come across, for my philosophy lies in action, in natural and present practice, and but little in ratiocination. Would that I could enjoy tossing hazelnuts and whipping tops as I did when a boy. The least I can do on behalf of this wretched state into which my age has thrust me is to furnish it, as we do childhood, with toys and playthings. Mix a little brief folly in your counsels, I tell myself, and this chapter will get me into ladies' private drawing rooms whether I will or no. I'm taking a last farewell of this world's sports, and I mean to take it laughing. Lucretius and Virgil treat sexual pleasure with a reserve and discretion that reveal it more closely than any priapic frankness. Lace over bosoms, shadows that emphasize light. I have been struck off Cupid's role, but memory still recognizes the tracks of former passions. Lukewarm remnants remain after the fever, and the powers of that god live more animated in poetry than in their proper essence. Plato tells old men to go and watch the exercises and sports of the young, to enjoy in others that beauty and suppleness of body which they have no longer, and I obey him, in memory, if not in limb. Within the wise contract of marriage desires are darkened. Cupid hates couples held together except by himself. Marriage is for descendants and family as much as for ourselves. Alliances and money weigh with beauty, and boiling rapture is no foundation. Those who honor marriage by associating passion with it confuse cousins as men confuse rank with virtue. A good marriage, if there be such a thing, rejects the company of Cupid and strives to reproduce loving friendship. A pleasant fellowship for life, full of constancy, trust, and an infinity of solid, useful services. When Socrates was asked whether it was more appropriate to take or not to take a wife, he replied that whichever you do, you will be sorry, which is as honest an answer as philosophy ever gave. It is a contractual engagement to which can be exactly applied the proverb that man is God or wolf to man shape it, and accept it rightly, and there is no more beautiful element in our society. Yet we besmirch it so that it is like birds and cages. Those outside despair of getting in, those inside only care to get out. Roving humors such as mine, which loathe all forms of tie, are not so proper for marriage. Yet I have been more loyal to my marriage vows than I ever dreamt possible, and I record that without boasting as a fact that surprised me. Jealousy is curiosity baleful, the most vain and turbulent of vices, and of all spiritual illnesses the one which most often gives birth to deadly hatred. We have raised the temperature of jealousy's fevered climax until it consumes what it pretends to defend. Who can buckle up his women? Who will guard the guardians? Cuckoldry has an indelible stamp. Once a man is branded with it, he has it forever, and chastising it only emphasizes it. Marriages are called good not because they are good, but because they're not talked about. Wise men keep secret both the sweets of marriage and its bitternesses. A good marriage needs a blind wife and a deaf husband. So, the proverb runs, and proverbs endure because they hurt. Harsh obligations whet suitors' appetites and make wives readier to surrender. Venus raises the cost of her merchandise by making laws pimp for her. Intention is the crucial element in judging women's duty. Some have prostituted themselves to save a husband's life. Conduct too sublime for this chapter's light tone. Each one of you has cuckolded somebody, if truth were told, and nature laughs. The ancients wrote openly of these matters, and I could fill pages with their titles alone. Strato on carnal knowledge, Theophrastus on love affairs, Aristippus on antique delights, Plato's vivid descriptions, Chrysippus's intolerably pornographic fable of Jupiter and Juno. In bygone days, 50 gods were tied to this job. A nation was discovered who kept male and female prostitutes in their temples. In most parts of the world, that member of our male bodies was turned into a god, and we parade it still behind our loose breeches, cheating by exaggerating its natural size. That fine fellow who castrated ancient statues so as not to corrupt our gaze followed counsel that bearing the body among citizens is the beginning of shameful deeds. Yet some things are hidden in order to reveal them more. Martial pulls up Venus' skirts, but does not succeed in revealing her all that completely. The poet who tells all gluts us, and the timid one leads us to discover more than is there. For the Spaniard and the Italian, sex love is more timid and respectful, more coy and less open. I like that. We French always make our last attack the first. There is always that impetuosity of ours, which costs us dearly in pleasure as in war. If only our ladies were to string out love's favors, offering them retail, then each of us, according to his worth, would get a scrap even in our pitiful old age. Foods taste better when they are dear. Kisses, the form of greeting peculiar to our nation, have had their grace cheapened by availability. Socrates thought them most powerful at stealing our hearts, and he was not wrong. Thrasonides was so in love with love that, having won his lady's heart, he refused to enjoy her so as not to deaden by the joy of lying with her that unquiet ardor on which he fed. A refinement I understand even where I cannot imitate it. Women should infinitely fear our overmastery and entire possession. As soon as we have them, they no longer have us, and perjury follows satiety as surely as night follows day. Women who claim a commerce purely of the mind still will not lend a helping hand to a declining body for the beauty of a man's mind. A bargain I have sought in vain. Plato decrees that a man who achieved some signal exploit in war may not, irrespective of his age or ugliness, be refused a kiss from anyone he pleases. Can what commends a warrior not commend worth of another kind? Socrates was a man. He never wanted to be, or seemed to be, anything else, and that is the beginning of all honesty about sex. What can stop us from telling the truth with a laugh? I was warned before publication that my ironies might be taken seriously. That does not worry me. This is a self-portrait, and I am given to irony. Love never seems properly seasonable except nearest boyhood. Cupid knows no order. The shorter the tendency we grant him, the better. I have absolutely no other passion but love to keep me going in old age. Yet love is hard to recover when we demand more and deserve less. Reciprocity is required. Pleasure given stimulates more sweetly than pleasure received. Women should be allowed more freedom. Men and women share a common mold, and both have the common form of humankind. Married Venus versus Cupid. Virgil's heat ill suits the wise contract. Passion and marriage are cousinships wrongly confused. Jealousy's fever, indelible stamp of cuckoldry. Laws that pimp for Venus. Intention the measure duty. Same mold. Men and women share the human form. Education and custom, not nature, make the great difference. Plato and Antisthenes erase the false divide. Quote, I say that male and female are cast in the same mold. Save for education and custom, the difference between them is not great. It is far more easy to charge one sex than to discharge the other. As the saying goes, it is the pot calling the kettle smutty. Old age, memory, and the poetry of Venus. I make myself delight in dream and fantasy, so as to divert by ruse the chagrin of old age, a feeble struggle of art against nature. There is great silliness in extending by anticipation our human ills. I do not want to be old before my time. I prefer to be old for a shorter one. I grab hold of even the slightest occasions of pleasure that I come across. My philosophy lies in action, in natural and present practice, and but little in ratiocination. Would that I could enjoy tossing hazelnuts and whipping tops. The least I can do on behalf of this wretched state into which my age has thrust me is to furnish it, as we do childhood, with toys and playthings. Mix a little brief folly in your counsels. This chapter will get me into ladies' private drawing rooms. I'm taking a last farewell of this world sports. Lucretius and Virgil treat sexual pleasure with reserve and discretion that reveal it more closely. Lace over bosoms, shadows that emphasize light. I have been struck off Cupid's role, but memory still recognizes the tracks of former passions. Lukewarm remnants remain after the fever. The powers of that god live more animated in poetry than in their proper essence. Plato tells old men to go and watch the exercises, dancing, and sports of the young, to enjoy in others that beauty and suppleness of body which they have no longer. Quote, "The genital activities of mankind are so natural, so necessary, and so right. What have they done to make us never dare to mention them without embarrassment and to exclude them from serious, orderly conversation? We are not afraid to utter the words kill, thieve, or betray, but those others we only dare to mutter through our teeth. Venus is never as beautiful stark naked, quick and panting, as she is here in Virgil. Marriage, jealousy, and the farce of custody. Marriage requires solid foundations. Beauty and amorous desire wreck it quickest. Aristotle would have us approach wives wisely and gravely. Doctors counsel rare, stated intervals for fruitful heat. Jealousy is curiosity baleful, the most vain and turbulent of vices. Of all the spiritual illnesses, jealousy is the one which most often gives birth to deadly hatred. We have raised the temperature of jealousy's fevered climax. Who can buckle up his women? Who will guard the guardians? Cuckoldry has an indelible stamp. Once a man is branded with it, he has it forever. Chastising and emphasizes it. Marriages are called good not because they are good, but because they are not talked about. Wise men keep secret both the sweets of marriage and its bitternesses. A good marriage needs a blind wife and a deaf husband. Harsh obligations whet suitors' appetites and make wives readier to surrender. Venus raises the cost of her merchandise by making laws pimp for her. Intention is the crucial element in judging women's duty. Some prostituted themselves to save a husband's life, too sublime for this chapter's light. Each one of you has cuckolded somebody, and nature laughs. Sex, shame, and nature's jest. Sexual love is nothing but the thirst for enjoyment of that pleasure. Venus, the pleasure of unloading our balls, vitiated by lack of moderation or discretion. That face inflamed with frenzy at the sweetest point of love. Delights and waste matters lodged higgledy-piggledy. Man is the plaything of the gods. Nature bequeathed this most disturbing activity, common to all creatures, to make us equal, mad and wise, men and beasts. It makes a brute of Plato's theology. Alexander knew he was mortal by sleep and this activity. All religions condemn the act. We hide to make a human being and rush to be in on a death. What a monstrosity who strikes terror in himself, whose pleasures are a burden. You have enough necessary misfortunes without inventing others. Philosophy does not battle natural pleasures with temperance. She teaches moderation, not avoidance. Yet for a broken-down body we may prop appetite by imagination. Nothing in us is purely corporeal or purely spiritual. It is injurious to tear a living man apart. What can stop us from telling the truth with a laugh? I was warned before publication that my ironies might be taken seriously. That does not worry me. This is a self-portrait, and I am given to irony. The same mold. To bring to an end these infamous jottings which I have loosed in a diarrhea of babble, a violent and at times morbid diarrhea, I say that male and female are cast in the same mold. Save for education and custom, the difference between them is not great. In the Republic, Plato summons both men and women indifferently to a community of all studies, administrations, offices and vocations both in peace and war, and Antisthenes the philosopher removed any distinction between their virtue and our own. It is far more easy to charge one sex than to discharge the other. As the saying goes, it is the pot calling the kettle smutty. Love never seems properly seasonable except nearest boyhood. Cupid knows no order. The shorter the tendency we grant him, the better. I have absolutely no other passion but love to keep me going in old age. Yet love is hard to recover when we demand more and deserve less. Reciprocity is required. Pleasure given stimulates more sweetly than pleasure received. Women who claim a commerce purely of the mind still will not lend a helping hand to a declining body for the beauty of a mind. Socrates was a man. He never wanted to be, or seem to be, anything else. Women should be allowed more freedom. Men and women share a common mold. Both have the common form of humankind. Quote, I say that male and female are cast in the same mold. Save for education and custom, the difference between them is not great. It is far more easy to charge one sex than to discharge the other. As the saying goes, it is the pot calling the kettle smutty. 6. On coaches. Great authors pile cause upon cause, hoping the true one is among them. As with sneezing's blessing, or Plutarch blaming seasickness on fear, I know by compelling experience that cause does not apply to me. Fear can arise from lack of judgment as well as courage. Socrates in retreat after rout walked his usual walk, eyes controlled. You hunt the fearful, not such men. Nothing casts us into dangers so much as a rash hunger to get out of them. Now I cannot put up for long with coach, litter, or boat. Only the horse suits me. Yet coaches open onto history. Roman chariots, war wagons, emperors harnessing lions and ostriches. Wield luxury as the emblem of princely magnificence and its twin, cruelty. Against that ostentation stand the peoples of the New World who never invented the wheel, had no horses, used gold for beauty alone. Vessels and statues handed on from father to son, not coinage. Cuzco and Mexico, all by craftsmanship. Their piety, liberality, loyalty, and frankness surpassed ours, and that superiority ruined them. Stripped the conquisted race of trickery, horses, steel, cannon, and amazement at bearded strangers. Stripped them of peoples caught off guard under pretense of friendship by curiosity to see things strange, and you strip them of their victories. When I reflect on the indomitable ardor with which so many thousands threw themselves in a certain danger in defense of their gods and freedom, preferring once captured to die of hunger rather than accept food from hands so vilely victorious. Equal in arms, the conflict would have been as hazardous as any we know. Oh, why did it not fall to Alexander and those ancient Greeks and Romans to make of it a most noble conquest, hands which would have gently polished those peoples, clearing wild weeds while strengthening the good crops nature had brought forth? What a renewal if the first example set before that new world had summoned those peoples to be amazed by our virtue. We, on the contrary, took advantage of their ignorance to pervert them toward treachery, cupidity, every kind of cruelty by the example of our own manners. So many cities razed, so many millions put to the sword on behalf of the pearls and pepper business. Tradesmen's victories. Places without merchandise the Spaniards neither remained nor campaigned in. Witness my cannibals. The king of Peru paid a ransom beyond belief, then was hanged on fabricated evidence, compelled to buy off burning by baptism administered under torture, yet bore it without demeaning his regal gravity. The king of Mexico, half roasted for gold he did not yield, reproached his lord who begged forgiveness in the braziers. What about me? Am I having a bath? They hanged him later. They burned hundreds of prisoners alive. These accounts we have from the Spaniards themselves. They boast of them. Faith grows not by taking lands, but men. Drop back to our coaches. Those kings rode litters. The last king of Peru was yanked from his litter in the midst of his army. Luxury that cannot wash the blood from the gold. You ask origin of bless you when sneezing. 3 sorts of wind, sneezing blameless from head. Plutarch blamed seasickness on fear. I know by compelling experience it does not apply. Animals without conception of danger get seasick. Fear from lack of judgment, as from lack of courage. Socrates in retreat walked usual walk. Nothing casts us into dangers like rash hunger to get out. I cannot endure coach, litter, boat. Only horse suits me. Solon learned from Egyptian priests the infinite extent of time, almighty power behind innumerable forms. Roman chariots, war wagons, emperors with lions and ostriches. Hermogenes appears. They draw back awnings though sun beats down. Even netting plated with gold. We progress not, but wander. Knowledge weak grasps little. New world. Gold for beauty, not coinage. Piety, liberality surpassed ours. Remove horses, steal, surprise, victories collapse. Alexander should have polished those peoples gently. King of Peru, ransomed, then hanged. Baptism under torture without demeaning gravity. Mexico's king, am I having a bath? Spaniards boast burning hundreds alive. Faith grows by men, not lands. Peru born on golden chair. Bearers slaughtered, yet more vied to replace them. You ask me the origin of our custom of saying, bless you when people sneeze. Well, we break three sorts of wind. The one which issues lower down is very dirty. The one from the mouth comports an element of reproach for gluttony. And the third is sneezing, which since it issues from the head and is blameless we greet honorably. Do not mock such subtle reasoning. It is, so they say, from Aristotle. I came across in Plutarch the explanation that vomiting on sea voyages is attributable to fear. I am very subject to seasickness and know by compelling experience that cause does not apply to me. Fear can arise from lack of judgment as well as courage. Socrates in retreat after rout walked his usual walk with eyes controlled. You hunt the fearful, not such men. Nothing casts us into dangers so much as a rash hunger to get out of them. Even in vanities such as these we discover how those times abounded in more fertile minds than ours. Nero raced with 10-horse teams. Domitian staged naval battles in the amphitheater. The netting erected before the crowd to protect them from wild beasts was plated with gold. If anything can justify such excesses, it is when amazement was caused not by expense, but by originality and ingenuity. I am afraid our knowledge is in every sense weak. We cannot see very far ahead nor very far behind. It grasps little, lives little, skimped in terms of both time and matter. Great heroes lived before Agamemnon. Many they were, yet none is lamented, being swept away unknown into the long night. Before the Trojan War and the death of Troy, many other poets have sung of other wars, and we have forgotten them all. The peoples of Mexico believed the world was nearing its end, taking as portent the desolation we visited upon them. They ascribed 5 ages to the sun, each ending in flood, falling sky, fire, or wind. During the last darkness, a man and woman remade the human race. My authority could learn nothing of how they believed this 5th sun would die. Their dating of the 4th change tallies with a great conjunction of the planets 800 years ago. Their highway from Quito to Cuzco, 300 leagues, dead straight, paved, bordered by streams and beautiful trees, surpasses anything Greece or Rome built for difficulty or nobility. They build using blocks never less than 10 foot square, dragging them by the force of their arms alone, without scaffold or wheel. Faith grows not by taking lands but men. Witness my cannibals, who knew neither wheel nor horse nor coinage, yet whose piety and frankness shamed us before we destroyed them. Luxury and cruelty. Coaches as emblem of ostentation. New World gold for beauty exposes Spanish avarice. Equal arms. Remove surprise and steel, and the conquest glory collapses. Regal gravity. Peru's baptism under torture. Mexico's am I having a bath? Constancy that humiliates the torturer. Quote, oh, why did it not fall to Alexander and those ancient Greeks and Romans to make of it a most noble conquest? What a renewal that would have been if the first examples of our behavior which were set before that new world had summoned those peoples to be amazed by our virtue and to imitate it. We, on the contrary, took advantage of their ignorance and lack of experience to pervert them more easily towards treachery, debauchery, and cupidity. So many cities razed to the ground, so many nations wiped out, so many millions of individuals put to the sword on behalf of the pearls and pepper business. Tradesmen's victories. Quote, "The day he was captured, that last king of Peru was in the midst of his army, borne seated on a golden chair, suspended from shafts of gold. The Spaniards in their attempts to topple him killed many of his bearers, but many more vied to take the places of the dead, so that no matter how many they slaughtered, they could not bring him down until a mounted soldier dashed in, grabbed hold of him, and yanked him to the ground." 7. On high rank as a disadvantage. Since we cannot attain high rank, let us get our own back by disparaging it, without denying its beauties. Its one obvious advantage: it can lay itself aside whenever it wants. I have never wished for imperial or royal rank. I love myself too much for that. I would rather be second or third in Périgueux than first in Paris, or third in Paris rather than the one in charge. By lot and taste, I am accustomed to a middling rank. Anything established by nature is as just as it is pleasant. I measure fortune by its pleasantness, not its height. The disadvantage: nothing in our dealings is more pleasant than essays of each other as rivals in sports of body and mind, and a sovereign can take no real part. Respect leads us to treat princes disdainfully. Partners labor to let them win, betraying their own glory. Carneades said princes learn only horsemanship properly. A horse is neither flatterer nor courtier. Anyone who has no part in the danger can claim no share in the honor. Omnipotence throws a man into an abyss. He must beg for obstacles. Qualities are known only by comparison. Such men are beyond compare, battered by uniform acclaim. The kingly quality stifles their other, essential qualities. That radiance is not him, but hides him. He is so entirely a king that he has no other existence. That is not walking but gliding, not living but sleeping. Rank's abyss. Omnipotence removes a man from fellowship. Walking becomes gliding, living sleeping. Beyond compare. Qualities need comparison. Uniform acclaim stifles the king's essential self. Quote, "It is pitiful to have such power that it results in everything giving way to you. Then your destiny removes you too far from the fellowship and companionship of men. You are stuck there, too remote. The unchallenging and facile ease with which you can make everything bow down before you is the enemy of every sort of pleasure. That is not walking but gliding, not living but sleeping." 8. On the art of conversation. To my taste, the most fruitful and most natural exercise of our minds is conversation, the most delightful activity in our lives. If obliged to choose, I would rather lose my sight than speech or hearing. The Athenians and Romans honored this exercise in their academies. The Italians retain vestiges of it to their benefit. Studying books has a languid, feeble motion. Conversation provides teaching and exercise all at once. A strong opponent attacks my flanks, sticks his lance right and left. His ideas send mine soaring. Rivalry raises me above my own level. In conversation, the most painful quality is perfect harmony. Contact with mean minds is the most contagious infection. I know by experience what that costs by the ell. I love arguing with only a few men for my own sake. Parade of wits before the great is unbecoming. Stupidity is bad. To be unable to put up with it, as happens to me, is another vice I condemn in myself. No premise shocks me. No belief hurts me, no matter how opposite. There is no idea so frivolous which does not appear fittingly produced by the mind of man. When one scale is empty, I will let the other be swayed by an old woman's dreams. Odd number rather than even, Thursday rather than Friday. A man who will not go that far avoids superstition by falling into stubbornness. Contradictory judgments wake me and provide exercise. We ought to come forward and accept correction, especially from conversation, not a lecture. Whenever we meet opposition, we stretch out claws instead of welcoming arms. Among gentlemen, I like words following wherever thoughts lead. a manly fellowship that rejoices in sharp exchanges as love rejoices in bites that draw blood. It is not strong enough if all is politeness and art, if it fears clashes and walks hobbled. When I am contradicted, it arouses my attention, not my wrath. I move toward the man who contradicts me. He is instructing me. The cause of truth ought to be common to us both. I welcome truth. I fondle it, in whosoever hand I find it. I surrender cheerfully, welcoming it with vanquished arms as soon as I see it approaching from afar. My thought so often contradicts itself that it is all one if another does. We improve in times such as these by walking backwards, by discord not harmony, by being different not by being like. Having learned little from good examples, I use the bad ones. Conversation turns also upon books and upon Tacitus, how I converse with myself as with another. His work concerns public affairs and fortune. Private ones fall on our own. Seneca is more acute, Tacitus more the flesh of events, though I do not always trust him. Plans must not be judged by results. Fortune rivals virtue and makes the incompetent lucky. Most of this world's events happen by themselves. The fates find a way. Dignities are bestowed more by fortune than merit. Princes select by fumbling guesses. Family, wealth, learning, the voice of the people. That is grosso modo the Tacitus presented to me when living interlocutors fail. Custom of justice. Punish some as warning. We do not improve the hanged but others. Publishing defects may teach fear. Talents from indicting derive more honor than praise. Counterexample instruction. Lyre player made students listen to faulty performer across street. Horror of cruelty thrusts me deeper than clemency examples. Improve by walking backwards, discord, difference. Stupidity bad. Inability to bear it another vice I condemn. No premise shocks me. When scale empty, I let others sway by old woman's dreams. Contradictory judgments wake me. Stretch claws, not welcoming arms. Manly fellowship rejoices in sharp exchanges. Contact, mean minds' most contagious infection. Parade of wits before great unbecoming. Italians retain vestiges, greatly to their benefit. Seneca more acute, Tacitus flesh of events. Plans not judged by results. Fortune rivals virtue. Dignities by fortune, not merit. Tacitus rash testimony. Bow to great witnesses yet mistrust. Roll. Popular beliefs not account for them. I describe myself all angles. Minds of sustained power, not always sustained. Grosso modo Tacitus from memory when interlocutors fail. It is a custom of our justice to punish some as a warning to others. Not because what is done can be undone, Plato says, but to stop repetition and teach avoidance. I do the same. My defects are becoming incorrigible. But as fine gentlemen serve the public as models to follow, I may serve a turn as a model to avoid. The talents I most esteem in myself derive more honor from indicting me than praising me. You never talk about yourself without loss. Condemn yourself, and you are always believed. Praise yourself, and you never are. There may be others of my complexion who learn better by counterexample than by example. The sort of instruction Cato had in mind when he said the wise have more to learn from fools than fools from the wise. A good equerry does not make me sit up straight in the saddle as much as the sight of a lawyer or a Venetian outriding. A bad use of language corrects my own better than a good one. Every day, I am warned and counseled by the stupid deportment of someone. What hits you affects you and wakes you up more than what pleases you. I strove to be as agreeable as others were boring, as firm as others were flabby, as gentle as others were sharp. But I was setting myself unattainable standards, and I say so without false modesty. If I am sparring with a strong and solid opponent, he attacks my flanks and sticks his lance right and left. Rivalry raises me above my own level, which books alone, with their languid feeble motion, rarely do. Among gentlemen, I like words following wherever thoughts lead. A manly fellowship that rejoices in sharp exchanges as love rejoices in bites that draw blood. It is not strong enough if all is politeness and art, if it fears clashes and walks hobbled. Contact with mean minds is the most contagious infection. I know by experience what that costs by the L. I love arguing with only a few men for my own sake. Parade of wits before the great is unbecoming, and flattery poisons truth before it reaches the lips. I not only dare to talk about myself, but to talk of nothing but myself. I am wandering off the point when I write of anything else, cheating my subject of me. We owe more love to God than to ourselves, yet we know him less and talk about him till we are glutted, which is a kind of vanity I do not exempt myself from. Conversation turns upon books and upon Tacitus, how I converse with myself as with another. His work concerns public affairs and fortune. Private ones fall on our own. Seneca is more acute. Tacitus more the flesh of events, though I do not always trust him. Plans must not be judged by results. Fortune rivals virtue and makes the incompetent lucky. Most events happen by themselves. The fates find a way. Dignities are bestowed more by fortune than merit. Tacitus maintains that when a soldier's hands grew stiff with cold, they adhered to his load and broke away dead. I bow to such witnesses, yet mistrust. When he says Vespasian cured a blind woman by saliva, he follows historians who chronicle popular beliefs without accounting for them. Great man though he was, a fellow historian said, I pass on more than I believe. I, monarch of my subject, do not believe everything I say. I describe myself standing and lying, front and back, with all my inborn complexities. All grosso modo judgments are lax and defective. Conversation over books, teaching and exercise at once. Perfect harmony, the most painful quality. Truth common. Contradiction as instruction. Surrender to truth approaching from afar. Walking backwards. Improve by discord. Tacitus as interlocutor with oneself. Quote, to my taste, the most fruitful and most natural exercise of our minds is conversation. I find the practice of it the most delightful activity in our lives. Studying books has a languid, feeble motion, whereas conversation provides teaching and exercise all at once. In conversation, the most painful quality is perfect harmony. When I am contradicted, it arouses my attention, not my wrath. I move towards the man who contradicts me. He is instructing me. The cause of truth ought to be common to us both. I welcome truth. I fondle it, in whosoever hand I find it. I surrender to it cheerfully, welcoming it with my vanquished arms as soon as I see it approaching from afar. Quote, when I am contradicted, it arouses my attention, not my wrath. I move towards the man who contradicts me. He is instructing me. The cause of truth ought to be common to us both. I welcome truth. I fondle it, in whosoever hand I find it. I surrender to it cheerfully, welcoming it with my vanquished arms as soon as I see it approaching from afar. 9. On vanity. Perhaps there is no more manifest vanity than writing so vainly about vanity. Yet I travel that road without toil, as long as the world has ink and paper. Fortune has placed my actions too low for an account by deeds, so I give one by thoughts. Here, a little more decorously than the nobleman who paraded 7 days chamber pots, you have the droppings of an old mind, sometimes hard, sometimes squiddery, always ill-digested. This chapter is motley in the manner of Plato's Phaedrus. Vanity in general and particular, travel, political morality, the unreformed soul that never stays content. Digression is my method. The jester owns the stage. Scribbling is a symptom of an age of excess. When did we write so much as since our civil wars began, or the Romans as just before their collapse? Each of us corrupts the time. The powerful by treachery, injustice, tyranny. The weaker, like me, by silliness, vanity, and idleness. In an age when so many behave wickedly, it is almost praiseworthy merely to be useless. I console myself that I shall be among the last they lay hands on. Philotimus the doctor, seeing a patient's ulcerated lung, told the man who brought a finger to be dressed, "This is no time to be worrying about fingernails." So too edicts on clothing amid our ills, tidbits for an ill-governed people. It is not the time to wash once you have caught a good fever. I have a worse habit myself. If one shoe is askew, I let shirt and cloak lie askew as well. Too proud to amend by halves. either totally well or totally ill. Menaces I despise, goodwill makes me bow. Prosperous times discipline me as rods do others. My subject matter has little to commend it, and that is the point. I make additions to my self-portrait, but not corrections that would spoil the first painting. Anyone who knows how little industrious I am will believe I would more readily compose as many essays again than subject myself to schoolboy polishing. Philosophy aims at reforming a man as Socrates reformed his soul. Mine remains unreformed and so never content. Wisdom consists in accepting that fact and welcoming such palliatives as inquiry and travel. Quote, perhaps there is no more manifest vanity than writing so vainly about it. Each individual one of us contributes to the corrupting of our time. Some contribute treachery, other, since they are powerful, injustice, irreligion, tyranny, cupidity, cruelty. The weaker ones like me contribute silliness, vanity, and idleness. In an age when so many behave wickedly, it is almost praiseworthy merely to be useless. I console myself with the thought that I shall be one of the last they will have to lay hands on. My avid humor for things new and unknown fosters my yearning to travel. I am most willing to turn aside from ruling my house. Pleasure in being obeyed, even in a barn, is too uniform and listless. Tenants famine, hail on the vines, the steward never satisfied. That shoe of the man of yore, new and shapely but pinching the foot, no outsider understands how dearly the appearance of order is bought. I am only at the reputation of having acquired nothing and squandered nothing either. My travels hurt me by their cost. I spend only the froth of my savings. I have no wish that the pleasure of roaming should mar the pleasure of repose. Each should nourish the other. Such harm as my absence may do does not merit refusing occasions to withdraw. The smallest, finest cuts pierce most, as the smallest print tires the eyes. Every day fissures eat into me. Water dripping drop by drop makes fissures in a stone. Once my face is turned toward chagrin, no matter how silly the cause, I goad my humor in that direction. I travel for traveling's sake, while moving pleases me. Plato's laws forbid foreign travel before 40 or 50. I am otherwise made. Death is the same at home and far from my folk. I am satisfied with a death which concerns me alone. I knew about the affairs of Rome long before those of my own house. The Senatus Consultum of 1581 inscribed me as a Roman citizen. Not being the citizen of any city, I am delighted to have been made one of the noblest city there ever was or ever shall be. Quote, my travels only hurt me by their cost, which is considerable and exceeds my resources. I have no wish that the pleasure of roaming should mar the pleasure of repose. On the contrary, I intend that each should nourish and encourage the other. Not being the citizen of any city, I am delighted to have been made one of the noblest city there ever was or ever shall be. My house, always open and ready to welcome all men. I never turned it into a tool for a war. I play most willingly when farthest from my neighborhood, has earned popular affection. It remains unspotted by blood or sack through so long a tempest. Yet I escape by fortune more than by cleverness, and it displeases me to live more than half by somebody else's favor. I do not want to owe my safety to the bounty of great men who respect my loyalty, nor to affable manners of forebears or myself. We ought to live by the authority of the law, not by recompense and favor. How many gallant men preferred to lose their life rather than owe it to anyone? For services up for sale, I give mere money. For the others I give myself. Knots that bind me by honor seem tighter than knots of civil constraint. Any sentence I pass on myself is far stiffer than judges can give. When necessity compels me, I like to slacken my will, because when anything is commanded, gratitude goes to the one who issues the order, not the one who obeys. I try to have no express need of anyone. In me omnis spes est mihi. All my hope is in myself. Even our own self does not provide adequate security. I own nothing but myself, yet even that possession is partly imperfect and defective. Nothing crushes the state save novelty. Change alone molds injustice and tyranny. The world cures itself at the expense of itself. Caesar's killers threw the Republic into crisis. Pacuvius Calavius taught Capua that rejecting magistrates is easy, replacing them impossible. If others were to look attentively into themselves as I do, they would find themselves, as I do, full of inanity and tomfoolery. I cannot rid myself of them without getting rid of myself. We are all steeped in them. Those who realize this get off a little more cheaply. That commonly approved practice of looking elsewhere than at our own self has served our affairs well. Our self is an object full of dissatisfaction. We see nothing there but wretchedness and vanity. So as not to dishearten us, nature has conveniently cast the action of our sight outwards. We are swept on downstream. To struggle back toward ourself against the current is a painful movement. Everyone says, look at the heavens, at society, at this man's quarrel, that man's pulse, always upwards or downwards or sideways. That commandment given us by the god at Delphi was contrary to all expectation. Look back into yourself. Get to know yourself. Hold on to yourself. Bring back mind and which are being squandered elsewhere. Consolidate yourself. Rein yourself back. Always vanity within and without, but a vanity which is less, the less it extends. Except you alone, O man. Each creature first studies its own self and has limits to its labors. Not one is as empty and needy as you, who embrace the universe. You are the seeker with no knowledge, the judge with no jurisdiction, and, when all is done, the jester of the farce. Godhead made vanity manifest for men of intelligence to meditate continuously. Rode without toil while world has ink. Noblemen paraded chamber pots. My droppings more decorous. When shall I finish describing commotions of thought? Galba deceived. Justice notes those not employed. Law should restrain silly writers as vagabonds. Busy idleness from slacking vocations. Philotimus. No time for fingernails with ulcerated lung. One shoe ask you, all ask you. Too proud for halves. Either totally well or ill. Menaces despised, goodwill bows. Additions to portrait not corrections, spoiling first painting. Compose essays again sooner than schoolboy polish. Unreformed soul never content. Palliatives inquiry travel. Tenants famine, hail, steward never satisfied. Shoe-pinching foot, dear order bought. Froth of savings only. Smallest cuts pierce most, dripping water fissures stone. Plato forbids travel before 40, otherwise made. Death same far or near. Rome before own house. Senatus Consultum, 1581. Michael Montanus, Roman citizen. Noblest city ever was. House open, not war tool. Unspotted blood sack. Escape fortune, not cleverness. Half by favor displeases. Gallant men lost life rather than owe it. Honor debts tighter than civil. Me omnis spes est me. Novelty crushes state. Pacuvius Calavius Capua. Look elsewhere served affairs. Self full dissatisfaction. Nature casts sight outwards. Delphi contrary, look into self. Seeker no knowledge. Judge no jurisdiction. Jester of farce. World gaze inward. Vanity less extending less. Cheating distracting robbing self. A certain Galba in days gone by was criticized for living in idleness. He replied that everyone should account for actions, but not for free time. He was deceiving himself, for justice also takes cognizance of those not employed. The law ought to impose restraints on silly, useless writers as on vagabonds. Then my book and 100 others would be banished. Diomedes wrote 6,000 books on philology alone. What can Babel produce when stammering smothered the world under such a dreadful weight of volumes? O Pythagoras, why couldst thou not conjure such turbulence? When harmful things are compelling, it seems, is the season for vain ones. While they deal with the urgent cases, I shall have time to improve, for it seems contrary to reason to punish minor offenses while we are ravished by great ones. Even where copyists completely destroy my meaning, that does not worry me overmuch, but when they substitute a false meaning and deflect me toward their conception, they destroy me. Whenever a thought does not measure up to my standard, a gentleman should decline to accept it as mine. Anyone who knows how little industrious I am will believe I would more readily compose as many essays again than subject myself to schoolboy corrections. Being set in the deepest mine of that new metal, I run some risk among people who think all deeds equally lawful, most of whom have debts to our justice which could not be made worse. When I tot up all details concerning me as an individual, no man hereabouts pays more for the defense of our laws, in gains foregone or damages incurred. Some boast of zeal who, weighed properly, do far less than I. My house, always open, earned popular affection through so long a tempest. It remains unspotted by blood or sack, a miraculous achievement. Yet I escape by fortune more than cleverness, and it displeases me. Alternating invasions hardened local tempers rather than soften them, loading insurmountable dangers upon me. I live more than half by somebody else's favor, a harsh obligation. I do not want to owe safety to the bounty of great men, nor to affable manners of forebears or myself. They allow me divine service in my chapel now that neighboring churches are pillaged, cruelty in paying debt by letting me stay alive. We ought to live by the authority of the law, not by recompense and favor. How many gallant men prefer to lose life rather than owe it? For services up for sale, I give money. For the others, I give myself. Knots of honor bind tighter than civil constraint. I try to have no express need of anyone. All my hope is in myself. Yet even that possession is imperfect. Nothing crushes the state save novelty. Change alone molds injustice and tyranny. Pacuvius Calavius taught Capua that rejecting magistrates is easy, replacing them impossible. If others looked into themselves as I do, they would find inanity and tomfoolery. I cannot rid myself without getting rid of myself. That practice of looking elsewhere than at ourself has served our affairs well. Our self is full of dissatisfaction. Nature casts sight outwards so as not to dishearten us. We are swept downstream. To struggle back toward ourself against the current is painful. Everyone says look at heavens, society, quarrels, pulses, always elsewhere. Delphi's commandment was contrary. Look into yourself. Hold to yourself. Bring back mind and will squander it elsewhere. Consolidate yourself. They cheat you, distract you, rob you of yourself. This world keeps its gaze bent inward. Vanity is less the less it extends. Except you alone, O man. Each creature studies its own self and has limits to its labors. Not one is as empty and needy as you who embrace the universe. Seeker with no knowledge, judge with no jurisdiction, jester of the farce. Perhaps there is no more manifest vanity than writing so vainly about vanity. Yet I set out on a road I shall travel without toil while the world has ink and paper. When shall I finish describing commotions of thought? My unreformed soul never stays content. My avid humor for the new fosters yearning to travel. I turn aside gladly from ruling house. Obeying in a barn is too uniform. No outsider knows how dearly order's appearance is bought. I spend only froth of savings. Roaming and repose should nourish each other. Smallest cuts pierce most. Once turned toward chagrin, I goad humor in that direction. Death same at home or far. Rome's affairs I knew before my houses. Senatus consultum made me Roman citizen. Delighted, not being citizen of any city before. Copyists destroy when they substitute false meanings. Deepest mine of new metal. Neighbors think all deeds lawful. I pay more for law's defense than zealots who boast. Jester of farce, that is man's office, and I hold it without shame. Galba was criticized for idleness and replied, men account for actions, not free time. He deceived himself. Law should restrain silly writers as vagabonds. Busy idleness from slacking vocations. While urgent cases are dealt with, I shall improve. One shoe ask you, I'll ask you. Too proud for halves. Either totally well or ill. Menaces despised, goodwill bows. Additions to portrait, not corrections, spoiling first painting. Philosophy reforms as Socrates reformed soul. mind unreformed, never content. Wisdom accepts that and welcomes palliatives. Such harm as absence may do does not merit refusing withdraw. Plato forbids travel before 40, I am otherwise made. Not being citizen of any city before Rome delighted me. House open, not war tool. Unspotted through tempest, yet escape by favor displeases. For services up, for sale money. For others myself. Any sentence I pass on myself stiffer than judges. Even our own self inadequate security. World cures itself at expense of itself. Can you not see this world keeps gaze bent ever inwards? Each creature studies its own self. Man alone embraces universe empty and needy. Drain not fritter self away. Vanity within and without. Less extending, less vanity. I neither regret past nor hoard future in these digressions. I travel road because road pleases. Write because writing essays. Stay because staying essays. All vanity, yet vanity aware of itself is already wiser than vanity blind. I neither make nor receive promises of reform in this chapter. Only account of motley mind. Travel hurt by cost exceeding resources. Yet moving pleases while it lasts, and repose pleases when I return, each nourishing the other as seasons alternate. Death concerns me alone and satisfies me equally at home or on the road. Being inscribed Roman citizen delighted me, because I belonged to no city before. Now I belong to noblest that ever was. That is vanity, I grant it. But it is vanity of a sort that turns outward towards something larger than my estate, which is rare among vanities of old men fussing over fingernails while lungs ulcerate. That is the motley lesson of this chapter. Digress, essay, confess vanity, and do not pretend the confession cures it. Motley vanity. Writing about vanity is vanity. Digression is the form that fits the unreformed soul and the farce. Travel as essay. Moving for moving's sake, petty domestic thorns, death indifferent to place. Rome is second citizenship. Law not favor. Live by the authority of the law. Honor debts cost the self. Hope in oneself is still hazardous. Writing, digression, and the motley self. Scribbling is a symptom of an age of excess. When did we write so much as since our civil wars began, or the Romans as just before their collapse? Each of us corrupts the time, the powerful by treachery, injustice, tyranny, the weaker like me by silliness, vanity, and idleness. In an age when so many behave wickedly, it is almost praiseworthy merely to be useless. I console myself that I shall be among the last they lay hands on. Philotimus the doctor, seeing a patient's ulcerated lung, told the man who brought a finger to be dressed, "This is no time to be worrying about fingernails." So too edicts on clothing amid our ills, tidbits for an ill-governed people. It is not the time to wash once you have caught a good fever. I have a worse habit myself. If one shoe is askew, I let shirt and cloak lie askew as well. Too proud to amend by halves. Either totally well or totally ill. Menaces I despise. Goodwill makes me bow. Prosperous times discipline me, as rods do others. My subject matter has little to commend it, and that is the point. I make additions to my self-portrait, but not corrections that would spoil the first painting. Anyone who knows how little industrious I am will believe I would more readily compose as many essays again than subject myself to schoolboy polishing. Philosophy aims at reforming a man as Socrates reformed his soul. Mine remains unreformed and so never content. Wisdom consists in accepting that fact and welcoming such palliatives as inquiry and travel. Quote, "Perhaps there is no more manifest vanity than writing so vainly about it. Each individual one of us contributes to the corrupting of our time. Some contribute treachery, other, since they're powerful, injustice, irreligion, tyranny, cupidity, cruelty. The weaker ones like me contribute silliness, vanity, and idleness. In an age when so many behave wickedly, it is almost praiseworthy merely to be useless. I console myself with the thought that I shall be one of the last they will have to lay hands on. Travel, home, and death on the road. My avid humor for things new and unknown fosters my yearning to travel. I am most willing to turn aside from ruling my house. Pleasure in being obeyed, even in a barn, is too uniform and listless. Tenants famine, hail on the vines, the steward never satisfied. That shoe of the man of yore, new and shapely but pinching the foot, no outsider understands how dearly the appearance of order is bought. I am only at the reputation of having acquired nothing and squandered nothing either. My travels hurt me by their cost. I spend only the froth of my savings. I have no wish that the pleasure of roaming should mar the pleasure of repose. Each should nourish the other. Such harm as my absence may do does not merit refusing occasions to withdraw. The smallest, finest cuts pierce most, as the smallest print tires the eyes. Every day fissures eat into me. Water dripping drop by drop makes fissures in a stone. Once my face is turned toward chagrin, no matter how silly the cause, I goad my humor in that direction. I travel for traveling's sake, while moving pleases me. Plato's laws forbid foreign travel before 40 or 50. I am otherwise made. Death is the same at home and far from my folk. I am satisfied with a death which concerns me alone. I knew about the affairs of Rome long before those of my own house. The Senatus Consultum of 1581 inscribed me as a Roman citizen. Not being the citizen of any city, I am delighted to have been made one of the noblest city there ever was or ever shall be. Quote, my travels only hurt me by their cost, which is considerable and exceeds my resources. I have no wish that the pleasure of roaming should mar the pleasure of repose. On the contrary, I intend that each should nourish and encourage the other. Not being the citizen of any city, I am delighted to have been made one of the noblest city there ever was or ever shall be. Politics, obligation, and the Delphic turn. My house, always open and ready to welcome all men. I never turned it into a tool for a war. I play most willingly when farthest from my neighborhood. Has earned popular affection. It remains unspotted by blood or sack through so long a tempest. Yet I escape by fortune more than by cleverness, and it displeases me to live more than half by somebody else's favor. I do not want to owe my safety to the bounty of great men who respect my loyalty, nor to affable manners of forebears or myself. We ought to live by the authority of the law, not by recompense and favor. How many gallant men prefer to lose their life rather than owe it to anyone? For services up for sale, I give mere money. For the others, I give myself. Knots that bind me by honor seem tighter than knots of civil constraint. Any sentence I pass on myself is far stiffer than judges can give. When necessity compels me, I like to slacken my will, because when anything is commanded, gratitude goes to the one who issues the order, not the one who obeys. I try to have no express need of anyone. In me omnis spes est mihi. All my hope is in myself. Even our own self does not provide adequate security. I own nothing but myself, yet even that possession is partly imperfect and defective. Nothing crushes the state save novelty. Change alone molds injustice and tyranny. The world cures itself at the expense of itself. Caesar's killers threw the Republic into crisis. Pacuvius Calavius taught Capua that rejecting magistrates is easy, replacing them impossible. If others were to look attentively into themselves as I do, they would find themselves, as I do, full of inanity and tomfoolery. I cannot rid myself of them without getting rid of myself. We are all steeped in them. Those who realize this get off a little more cheaply. That commonly approved practice of looking elsewhere than at our own self has served our affairs well. Our self is an object full of dissatisfaction. We see nothing there but wretchedness and vanity. So as not to dishearten us, nature has conveniently cast the action of our sight outwards. We are swept on downstream. To struggle back toward ourself against the current is a painful movement. Everyone says, look at the heavens, at society, at this man's quarrel, that man's pulse, always upwards or downwards or sideways. That commandment given us by the god at Delphi was contrary to all expectation. Look back into yourself. Get to know yourself. Hold on to yourself. Bring back mind and which are being squandered elsewhere. Consolidate yourself. Rein yourself back. Always vanity within and without, but a vanity which is less, the less it extends. Except you alone, O man. Each creature first studies its own self and has limits to its labors. Not one is as empty and needy as you, who embrace the universe. You are the seeker with no knowledge, the judge with no jurisdiction, and, when all is done, the jester of the farce. Quote, if others were to look attentively into themselves as I do, they would find themselves, as I do, full of inanity and tomfoolery. That commandment given us in ancient times by that god at Delphi was contrary to all expectation. Look back into yourself. Get to know yourself. Hold on to yourself. Always vanity in your case, within and without, but a vanity which is less, the less it extends. Except you alone, O man, you are the seeker with no knowledge, the judge with no jurisdiction, and, when all is done, the jester of the farce. 10. On restraining your will. Compared with the common run of men, few things get a hold on me, it being reasonable for things to touch us provided they do not take us over. I extend by reason this privileged lack of emotion, which is by nature well advanced in me. I am wedded to few things and passionate about few. As far as possible, I work entirely on myself. Yet even there I rein back emotion, since I possess myself at the mercy of fortune. I value health most highly, but ought not to desire even that so frenetically that illness becomes unbearable. We should follow the mean between hatred of pain and love of pleasure. Emotions which drag me from myself and tie me up elsewhere I oppose with all my might. We must lend ourselves to others, but give ourselves to ourselves alone. If pressed in a business foreign to me, it is in hand that I take it, not in lung nor in liver. I accept the burdens, but refuse to make them parts of my body. Take trouble, yes, get worked up, never, not like a broody hen. Those who realize what they owe to themselves discover nature has made that an ample charge, no sinecure. Do not go far away. You have plenty to do at home. Men put themselves up for hire. They're never at home. Their tenants are there. Husband the soul's freedom. Never pawn it save on proper occasions, which are very few. Just watch people conditioned to be enraptured. They are busy, so as to be busy. In negotiis sunt negotii causa. Unable to hold still, like a rock shaken loose. Nobody gives his money away. Everyone gives his time. My complexion is contrary. I keep within myself. If busy, I am calmly so. The surest way is to glide lightly over the surface of this world. Pleasure itself is painful in its deeper reaches. You walk through fires hidden beneath treacherous ashes. The jurors of Bordeaux elected me mayor when I was far from France and farther from such a thought. I declined. The king's command brought me to see I was wrong. The office has no salary but the honor of doing it. It was extended in my case. I spelled out my character. No memory, no drive, no hatred, no ambition. They had elected me for my father's memory. I added that I would be distressed if city affairs made such inroads on my will as they had on his, an old man cruelly troubled by office. Such ways I praise in others, but do not follow. Most of the world's rules drive us outside ourselves into the forum, raising the bowman's sights above the target. The true love each man owes himself is among the hidden higher secrets, measured love that enjoys itself independently of the office. The mayor and Montaigne have always been twain, clearly distinguished. Even an emperor's judgment should be above his sway, talking at least to himself as Tom, Dick, or Harry. When devoted to one faction, my understanding is not infected. I recognize laudable qualities in adversaries. I want us to win, but am not driven mad if we do not. Should we fear to say a thief has nice shins? When my will seizes too avidly, I lean in the opposite direction. Socrates never says do not feel, but teaches measure. Emotions must be restrained to the measure of their causes. Hide in this peasant insensitivity when the times demand it. Yet give me work fit for frankness. My 2 mayoral periods were unremarkable by design. I value health most highly, but ought not seek it so frenetically illness becomes unbearable. If my will found it easy to pawn itself, I could not persevere, too fastidious by nature. Stubborn victories for opponents might gnaw at me cruelly. I have enough ordering affairs within my veins without outsiders trampling me. Just watch people enraptured. In negotiis sunt negotii causa, busy to be busy, unable to hold still. Nobody gives money away, everyone gives time. My complexion, keep within myself, calmly busy. Glide lightly over the world's surface. Pleasure painful in deeper reaches. Fires beneath treacherous ashes. Jurors elected me mayor far from France. King's command showed me wrong. No salary but honor, extended in my case. No memory, no drive, no hatred, no ambition. Distressed if office enrode my will as on my father. Mayor in Montaigne Twain. Emperor's judgment above his sway. When devoted to faction, understanding not infected. Socrates teaches measure, not suppression. Hide peasant insensitivity when times demand, yet give work fit for frankness. Unremarkable by design, preserve and keep going. Splendor in innovation underban. I would as soon be fortunate as wise. Me, put faith in such a monster. Me, not realize the sea simply happens to be calm. Compared with the common run, few things touch me or get a hold on me, it being reasonable that things touch us provided they do not take us over. I exercise care to extend by reason this privileged lack of emotion, well advanced in me by nature. My sight is clear, but fixes on few objectives. Perception is scrupulous, yet I find things hard to grasp. I am wedded to few things, passionate about few. Even on myself, I rein back emotion, possessing myself at fortune's mercy. Plato prescribes life midway between hatred of pain and love of pleasure. Stubborn arguments ending in my opponent's victory might gnaw at me cruelly. My soul would be put out of joint by such strife, which is why I refuse to embrace public affairs with my lungs and liver. By nature, I am too fastidious to pawn my will, fleeing obligations, born for untroubled leisure. If pressed in a foreign business, I take it in hand, not in lung nor liver. Enough to order affairs within my veins without outsiders trampling me. Those who know what they owe themselves find nature has made an ample charge, no sinecure. Husband the soul's freedom, pawn it only on occasions which, judge soundly, are very few. Watch people enraptured. In negotiis sunt negotii causa, busy to be busy. Nobody gives money away, everyone gives time. I keep within myself, calmly busy, glide lightly over the world's surface. Let us reject ambition out of ambition, despise hunger for renown, solicited by abject means. To be honored thus is dishonor. Elegant deeds slip nonchalantly from the doer's hand. Honor picks them from obscurity. Boasting of useful deeds is for men in whom such things are rare. I had nothing to do but preserve and keep going, dull, unnoticeable. Splendor in innovation is underban when novelties oppress us. Refraining is often nobler than action. I put my shoulder to the wheel to make things smooth, not to win glory. I would as soon be fortunate as wise. Me, put faith in such a monster. Me, not realize the sea simply happens to look peaceful. Lend, do not give. Business in the hand, not the liver. Husband the soul's freedom. Mayor in Montaigne. Office is role, not substance. Faction without infected judgment. Measure of causes. Restrain emotion to its occasion. Lean against the will when it wallows in its wine. Quote, in my opinion, we must lend ourselves to others, but give ourselves to ourselves alone. I accept the burdens, but I refuse to make them parts of my body. Take trouble over them. Yes, get worked up about them. Never. Do not go far away. You have plenty to do at home. Men put themselves up for hire. They are never at home. Their tenants are there. We should husband our soul's freedom, never pawning it, save on occasions when it is proper to do so. which, if we judge soundly, are very few. The Mayor and Montaigne have always been twain, very clearly distinguished. Quote, the Mayor and Montaigne have always been twain, very clearly distinguished. 11. On the lame. The human mind finds reasons for anything, even for non-existent phenomena. Experience is no guard against error when conditioned by prior expectations. They shorten the year by 10 days in France. Nothing shoved out of place. Neighbors find seed time at the same second. Years are our only measure of time, yet we never standardize them. So much uncertainty everywhere, so blunt our faculty of perception. How much more natural that two men should lie than that one should fly east to west in 12 hours on a broomstick. How much more natural that our mind be enraptured by its own deranged spirit than by a spirit from beyond. I am of St. Augustine's opinion. In matters difficult to verify and perilous to believe, better inclined towards doubt than certainty. A sovereign prince showed me a dozen such prisoners, including one old woman famous for witchcraft. Evidence, confessions, an insensitive spot, and in honesty I would have prescribed not hemlock but hellebore. Insane minds rather than delinquents. After all, it is to put a very high value on your surmises to roast a man alive for them. I warrant no certainty for whatever I say, except that it was my thought at the time. The Italian proverb that he who has not lain with a lame woman does not know Venus perfect, the lame man does it best, shows how the mind invents causes for the void, legs imperfectly nourished, or sedentary weavers loose steer. At this rate, what can we not reason about? Our reasons run ahead of the facts, and judge even nonentity. Augustus omitted extra leap days over several years. We remain a day in arrears. Plutarch says science had yet to fix the moon's motions. Wiseacres expatiate on wise ignoring weathers. Torquato Tasso attributes skinnier legs to horseback. Suetonius says Germanicus fattened his by the same. Theoramenes' shoe fits either foot. Antigonus to cynic. Silver penny no gift from king. Half hundredweight gold no gift for cynic. Heat opens pores or hardens soil. Every metal has its obverse. Carneades wrenched assent from man Aesop. Nothing. The other two know everything. School of philosophy. Irritation produced opinion mind capable for nothing. Man immoderate. No stopping points save necessity. I subordinate opinions to church. They tell forma mentis. Should we burn on opinions unless God orders? They shorten the year by 10 days. What changes? To move heavens and earth. Yet nothing shoved out of place. Seed time and harvest come at the same second. Years are our only measure of time, never standardized. We live in daily uncertainty. What if contracting heavens cast our hours into confusion? Plutarch says science had yet to fix the moon's motions. A fine position we are in to keep chronicles. If you ask people to account for facts, they spend more time finding reasons than finding whether facts are true. They ignore what's and expatiate on whys. Wine is no more delightful to him who knows its primary qualities. How much more natural that two men lie than that one fly on a broomstick. That mind be enraptured by its own spirit than by one from beyond. Augustine, in matters difficult to verify and perilous to believe, inclined toward doubt. A prince showed me witchcraft prisoners. I would prescribe hellebore, not hemlock. Insane minds, not delinquents. To roast a man alive, for surmises, puts a high value on opinion. The Italian proverb, he who has not lain with a lame woman does not know Venus, shows mind inventing causes. Imperfectly nourished legs, loose steer weavers. Tasso and Suetonius draw opposite conclusions from the same cause. Understanding is Theoramenes' shoe, good for either foot. Every metal has its obverse. Carneades wrenched assent from man Aesop. Nothing. The others know everything. Philosophy's arrogance produced the opinion mind knows nothing. Man is immoderate, stopping only at necessity. I subordinate opinions to church. They are mine and tell my forma mentis. Should we burn on opinions unless God orders? Reason ahead of fact. The mind forges causes for voids. Experience no guard when expectation conditions it. Doubt over certainty. Better hellebore than hemlock, for surmises difficult to verify. Quote, how much more natural and probable it seems to me that two men should lie, rather than that in 12 hours one man should go like the wind from east to west. I am of St. Augustine's opinion, that in matters difficult to verify and perilous to believe, it is better to incline towards doubt than certainty. In the end, and in all honesty, I would have prescribed not hemlock for them, but hellebore. After all, it is to put a very high value on your surmises to roast a man alive for them. Quote, after all, it is to put a very high value on your surmises to roast a man alive for them. 12. On physiognomy. Virtually all our opinions are held on authority and trust. No bad thing in so ailing a time. We could do nothing worse than to make our own choices. Socrates makes his soul move with the natural motion of the common people. Thus speaks a peasant, a woman, nothing on his lips but draymen, joiners, cobblers. Under so common a form, we would never discern his nobility. We who judge anything not swollen by erudition to be base, who appreciate only ostentation. He did not deal in vain notions. Servar modum, finem tenera, naturam sequi. Keep the mean, hold the limit, follow nature. Cato rides high on his tallest horses. Socrates keeps his feet on the ground, advancing at the rate of human life. He brought human wisdom back from the heavens and returned her to mankind. He showed how much nature can do by herself. We are richer than we think, yet schooled for borrowing and begging. Man never halts at the point of need. His curiosity for knowledge hacks out greater tasks than he can achieve. Knowledge has much inherent vanity. From the outset, we ingest learning into the soul, leaving the marketplace contaminated or improved. We need but little doctrine to live at ease. Socrates teaches it lies within us. Contemplate yourself. Nature's arguments concerning death make a farm laborer die with as much constancy as a philosopher. Would I have died less happily before reading the Tusculan Disputations? Books trained me more than they instructed me. Look to the land. That man trenching my garden buried his father or son this morning. They soften afflictions with mild names. Consumption is the cough. They take to their beds only to die. I wrote this when civil disturbances pressed for months. Enemy at my gates, marauders on the other side. Not with arms is the fight, but with crimes. This war gnaws at itself with its own poison. I was Guelph to the Ghibelline, Ghibelline to the Guelph. I refuse to justify myself, reckoning that to plead for conscience is to compromise it. An ambitious or covetous man would have hanged himself over what befell me. I entrusted myself to myself. Each man rushes elsewhere, since no man has reached his own self. Zopyrus judged Socrates a bad man and born womanizer. Socrates admitted it, adding he had reformed his soul. Jesting, I hold, never did so excellent a soul make itself. Beauty I rate highly, yet facial traits from which complexions are inferred cannot lodge simply under beauty or ugliness. Some physiognomies augur well. In the thick of enemies you pick one unknown man to surrender to, not strictly by beauty. Looks are a weak guarantee, yet they have influence. Unlike Socrates, I have not corrected my natural complexions by reason. I let myself go as I came in. My bearing is of good augury, contrary to Socrates. People who knew me only by fine air put great trust in me. One neighbor, feigning flight, brought 25 or 30 armed men to my open gate, frank expression and open manners. I open as I do for everyone, and fortune, or the face nature gave me, got me out. I have seen simple folk facing certain death with voices and faces so little terrified it seemed they made their resolve cheaply. If you do not know how to die, never mind. Nature will tell you on the spot, plainly and adequately. We confuse life with worries about death, and death with worries about life. We prepare ourselves against our preparations for death, as doctors tip us in illnesses to employ their art. If we have not known how to live, it is not right to teach us how to die. Death is the ending of life, but not therefore its end, not its objective. Life must be its own objective. Under how to live falls the subsection how die. I have never known a neighboring peasant embark on thoughts about the countenance he will show in his final hour. Nature teaches him never to reflect on death except when dying, and then with better grace than Aristotle. If common folk endure by insensitivity, then for God's sake let us adhere to that school of animal stupidity. It leads gently to the profit the sciences promise. Socrates for one. Portrait of Socrates receives approbation from general approval, not our practices. We appreciate no graces not pointed by artifice. Naivety close kin to simple-mindedness for us. Socrates ever one. Same, raised by complexion, not Sally's. Most observant men observed him, surest knowledge of any ancient. He showed how much nature can do alone. We are richer than we think, schooled for borrowing. Farm laborer dies with constancy equal to philosopher. Enemy at gates, marauders other side. Ambitious man would have hanged himself. I entrusted myself to myself. Zopyrus judged Socrates womanizer. He admitted it jesting. Never did excellent soul make itself. In enemies thick you pick one to surrender to. 25 armed men to my open gate. Frank manners got me out. Leader, countenance and firmness of speech. God may preserve by trivial means. Without countenance, indiscriminate frankness unbearable. Coward about hurting, prefer not enforced justice. Charillus, good even to wicked. Simple folk facing death little terrified. Doctor's tip into illnesses. Peasant never thinks of final hour till dying. Better grace than Aristotle. Animal stupidity school leads to science's profit. Virtually all opinions are held on authority. No bad thing in so ailing a time. Socrates' portrait receives approbation from general approval, not our practices. Few would rate such naivety highly today. We appreciate only ostentation. Naivety seems kin to simple-mindedness. Socrates spoke as peasant and woman speak. Under so common a form we would not discern his nobility. He dealt in genuine precepts. Keep the mean, hold the limit, follow nature. Cato rides his tallest horses. Socrates keeps feet on ground at human pace. He brought wisdom back from heavens to mankind and showed how much nature can do alone. We need little doctrine to live at ease. It lies within us. Nature's arguments on death make a farm laborer die with constancy equal to a philosopher. Would I have died less happily before the Tusculan disputations? Books trained me more than instructed me. That man trenching my garden-buried father or son this morning. They call consumption the cough, and take to bed only to die. I wrote when civil disturbances pressed months at my gates, war gnawing itself with poison. Guelph to Ghibelline, Ghibelline to Guelph. Fight is crimes, not arms. To plead conscience is to compromise it. Each rushes elsewhere. None has reached his self. Zopyrus judged Socrates womanizer. He admitted it jesting. Never did excellent soul make itself. Looks are weak guarantee, yet influential. Might bearing good augury, contrary to Socrates. Soldiers escorted me. I prayed to Pollux and Castor. Unexpected change. Leader said countenance, and firm speech saved me. God may have used trivial means. Without countenance my frankness would not have endured. I hate hurting even to serve reason. I prefer not enforced justice on criminals. Charillus, good even to wicked. Simple folk face death untroubled. Nature teaches dying hour without Aristotle's preparation. Animal stupidity school leads to science's profit. Socrates for one. Knowledge has inherent vanity. From outset we ingest learning. Man never halts at need. Curiosity hacks greater tasks than achievable. We are richer than we think, yet schooled for borrowing. Ambitious man would have hanged over my plight. I entrusted myself to myself. In enemies thick you pick one to surrender to. 25 armed men to open gate. True cause of volte-face unknown. Countenance and speech unworthy of misfortune. God protected from later ambushes. Reported words differ from own mouth. Aristotle merciful to man, not wickedness. Horror of first murder frightened second. We confuse life with worries about death. If we have not known how to live, not right to teach how to die. Socratic naivety, common form hiding splendor, wisdom returned from the heavens to mankind. Frank physiognomy, looks a weak guarantee, yet a debonair bearing earned trust, face open, manners plain. Life its own end. Dying is a subsection of living. Nature punctually teaches the hour. Quote, if you do not know how to die, never mind. Nature will tell you how to do it on the spot, plainly and adequately. If we have not known how to live, it is not right to teach us how to die. Death is indeed the ending of life, but not therefore its end. It puts an end to it. It is its ultimate point, but it is not its objective. Life must be its own objective, its own purpose. Nature teaches him never to reflect on death except when he lies a-dying. Then he does it with better grace than Aristotle. Quote, nature teaches him never to reflect on death except when he lies a-dying. Then he does it with better grace than Aristotle. 13. On experience. No desire is more natural than the desire for knowledge. We essay all the means that can lead us to it. When reason fails us, we make use of experience, weaker and less dignified. Yet truth is so great a matter that we must not disdain any method which leads us to it. Reason has so many forms that we do not know which to resort to. Experience has no fewer. The induction we wish to draw from likeness between events is unsure, since they all show unlikenesses. No quality is so universal as diversity and variety. Likeness does not make things one, as much as unlikeness makes them other. Nature has bound herself to make nothing other, which is not unlike. There is as much scope and freedom in interpreting laws as in making them. Those who refer quarrels to the express words of the Bible cannot be serious. Minds find a field no less vast in glossing than inventing. In France, we have more laws than all the rest of the world put together. We were once distressed by crimes, now by laws. And even then we have left so much to the discretion of our judges that never was liberty so licentious. The multiplicity of our human inventions will never attain to the diversity of our cases. Add 100 times more laws. Never will one future case match a codified one so exactly that some detail does not require specific judgment. There is hardly any relation between our perpetually changing actions and fixed, unchanging laws. The most desirable laws are those which are fewest, simplest, and most general. Nature always gives us happier laws than those we give ourselves. For every foot its proper shoe. I study myself more than any other subject. That is my metaphysics, that is my physics. I allow myself to be governed by this world's general law, which I shall know sufficiently when I feel it. As nature has furnished us with feet to walk with, so has she furnished us with wisdom to guide us in our lives, becomingly easy and beneficial. The more simply we entrust ourselves to nature, the more wisely we do so. Oh, what a soft and delightful pillow are ignorance and unconcern. I would rather be an expert on me than on Cicero. Custom gives form to everything. What I have been accustomed to cannot do me harm. Let's allow nature to do something. Among illnesses, I have allowed to grow old and die a natural death. I do not like curing one ill by another. I loathe remedies more importunate than the sickness. Colic paroxysms and abstaining from oysters are two ills for the price of one. Since we must risk being wrong, let us risk what gives us pleasure. The world thinks nothing does you good unless it hurts. Nothing does me harm if I swallow it hungrily and joyfully. So I make medical prescriptions give way to what pleases me. Doctors tip us into illnesses to employ their art. I take pleasure in consulting them as though my stone were a curious case. Men kill the stone more than it kills men. If doctors want to know how to cure syphilis, it is right that they should first catch it themselves. I would truly trust the one who has gone through the illnesses he claims to cure. As the town crier describes a lost dog by height and ears, yet cannot identify it when confronted. By God, let medicine provide me with some good and perceptible help some day, and I will proclaim it. Sleeping has taken a large slice of my life. Scratching is one of the most delightful of nature's bounties, always ready to hand. Though its neighbor, inconveniently close, is regret for having scratched. I cannot recall ever having it scabies, yet I know the pleasure. We must find out precisely what nature wants. That sovereign good of the academics and peripatetics, to live according to nature, I take literally in the body. Is it not an error to reckon some functions less worthy because they are necessities? The marriage of pleasure to necessity is a most suitable match. Let the mind awaken the heaviness of the body. Let the body arrest the lightness of the mind and fix it fast. A man of intelligence careful about eating, drinking, and exercise would find it difficult not to discern what is harmful. Useful experience presented pure, in no wise spoiled by theory. Those who want to escape from their humanity change their form into a beast instead of an angel's. They crash down instead of winding high. Nothing in Socrates is so awkward to digest as his ecstasies. Nothing about Plato so human as what is alleged for calling him divine. Of Alexander the First find nothing so abject as his fantasies about immortalization. Thou art a god in so far as thou recognizest that thou art man. It is an accomplishment absolute and, as it were, godlike, to know how to enjoy our being as we ought. We seek other attributes because we do not understand the use of our own. Having no knowledge of what is within, we sally forth outside ourselves. A fine thing to get up on stilts, for even on stilts we must ever walk with our legs. And upon the highest throne in the world, we are seated still upon our arses. The most beautiful of lives to my liking are those which conform to the common measure, human and ordinate, without miracles though, and without rapture. Old age needs tenderer treatment, commended to the God of health, and of wisdom merry and companionable, mind intact, lyre not wanting. Per varios usus artem experientia fecit. Collating objects no quality so universal as diversity. Eggs likeness. Man of Delphi, distinguished which hen. Unlikeness makes other. Nature binds unlike. Interpreting laws as free as making. Bible glossars no less vast than inventors. France more laws than all world, now distressed by laws not crimes. Liberty licentious in judicial discretion. 100,000 categories no relation to infinite variations. Fewest simplest laws happiest, nature happier than ours. Study myself, metaphysics, physics. Governed by general law, felt not theorized. Feet to walk, wisdom to guide, easy beneficial. Expert on me, not Cicero. Custom forms everything. Accustomed cannot harm. Illnesses grow old, die natural death. Colic and abstaining oysters, 2 ills 1 price. Risk pleasure since must risk wrong. Medical prescriptions yield to pleasure. Town crier describes lost dog, cannot identify confronted. Tunding efficacy do manus scientiae. Disciplines promise much, keep less. Regimen, same sickness health. Not fond salads, father hated sauces. Radishes agreed, then did. Fish feast days, flesh fish days conscience. Go without dinner whet appetite or husband mind. Company best sauce. Eat leisurely shorter intervals. Cling first present pleasure. Legs same, cover winter summer. 50 plus 6 years, flawless reprieves. Face gives game away. Doctors attributed to mind not body. Mind peaceful during cordon fever. Never run again, drag along. Vivere militare est scratching delightful. Regret neighbor close. Born senses intact. Stone curious case. Syphilis. Doctors should catch first. Sleep large slice life. Pleasure necessity marriage suitable. Mind awaken body. Body arrest mind. Experience on own dung heap where reason voids field. Kings need frank counsel. Favorites for themselves. Jumble essays of life. General at breach dines chatting. Brutus Polybius, while heaven earth conspire. Petty souls cannot drop affairs. Keto venubacus. Epaminondas dances sings. Scipio shells comedies African campaign. Socrates dances plays 5 stones hobby horse. Philosophy all activities becoming wise man. Escape humanity beast not angel. Alexander immortalization fantasies abject. God has recognized man. Enjoy being godlike accomplishment. Stilts need legs. Throne arse. Common measure without miracles rapture. Old age, tenderer treatment, health, wisdom Mary. When reason fails we make use of experience. Per varios usus artem experientia facit. A weaker means, yet truth is so great, we must not disdain any path to it. Reason has many forms, experience no fewer. Induction from likeness is unsure. Events show unlikenesses. Diversity is the most universal quality. Greeks cite eggs as likeness. A man of Delphi distinguished each hen's egg. Unlikeness makes things other. Nature binds nothing other that is not unlike. That fellow who sought to reign judges with many laws ignored that interpreting laws allows as much freedom as making them. Bible glossars find field as vast as inventors. France has more laws than all the world. Ut olim flagitius, sic nunc legibus laboramus. Judicial discretion never so licentious. Legislators' categories bear no relation to infinite human variations. Fewest, simplest, most general laws are happiest. For every foot its proper shoe. I study myself. That is my metaphysics and physics. I am governed by general law known when felt. Nature gave feet to walk and wisdom to guide. Easy, beneficial. Ignorance and unconcern are soft pillows. I would rather be expert on me than Cicero. Custom forms everything. What I am accustomed to cannot harm me. I let illnesses die natural deaths. I loathe curing one ill by another. Colic and abstaining from oysters are two ills for one price. Since we must risk wrong, risk pleasure. World thinks nothing good unless it hurts. I make prescriptions yield to pleasure. Doctors tip us into illness. I consult them as my stone were curiosity. Men kill stone more than it kills men. If doctors would cure syphilis, let them catch it first. Tandem efficaci do manus scientiae. When medicine helps, I will proclaim it. Sleeping took a large slice of life. Scratching is nature's delightful bounty. Regret for scratching is its inconvenient neighbor. Tiberius said, 20 years living teaches health without medicine. Plato, true doctor must have suffered illnesses he cures. Doctors paint seas from table, push model boats in safety. Town crier describes lost dog, yet cannot identify it. I have lived long enough to report regimen. Same bed, food, timetable in sickness and health. Not fond of salads. Father hated sauces. I love all. No food definitively disagrees. Fish digestible. I go without dinner to whet appetite or husband mind. Or for company, best sauce. Eat leisurely. Cling to first present pleasure. Legs, same, cover winter summer. Past 50 by 6 years, flawless reprieves. Face gives game away. Mind peaceful during court fever. Illnesses of mind do not affect joints. Never run again, drag along. Death worse lingering in bed than combat. Vivere militare est cannot recall scabies. No scratching's pleasure. We must find what nature wants. Live according to nature, I take literally in body. Error to deem necessities less worthy. Pleasure married to necessity. Mind awaken body, body arrest mind. Intelligent man careful of eating discerns harm. Experience pure, unspoiled by theory. This jumble essays my life, exemplary against its grain. For body no more useful witness than I. Kings need frank counsel. Favorites serve themselves. Life lived fitly, reigning in treasure tiny props. General at breach dines chatting. Brutus notes Polybius while heaven and earth conspire. Petty souls cannot drop affairs. Sorbonne wine proverbial. Fellows dine indulgently after useful mornings. Catos submit to Venus and Bacchus. Epaminondas dances without losing honor. Scipio collects shells, writes comedies, attends philosophy schools while mind holds Hannibal. Socrates learns dance and instruments in old age, plays five stones, hobby horse, philosophy, all activities becoming in wise man. Ecstasy's awkward, Plato human where called divine. Alexander's immortalization fantasies abject. God as you know you are man. Enjoy our being as we ought. Accomplishment absolute, godlike. We seek other attributes misunderstanding our own. Sally outside for lack of inward knowledge. Fine thing to mount stilts, yet on stilts we walk with legs. Highest throne, still seated on arses. Beautiful lives. Common measure, human, ordinate, without miracles, without rapture. Old age needs tenderer treatment. Commend to health and wisdom merry. Mind intact, liar not wanting. Thou art a god in so far as thou recognizest thou art a man. A man of Delphi among eggs. Parazet's cards blanched yet told apart. Epicurus's worlds would need more laws than France has. Never will codified case match future case exactly. Among illnesses, natural death allowed. Radishes agreed, then not, then did. White wine red, then red white. Epicurus accustoms enjoyment to do without. I train to profit from abundance. Chilo refused Periander's banquet till new guests. Regimen must not continue endlessly. Stomach degraded, freedom lost. Room and stone grew used a cap, scarf, fur. Born senses intact, exceeded 50 by 6. Face betrays first. Doctors blamed mind when soul joyful. Court and fever, mind peaceful. Never run again. Comradeship gives confidence. Yield and fortitude. You alone responsible. Experience on medicine's dung heap. Water wine. Exceed Augustus 3 glasses. Husband strength for mental activity. Kings need frank counsel. Socrates ecstatic yet plays 5 stones. Philosophy says all activities becoming. Those escaping humanity become beast, not angel. Walk with legs though on stilts. I am not over fond of salads, nor fruit, except melons. Overeating distresses me, yet no food definitively disagrees. I delight in fish. Days of abstinence are feast days for me. I go without dinner to whet appetite, husband strength for mental activity, or because no recipe pleases like company. With Epicurus, I say we should be more concerned whom we eat with than what. I believe healthier to eat leisurely at shorter intervals. Yet I cling to first pleasure present and known. A man wanting regimen, serving him must not allow it endlessly. We become conditioned, stomach degraded, freedom lost. My legs cover no more in winter than summer. Room and stone grew used to cap, scarf, fur, I would countermand if I dared. It is for petty souls overwhelmed by affairs to be unable to disentangle themselves, not knowing how to drop them and take them up again. O ye strong men who have undergone worse, banish care with wine. Tomorrow we sail again over vast seas. Whether theological wine or Sorbonne wine, fellows dine indulgently after useful mornings. Shared awareness of hours well spent is proper condiment. In strong, great-souled man, it is wondrously honorable to be relaxed and approachable. Epaminondas joined dance with young men without detracting from victories nor reformation within him. Scipio idled collecting shells, played quick pick-up sticks with Laelius, wrote comedies about plebeian activities while mind held African campaign against Hannibal, visited philosophy schools in Sicily. Socrates found time when old to learn dance and instruments, stood ecstatic day and night before Greek army. First to help Alcibiades, rescue Theramenes, maintained strict continence when necessary, trampled ice in bare feet, endured 27 years hunger, poverty, cantankerous wife, poison, yet from entire army best at drinking match, refused nothing with boys at 5 stones or hobby horse. Philosophy says all activities equally becoming and honoring wise man. We prepare ourselves against preparations for death. Life must be its own objective. How to die falls under how to live. Prepare against death by living well, not by morbid rehearsal. The most beautiful lives conform to common measure without miracles though, and without rapture. Commend old age to God of health, and of wisdom merry and companionable, mind intact, liar not wanting. Certainly medicine professes experience as touchstone of performance, performs less than it promises. Disciplines promising health of body and soul keep promises least of all. I have lived long enough to give account of regimen, essayed first as taster. My regimen same in sickness and health. I water wine and exceed Augustus's 3 glasses when occasion arises, about pint and quarter, favoring smaller glasses drained dry. I loathe yoking merry Venus to dyspeptic Bacchus blown up by wine fumes. Colic paroxysms and abstaining from oysters. Two ills for price of one. Since we must risk being wrong, let us risk what gives pleasure. Nothing does me harm, swallowed hungrily and joyfully. Men kill the stone more than it kills men. Yet I take pleasure consulting doctors as though stone were curious case, not sentence. By God, let medicine help perceptibly someday, and I will proclaim tandem efficacy, do manus scientiae. Until then I study myself. Metaphysics, physics, and the art of enjoying our being, without stilts, without rapture, without pretending legs are longer than nature made them. Death more abject lingering in bed than in combat. Catarrh and fever as painful as harquebus volleys. Yet I cannot recall scabies, though scratching remains one of nature's most delightful bounties, always ready to hand, with regret for scratching inconveniently close. I maintain disposition of soul has repeatedly helped body after falls. Mind peaceful even during court and fever, while body out of countenance. Nec viciant artis agri contagia mentis. Illnesses of mind do not affect joints. I decided never run again, enough to drag along. Cotumidum gutter murator in Alpibus, who marvels at swollen throat in Alps. Decline natural, face gives game away first. Reprieves flawless though not vigorous, exceeded 50 by 6 years. Born with senses intact, stone a companion I consult without surrendering judgment to physicians painting C's at their tables. Likeness does not make things one as much as unlikeness makes them other. Apply that to laws, regimens, and souls alike. At 100 times more statutes, still no future case will match codified past without detail, requiring fresh judgment. Judges interpret with freedom equal to legislators' invention. Bible quarrels prove glossing as vast as creating. France once distressed by crimes, now by laws. Ut olim flagitius, sic nunc legibus laboramus. For every foot its proper shoe, for every man his proper regimen, discovered not prescribed. I allow nature something. Custom gives form to everything accustomed cannot harm. Let's find precisely what nature wants in eating, sleeping, scratching, dying, and obey her gently without stilts. Kings sustain life in public and need frank counsels more than any. Yet favorites serve themselves before masters, and showing real affection to sovereign is tough, perilous work. This jumble I jot is account of life's essays. Mind's health exemplary if read against its grain. Body's health useful, because presented pure, unspoiled by theory. General at breach gives himself to dinner. Brutus steals hour for Polybius while liberty totters. That is how strong men live, not by rapture, but by measure. Thou art a god insofar as thou recognizest thou art a man. Upon the highest throne, still seated on arses. On stilts, still walking with legs. No desire more natural than desire for knowledge. We try every means. When reason fails, experience remains, weaker yet indispensable. I would rather be expert on me than on Cicero. Ignorance and unconcerned soft pillows. Pleasure married to necessity. Mind awaken body, body arrest mind. Enjoy our being as we ought. Accomplishment absolute, godlike. In lives human, ordinate, without miracles and without rapture. That is the crown of these essays. Not doctrine but essay. Touch the book and you touch the man who wrote it, ours firmly on the seat nature gave him. Experience over system, weaker than reason, indispensable. Diversity defeats codification, fewest and simplest laws. Self as book, body and custom as the readable text, nature the gentle guide, pleasure married to necessity. Common measure, enjoy being, still need legs, throne still needs an arse. No miracles, no rapture. Quote, no desire is more natural than the desire for knowledge. When reason fails us, we make use of experience. Experience is a weaker and less dignified means. But truth is so great a matter that we must not disdain any method which leads us to it. I study myself more than any other subject. That is my metaphysics. That is my physics. It is an accomplishment absolute and as it were godlike to know how to enjoy our being as we ought. A fine thing to get up on stilts, for even on stilts we must ever walk with our legs. And upon the highest throne in the world, we are seated still upon our arses. The most beautiful of lives to my liking are those which conform to the common measure, human and ordinate, without miracles though, and without rapture. Quote, "It is an accomplishment absolute and as it were godlike to know how to enjoy our being as we ought. A fine thing to get up on stilts, for even on stilts we must ever walk with our legs. And upon the highest throne in the world, we are seated still upon our arses. Diversity, law, and the limits of rules. There is as much scope and freedom in interpreting laws as in making them. Those who refer quarrels to the express words of the Bible cannot be serious. Minds find the field no less vast in glossing than inventing. In France, we have more laws than all the rest of the world put together. We were once distressed by crimes, now by laws. And even then we have left so much to the discretion of our judges that never was liberty so licentious. The multiplicity of our human inventions will never attain to the diversity of our cases. Add 100 times more laws. Never will one future case match a codified one so exactly that some detail does not require specific judgment. There is hardly any relation between our perpetually changing actions and fixed, unchanging laws. The most desirable laws are those which are fewest, simplest, and most general. Nature always gives us happier laws than those we give ourselves. For every foot, its proper shoe. The body is master text. I study myself more than any other subject. That is my metaphysics. That is my physics. I allow myself to be governed by this world's general law, which I shall know sufficiently when I feel it. As nature has furnished us with feet to walk with, so has she furnished us with wisdom to guide us in our lives, becomingly easy and beneficial. The more simply we entrust ourselves to nature, the more wisely we do so. Oh, what a soft and delightful pillow are ignorance and unconcern. I would rather be an expert on me than on Cicero. Custom gives form to everything. What I have been accustomed to cannot do me harm. Let's allow nature to do something. Among illnesses, I have allowed to grow old and die a natural death. I do not like curing one ill by another. I loathe remedies more importunate than the sickness. Colic paroxysms and abstaining from oysters are 2 ills for the price of one. Since we must risk being wrong, let us risk what gives us pleasure. The world thinks nothing does you good unless it hurts. Nothing does me harm if I swallow it hungrily and joyfully. So I make medical prescriptions give way to what pleases me. Doctors tip us into illnesses to employ their art. I take pleasure in consulting them as though my stone were a curious case. Men kill the stone more than it kills men. If doctors want to know how to cure syphilis, it is right that they should first catch it themselves. I would truly trust the one who has gone through the illnesses he claims to cure. As the town crier describes a lost dog by height and ears, yet cannot identify it when confronted. By God, let medicine provide me with some good and perceptible help some day, and I will proclaim it. Sleeping has taken a large slice of my life. Scratching is one of the most delightful of nature's bounties, always ready to hand, though its neighbor, inconveniently close, is regret for having scratched. I cannot recall ever having it scabies, yet I know the pleasure. We must find out precisely what nature wants. That sovereign good of the academics and peripatetics to live according to nature, I take literally in the body. Is it not an error to reckon some functions less worthy because they are necessities? The marriage of pleasure to necessity is a most suitable match. Let the mind awaken the heaviness of the body. Let the body arrest the lightness of the mind and fix it fast. A man of intelligence careful about eating, drinking, and exercise would find it difficult not to discern what is harmful. Useful experience presented pure, in no wise spoiled by theory. Enjoying our being. Those who want to escape from their humanity change their form into a beast instead of an angel's. They crash down instead of winding high. Nothing in Socrates is so awkward to digest as his ecstasies. Nothing about Plato so human as what is alleged for calling him divine. Of Alexander the First find nothing so abject as his fantasies about immortalization. Thou art a god in so far as thou recognizest that thou art a man. It is an accomplishment absolute and as it were godlike to know how to enjoy our being as we ought. We seek other attributes because we do not understand the use of our own. Having no knowledge of what is within, we sally forth outside ourselves. A fine thing to get up on stilts. For even on stilts we must ever walk with our legs. And upon the highest throne in the world, we are seated still upon our arses. The most beautiful of lives to my liking are those which conform to the common measure, human and ordinate, without miracles though, and without rapture. Old age needs tenderer treatment. Commend it to the God of health, and of wisdom merry and companionable, mind intact, lyre not wanting. Quote, no desire is more natural than the desire for knowledge. When reason fails us, we make use of experience. Experience is a weaker and less dignified means, but truth is so great a matter that we must not disdain any method which leads us to it. I study myself more than any other subject. That is my metaphysics, that is my physics. It is an accomplishment absolute and as it were godlike to know how to enjoy our being as we ought. A fine thing to get up on stilts, for even on stilts we must ever walk with our legs. And upon the highest throne in the world, we are seated still upon our arses. The most beautiful of lives to my liking are those which conform to the common measure, human and ordinate, without miracles though, and without rapture. Thematic synthesis, the self-essayed. The essays do not march toward a conclusion. They lengthen into a life. Book I learns the method, discrepant means, habit as second nature, one perfect friendship with la boity, death rehearsed until it loses its sting. I point 20, schoolmaster's pedantry against a tutor who forms judgment. I point 25, 26, cannibals who shame our barbarity, solitude as a room at the back of the shop. Book 2 turns the knife inward and outward. We are patchwork, distinguo. Practice teaches what theory cannot. Fathers mismanage love and inheritance. Books are pastime and self-essay. Cruelty sickens him more than other vices. Then the apology dismantles human presumption through sebend, animals, Pyrrhonism, case, faith, and custom until only humility and grace remain standing beside a painted mediocrity. 2.17. Book 3 writes freest. Useful against honorable without making the mind callous. Repenting that tracks becoming, not being. 3 commerces of friendship, women, and books. Conversation is the mind's best exercise. Virgil's frankness about sex and marriage. Coaches and New World cruelty. Vanity of travel, digression, and self. Restraining the will. Physiognomy and Socrates. Experience as the crown. Diversity defeating codified law. The body as master text, stilts kicked away so that we sit on our arses and enjoy our being. What crystallizes across the digressions is not a doctrine, but a posture. Paint yourself without artifice. Distinguish twist from twist. Prefer judgment to stuffed memory. Distrust the mind that never doubts. Keep the soul from callousness even when armor calluses the shoulder. Let nature, habit, and the body teach what schools forget. The R from my point 20 to 3.13 is the book's quiet plot. Learn to die, then learn to live without stilts. The book and the man go at the same pace. Touch one, and you touch the other. Quote, here I want to be seen in my simple, natural, everyday fashion, without striving or artifice, for it is my own self that I am painting. Every man bears the whole form of the human condition. A fine thing to get up on stilts. For even on stilts we must ever walk with our legs. And upon the highest throne in the world, we are seated still upon our arses. Conclusion. Montaigne offers no ladder out of the human condition, only a clearer look at the man who is climbing and falling on the same rungs. After the deepen of death and education, the Apology's 6 movements, Presumption's self-portrait, and the late frankness of Virgil, vanity, and experience, the partner in investigation closes as the author hoped friends would. Having kept company with his humors, we know a little better how various we are, how custom dresses what we call nature, and how to live without stilts. Key persons discussed: Michel de Montaigne, Seigneur, author and matter of the book; Etienne de la Boétie, perfect friend, I. 28, Sonnets, I. 29, the friendship that made others insipid; Raymond Sebond, Catalan theologian, occasion of the Great Apology, 2.12; Socrates/Seneca/Plutarch, recurring moral company, physiognomy and defense, 3.12, 2.32; Epaminondas/Cato, models of tempered virtue and fortitude, 3.1, I.37; M. A. Screech, translator and editor, Penguin; Marie de Gournay, Fille d'Alliance, Posthumo Édition. Key works discussed: Essays Books 1 to 3, 1580, 1588, 1595 Bordeaux copy, 107 chapters in Screech order. Book I Peaks, I.20 Death, I.23 Habit, I.25, 26 Education, I.28 Friendship, I.31 Cannibals. Book 2 Peaks, 2.1 Inconstancy, 2.11 Cruelty, Apology for Raymond Sebond, 2.12, 2.17 Presumption. Book 3 Peaks, 3.1 Useful/Honorable, 3.5 Virgil, 3.8 Conversation, 3.9 Vanity, 3.13 Experience. Sebond's Natural Theology, Montaigne's French version, 1569. Index of Key Concepts. Essay/Essay. Tentative self-weighing. Chapters as groupings of essays. Que sais-je? What do I know? Apology. Distinguo. Distinguish. Refuse false holes. 2.1. Master form, for me maestris, inborn mold resisting education, 3.2. Screech. Custom/second nature. Habit blocks the approaches, I.23. Apology, I.36. Judgment over memory, formed mind versus stuffed pedantry, I.25, 26. Back of the shop, inner solitude amid commerce, I.39. Cruelty, extreme vice, 2.11, 3.6. Useful versus honorable, civil necessity without callous mind, 3.1. Becoming not being, portrait of flux, 3.2. Presumption, self-love and painted mediocrity, 2.17. Apology. Experience, body as text. Enjoy being without stilts, 3.13. A.B.C. Textual layers of revision, 1580/1588 Bordeaux copy. Reading comprehension questions. Why does Montaigne say it is not reasonable to employ leisure on his book to the reader? How do discrepant means reach the same end in I.1? And what does that show about judgment on man? What does I.20 mean by to philosophize is to learn how to die? And how does rehearsal change fear? In I.25, 26, how does judgment differ from schoolmaster's stuff learning? And what tutor does he want? How do the cannibals, I.31, reverse the charge of barbarity? Explain 2.1's distinguo and the claim that we differ from ourselves as from others. What 6 movements structure the Apology, 2.12, and what remains for faith after K, 6J? Why is cruelty, for Montaigne, worse than many other vices, 2.11? How does 3.2 distinguish true repentance from old age's snotty virtue? What does 3.13 mean by enjoying our being without stilts? And how does that answer I.20?